Welcome back to this channel. This is Trinity Storm, and you are watching What If Naruto Was Trained by His Secret Lover During Chunin Exam Finals. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Now, wasting no time, let's start the story.
Kakashi is waiting in the hospital hallway when Naruto arrives at the hospital after running there. Hey, Kakashi. Sensei, I was wondering you could help me train for the exams. Kakashi responded, sorry, Naruto, but I am training Sasuke. He needs more help than you against Gaara. Kakashi said, and you saw what Gaara did to Lee. Sasuke might get killed. Naruto added, but you saw what Neji did to Hinata. Naruto replied, and so will I. Can you just give me a scroll to help me out or something? Kakashi replied, look, Naruto, I can't train you because I don't have any time to do so. Sasuke has a better chance of winning against Gaara than you with Neji. You can't control chakra. Your jutsu is limited to Academy Jutsu and a B-rank ninjutsu. Your taijutsu sucks ass and your genjutsu is non-existent. Sasuke has a variety of Kaden Jutsu, the Sharingan, his clan taijutsu and a few genjutsu, all which I can help him with. Naruto trembled with rage and muttered, so that is it, huh? Kakashi responded, you have no talent whatsoever and I can't have my reputation being sullied if you lose against Neji. When Naruto decided to lose it, his desire to kill skyrocketed, forcing Kakashi to turn to face him. Naruto was obviously angry. No, he was furious. Kakashi winced as Naruto spat out his last name, Naruto, calm, so that is how you feel, huh, Hitaki. Naruto yelled, calm down, don't you dare tell me to calm fucking down, Hitaki. After everything I've done for this team, who saved your ass when you were captured by Zabuza? Not Sasuke, me. Who defeated Haku-san? Not Sasuke, me. Who stood up to Orochimaru instead of cowering like a little bitch? Not Sasuke, me. You can't even adhere to your goddamn motto. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. As Kakashi put it, Naruto replied, don't call me that like you know me, Hitaki. From now on, you will address me as Uzumaki. The last name, Uzumaki, suddenly made a woman uncomfortable. Wasn't that the last name of my mother.in.law, Kushina? And that guy's face looks like the Yondaime. Hold on, those jerks on the council told me lies. My fiancé is still alive, and that jerk Hitaki dismissed him as a brat from Uchiha? And another thing, you are no goddamn teacher. Hell, I bet closet pervert can teach better than you. Naruto continued his tirade. What sort of sensei offers one of his students one instruction while abandoning the others? You son of a bitch. Your open worship of Orochimaru could have cost us our lives during the exam. Naruto, that is no way to talk to your sen, Kakashi said sternly. Sensei, said Naruto. I see nothing but a Uchiha cock sucker, and you have no right to hold that title. What do you know? I'm done with this team, including you, Haruno, and Uchiha. Naruto said, fuck you, Hitaki. Kakashi replied, nah, I respect you, but now I realize what I mean to you, you asshole. I will never speak to you again. Feel free to get fucked in the ass by the Uchiha. Kakashi, being the dumb fuck, attempted to stop Naruto as he stalked off from the hospital, but he grabbed his wrist, spun on his heel with a kunai in hand, and sliced his Icha paradise in half. Nurses and doctors stood aside in case Naruto tried to lash out. Never, ever put your hands on me again, Hitaki, or I will kill you, regardless if you are my father's student. Due in part to his book and Naruto's new look, his once cerulean eyes had turned dark indigo and slitted, his hair was down with a few bangs over his forehead, and some of it was wrapped in a ponytail that ends at the end of his jacket. Kakashi was too shocked to realize that Naruto was aware of his heritage. Naruto ignored the fact that his unidentified fiancé was following him and continued walking. Forest. Kyuubi responded, you know, Kit, he saw your appearance because your anger disrupted the genjutsu you placed on yourself. Like I give a damn about what he thinks, said Naruto. He only gives a damn about his perverted book and his little Uchiha. Kyuubi responded, well, it was a good thing. I was getting tired of you playing this charade and take off that damn mask. Naruto replied, it worked, didn't it? I was lucky enough that I was knocked out when I fought Orochimaru. After when Haku-san died, I swore that I will get stronger. And you helped me there, Kyuubi. It was nothing, Kyuubi remarked. I was getting crowded in your cage, but at least I could get some mental freedom. Someone is on the way, and they have a lot of chakra. With a nod, Naruto said, whoever you are, come out. Abruptly, a young woman in her early 20s emerged from behind her hiding place. She was dressed in a dark blue outfit over a bodysuit made of webbed mesh. Her eyes were jade, her lips were luscious and covered in blue lipstick, and her hair had a rusty red sheen. The lady replied, "My, and I thought you were cute before, now you are just delicious." "Who are you?" asked Naruto, not caring that your eyes are essentially raping me. "I am Mei Terumi, the Godem Mizukage and your fiancé," the woman said. Says Naruto. Fiancé. Kyuubi began to laugh uncontrollably as Mei nodded slowly and Naruto passed out from shock. The Jinchuriki's eyes slowly opened and he was staring at Mei, who was humming softly with his head between her legs, when Naruto woke up 15 minutes later to the gentle caress of his hair, as a lover should. "Oh, you are awake?" she asked, looking down. "So I am your fiancé, huh?" said Naruto. Naruto snarled as the image of Kakashi appeared in his thoughts. "So you are the Yondaime's son?" Mei nodded. "I noticed that you called yourself Uzumaki when you were chewing your bastard of a sensei out." "Yes, I am. I don't know how the hell nobody noticed that I look like a carbon copy of him," the Jinchuriki said, nodding and softening his eyes as he met her jade eyes. Naruto felt a shiver run up his spine as Mei's hand touched his cheek and she giggled. "Not exactly, those whisker marks of yours will throw everyone off. But not me, besides it gives you an exotic look to you." Kyuubi said, "Damn, your father got you something good for a change?" as Naruto sat up and turned to face Mei. "So you being sealed within me is a bad thing?" asked Naruto. Kyuubi responded, "Besides me, but back to her, goddamn, you are getting some ass tonight." With a flush, Naruto uttered, "Shut up, Arrow, Kyuubi." Kyuubi responded, "I am a fucking demon, I have a right to be perverted, damn it." "Oh, is my little Naru-chan being perverted?" Mei asked. "No," said Naruto. "Well, I just think you're really gorgeous, that's all." As Kyuubi whistled, Naruto waved his hands in the air, saying, "You lucky bastard, damn it, the times I wish I was not sealed." Mei blinked and grabbed Naruto's head, pressing her to her ample bosom. "Ah, you are so sweet. By now, I would be tapping that ass." "Mine, Kyuubi, hands off," Naruto thought. Naruto was breathing heavily when Mei released him, and Mei said, "Well, since you are going to need help against that Neji kid, I am going to train you." "Really?" said Naruto. "Yes, I can have my future husband die on me right now," Mei said. "What affinities do you have now?" "Huh?" said Naruto. Mei's gaze widened. "That sensei of yours fucked you up. You were supposed to know what your chakra affinity is by now. Remind me to kill him in secret." Naruto responded, "I get first dibs, but you can castrate him if you want." Mei replied, "I am beginning to like you, Naruto-kun." Says the Jinchuriki. "Me too, Mei-chan." Mei took Naruto in her arms and performed a Mizu Shunshin, saying, "We better see the Hokage first. I need to ask him a few questions about lying to me about my fiancé being dead." Every cage was terrified by the name of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the god of shinobi, the professor, the Sandaime Hokage, who was engaged in combat with his most formidable foe and the only one Minato Namikaze had ever vanquished in combat. Damn paperwork. How the hell Minato took this on in stride and still had energy to mess around with Kushina-chan is beyond me. Sarutobi was thinking. When the misty water cleared, the Sandaime was startled and pulled out a kunai, ready to attack, but he relaxed to see Naruto with a young woman giving him a gentle hug. "Oh, it's you, Naruto. And I see that you dropped the genjutsu," he said. "Have you been practicing your kenjutsu regularly?" Naruto replied, "Dragon's Claw and Tiger's Fang are in pristine condition, it is just that I need new jutsu to work with other than Kage Bunshin." "Good, good. Now who is this woman behind you?" said Sarutobi. Mei replied, "My name is Mei Terumi, the Godem Mizukage and Naruto's fiancé, who was informed to be dead by one of your Anbu." Sarutobi sighed. "I didn't inform anyone that Naruto was dead, a letter was supposed to reach you that he was going by his mother's maiden name for the time being." "If you didn't, then who did?" Mei asked. "That's what I'm wondering about. Could you tell me more about the Anbu?" Sarutobi asked. Mei continued, "He was wearing the regular attire for Anbu, but his weapon, it was not a katana, but a tanto, it was tipless." "Danzo, that bastard always meddling in affairs," snarled Sarutobi. "Could you please show me the document?" "The seal is not a fake, but I didn't sign this. The only ones with this seal are myself, and those idiots," Sarutobi remarked after Mei gave him the document. "What?" said Naruto. "Do my own teammates and the elders realize that this would have led to war between us?" Sarutobi asked. So that Anbu wasn't yours? Mei asked. Sarutobi responded, no, they're Danzo's property. Anbu is a member of an organization called Root. It was slated to be dissolved long ago due to Danzo stealing their feelings. Now, all I need is more evidence to have him and my alleged teammates put to death. Naruto replied, you are going to have to wait because I am going to kill them. The only reason I won't is because of their grandkids, Moegi and Udon. Sarutobi responded, Mizukage. Dono, I must apologize for the insubordination of my counsel and will see that justice will come as long as I live. According to Mei, thank you, Hokage. Dono. Well, Oji.san, your pedophile of a former pupil put this annoying seal on me. Can you remove it? Naruto said. Observing the seal, Sarutobi said, yes, that is Orochimaru's work, all right. Please move behind Naruto, Mizukage. Dono, so that the force I must employ won't smash into the wall. With a nod, Mei moved behind Naruto while Sarutobi uttered, Naruto, ramen on the ceiling. Sarutobi took a chance after Naruto looked up and said, Gogyo Kaien. The blow caused Naruto and Mei to slide back a little, and Naruto yelled, that hurts, son of a bitch. Now that's over, could you give me a chakra paper? Mei asked. Sarutobi responded, I thought Kakashi told you all of you about your affinity. Naruto sighed, apparently Hatake thinks that I am a nobody and will sully his reputation. What? Roared Sarutobi. That's what that one-eyed bastard said. I'm confident I can come up with a fitting penalty for his obvious partiality. With a sly grin, Naruto said, I got one, Oji.san. What? Said Sarutobi. Burn his Icha Icha Paradise books one by one, and make him watch as they gradually turn into ashes, Naruto commanded. I'll be the one to punish him by doing this. Consider it finished, but let's wait until the exams are over. I want to see his face after you defeat your opponent, smirked Sarutobi. This is the chakra paper now. If there is fire, it burns. Water will be damp, lightning will crumple it, wind will split it in two, and earth will crumble into dust. To Sarutobi's surprise, one side of the paper was damp and crumpled up after Naruto sent chakra into it, but then the paper split in two. Sarutobi responded, it seems that your bloodline has awakened, the Eridan bloodline. What? Said Naruto. Sarutobi continued, your mother had a bloodline called the Eridan. It allows you to combine lightning and water to create bright beams of lightning that have the ability to flow like water. Nice. Did she leave any jutsu? Said Naruto. Sarutobi responded, her and your father. Here are the scrolls and they only respond to your blood, so keep it safe at all times or memorize them and then burn it just in case Hatake or Sasuke try to steal it, which reminds me, I will send word to Jiraiya to make that seal for you so it can prevent them from copying the jutsu. According to Naruto, who is that? Sarutobi responded, he is your father's sensei and I wouldn't let Mei near him, he is an open pervert. What the devil? Said Naruto. Why are all of my teachers perverts, with the exception of Kakashi? Naruto retorted, then tell me that Icha Icha Paradise book is not in that drawer to your left? Sarutobi responded, I am not a pervert. When Sarutobi remained silent, Naruto remarked, thought so. Mei replied, so now it is time to start your training, Naruto.kun. Yes, said Sarutobi, I have to defeat this thing. Mei and Sarutobi both blinked at Naruto and glomped him in appreciation after he said, Hokage.g, I don't see how that you can't use Kage Bunshin to do it. The key to avoiding paperwork has been revealed to me by my future husband. Says Naruto. Oji.san, Mei. Chan, A.air. Thank you so much, Naruto, just for that, I want you to have this, Sarutobi exclaimed as he pulled out a pass and handed it to Naruto, saying, this is a Sannin pass, which allows you to go anywhere, now get out of here, so I can defeat my arch-enemy. Sarutobi laughed uncontrollably as Naruto shook his head and left the tower with Mei. The forest. Now before we do anything, I have a hunch that you need a summoning contract, Mei replied. Summoning contract? Said Naruto. It enables one to call forth an animal ally in times of difficulty, Mei explained. Mei bit her thumb and called forth a chameleon, saying, I have one that needs a suitable person, and I think you are it. This is the legendary Yamada contract, which contains a variety of animals, the chameleon said, opening its mouth to release a large scroll with a white sea serpent on it. Crocodiles, Komodo dragons, sea serpents, they prefer the term, water dragons, and hydras rank from weakest to strongest in terms of strength. The Yamada no Orochi is in charge, and since it dislikes being irritated, do not irritate it in any way. After nodding and opening the contract, Naruto signed it by biting his thumb. Then he performed the hand signals for summoning and was drawn into a dimension, falling to the ground and waking up to find himself in a large plain with a lake close by. "Where am I?" Naruto inquired. Something in the lake suddenly exploded from its surface, and Naruto saw 8 heads emerge from the water. The creature had green slitted eyes and black scaly skin, and it looked down at Naruto, lowering one of its heads to speak clearly rather than with a snake-like lisp. "So you are the next one to try and summon me?" "Wow, you are huge, this is so awesome," Naruto exclaimed. Naruto appears to be amused by the Hydra, who says, "I am glad you were fascinated." Naruto replied, "I wanted to see if I could be your partner in this contract, Yamada no Orochi." "Just call me Yamada, and I'll keep my end of the bargain," the Hydra said. "In contrast to the others, you seem respectable." "What others?" Naruto asked. "Most of them tried to order me to do their bidding, so I had either crushed them, poisoned them, or ate them," the Hydra said casually. Remember to never piss off this Hydra, Naruto thought. Naruto had to shield his eyes as the Hydra shrank and glowed in a faint blue light. Then he noticed a woman with black hair, pale skin, and green, slitted eyes. Naruto exclaimed, "Wow," and Yamada responded, "Like what you see." "Would you kill me if I said yes?" asked Naruto. "No, you're too adorable for that," Yamada said. "We haven't used our contract in a very long time." "So what do I have to do?" asked Naruto. "You must remain motionless, and I must bite you in order to seal you," Yamada stated. "When you have an issue, this seal totally avoids the procedure. You can use your standard hand signals to communicate with my subordinates if you don't want to call me." "All right, Yamada, let's do it." Yamada grabbed his wrist and bit his arm, and after a minute of feeling something burning, Naruto noticed a summoning tattoo on his forearm. 8 hydras that appeared to be alive and could attack anyone if he pointed his hand at an opponent. "This is a cute tattoo, Yamada-chan," Naruto remarked. "I'm glad you like it, Naruto-kun," Yamada said. "I'll be expecting a lot from you. You'd better leave now." "So how do I do that?" asked Naruto. Yamada replied, "Just think that you are in the real world and it will happen." When he opened his eyes, he saw Mei staring at him. "I see that you got the boss to trust you." Naruto raised his arm to reveal the tattoo to her, saying, "I am just that awesome. Now let's get to work, Mei-chan." He had just thought about Konoha when he was abruptly thrown back into the dark. The Hokage and Kazekage were waiting for the crowd to settle into their seats in the cage booth a month later when Ino remarked, "Sasuke-kun is not here, neither is Naruto either." Sakura responded, "Who cares, he can't beat Neji, he is a genius just like Sasuke-kun." Ino responded, "But Sakura, that is your own teammate, at least have some faith in him." "Where's Naruto? And that Dosu guy?" Shikamaru asked, glancing around. Would Naruto pass up the opportunity to exact revenge on one of his friends? Genma replied, "Stop looking around, face the customers, in this main tournament, you guys are the stars." The Jonin next to the Hokage said, "We can't find Naruto Uzumaki or Sasuke Uchiha." Sarutobi said, "Don't worry, I am sure that Naruto Uzumaki is fine, but keep on the lookout for Sasuke Uchiha," as he caught a glimpse of Mei approaching. "Hello, Mizukage. Dono, I trust that the long journey was not too long," the Sandame said. "Not at all, Hokage. Dono," Mei grinned. "Greetings, Kazekage, Dono." The Kazekage gave her a respectful nod, but Orochimaru was terrified of her presence and was afraid he might have to cancel the invasion or alter his plans. "Mei-san, do you know where Naruto is?" Hiruzen murmured. Mei replied, "Don't worry, he is here, he just likes a flashy entrance." After grinning, Sarutobi got to his feet and said, "Thank you to everyone who attended Konoha's Chunin exams. The 8 competitors who advanced past the preliminary round will now begin the main tournament matches. Please stay to see it through to the very end." "If it's 8, then 2 seem to be missing," the Kazekage remarked. Genma took out a piece of paper and said, "There's something I would like to tell you before the matches, look at this." Sarutobi remained silent during this time, and everyone looked at the matches to make sure they were even. "There are some minor changes to the tournament, so check again who you are fighting." "I had an extra match, did that Dosu guy forfeit?" Shikamaru asked himself. As Gaara waited expectantly, his hand started to twitch. Neji stepped forward with a smug expression on his face as Genma said, "Okay, this is the finals, the secrecy is different, but the same rules from the prelims still apply. Got it? Now will Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga step forward?" Suddenly, a blast erupted close to the arena's entrance. A hooded figure wearing a tattered cloak and a straw hat with a bell on the front approached the crowd, Genma, and the genin as they looked toward the smoke entrance and occasionally heard a bell. The figure was dressed in black ninja sandals, black fingerless gloves, and black pants in the style of Jonin, with black tape securely fastened around his ankles. Without giving anyone a sidelong glance, the figure approached them slowly and menacingly before standing in front of the proctor. "Your name?" Genma asked, grinning. Slowly, the figure threw back his hood and removed his hat, revealing a well-known face. The one and only, Uzumaki Naruto. "He is still the prankster at heart, smirked Sarutobi. Genma replied, "Good, now will the contestants please clear the area?" Shikamaru replied, "Troublesome, Naruto, you almost gave me a heart attack? I thought I was the only Konoha genin here." Naruto replied, "Are you sure it wasn't that you were worried about me?" Shikamaru replied, "Nah, I know you wouldn't miss beating the shit out that Hyuga and Sasuke." Shikamaru grinned as he passed him, and Naruto remarked, "Oi, Tamari-san. You are right as always, Shikamaru. Now enjoy watching me, the new me that is." As he tossed his hat to her, Tamari gave him a startled look. "Hold this, will you, beautiful?" she asked, blushing, and nodded before hurriedly climbing the stairs. Then, standing in front of Neji, Naruto's eyes hardened. Kiba stated, "This will be good." Naruto.kun, Hinata thought to herself. Ino responded, "I doubt he will win, but I hope that he will be alright." According to Sakura, he will lose against Neji. To his friend Izumo, Katetsu muttered, "But for the kid to get this far." Izumo responded, "Yeah, for guys that got far by luck, this is the end of the line." Naruto's opponent is just too tough for him, Katetsu stated. According to Izumo, he can't beat the Hyuga clan. Kiba laughed. "Yeah, I thought that at first, but when things come to Naruto, you are bound to be surprised if you underestimate him." After removing his cloak, Naruto showed off his black long-sleeved sweater with a turtleneck collar. He wore the Uzumaki swirl on one shoulder, and a Hiraishin kunai was embroidered on the other. A yin and yang symbol with the white tiger on the white and the dragon emerging from the black would be visible if you were looking at his back. Tiger's fang was on his right side, and dragon's claw was on his back. "So, you had been taught in Kenjutsu, that in your new wardrobe would save you," Neji replied. Naruto replied, "Can you shut up, so I can kick your ass for hurting Hinata?" Neji remarked, slipping into his stance, "It will be fun to watch you fall in despair when you face reality." Naruto replied, "There is no reality in this match, there is only fantasy. A lot of things can happen in fantasy until someone decides to make it a reality. That would be me with you lying at my feet." Neji looked at Naruto as well as Heishi and stated, "Watch closely, Hanabi, there isn't another who has received such thick blood." To which Hanabi replied, "Yes, father." After giving him his swords to carry, Naruto created a cage bunshin, who gave a salute and went upstairs. "What? You are not going to use them?" Neji responded, "Have you realized that you can't win?" Neji's eyes widened in anger as Naruto said, "Never speak about my father that way. Kami, do you ever shut up about fate, reality or what? Has your father been feeding you that fate bullshit?" "Oh, we have a daddy's girl?" asked Naruto. "I am not a girl," Neji said. Neji charged at Naruto, who began to duck, saying, "Shut up, with that long hair, anyone can mistake you for one, hell, even that pretty girl on your team can. What's her name, Tenten? I bet you two do each other's nails, hair, and shop for clothes." Naruto replied, "You know, I don't like your type, Neji. You are really not the type for me. I mean, I like girls that do have breasts, but I will tell you what, I will try to hook up with my teammate Sakura since Sasuke is gay, alright?" Everyone was stunned by Naruto's remarks, which included calling his crush a man and raising doubts about Neji's and Sasuke's sexual preferences. Kiba pondered, "Well, he is kind of right, but I always knew that Sasuke was gay. Sakura is boobless, so she could be a he, and Neji has long hair. I admit at first I thought he was a girl." Naruto's insult startled Sakura, who yelled, "Naruto, you take that back." "Hey, Haruno, shut the fuck up," said Naruto. Sakura was taken aback because Naruto had never spoken to her in such a manner. Naruto said as he was dodged, "You can try to hit me later, keyword, try. I am not your punching bag anymore, so do me a favor, zip that mouth of yours and shut up. I am trying to concentrate here since Neji-chan is trying to cop a feel on me, damn it." The majority of the Chunin and Jonin, the Mizukage, the Hokage, and the Genin, including Ino, were all laughing heartily at Naruto's antics. In a fit of rage, Neji tried to strike him, saying, "Hold still, asshole." Tamari blushed even more as she involuntarily pulled the hat closer to Naruto, who said, "No, then you will try to rape me. I rather have Tamari-chan do that since she is cute anyway." Naruto grabbed his wrist after Neji attempted to strike him with a variety of blows, saying, "Well, I have fun toying with you. But now I promise Hinata to kick your ass, so let's get it started." Neji struck at his face with his other hand, but Naruto ducked and punched Neji in the stomach instead. Naruto then delivered a Muay Thai style elbow strike to Neji's chin after the Hyuga genius coughed up. Naruto hit Neji's cheek with a jaw-shattering haymaker, causing him to stagger back. Naruto's fist twisted as Neji lurched to the left, sending him crashing into the wall. After dragging himself blearily out of the crater and turning to face Naruto, the genius hurled a kunai and shuriken at him, immediately blocking them with a kunai. Naruto caught the final one with the kunai's hole. Naruto smirked and charged at Neji as Neji charged at him. Naruto leapt and struck Neji in the nose with a knee strike, shattering it and causing blood to flow from it as Neji delivered a palm strike. The Jinchuriki ran up on the wall and kicked Neji in the side of the head after Neji looked up to see Naruto kick him in the torso. Everyone was shocked, especially Heishi, Hanabi, and Hinata, when Neji saw stars as he fell to the ground. The prankster and dead last, Naruto Uzumaki, was kicking the ass of Neji Hyuga, the Hyuga clan's genius and the previous Rookie of the Year. After grabbing Neji's head, Naruto began to strike his opponent in the stomach with his knees. After pushing him and Neji struck back, Naruto grabbed his arm and flipped him onto his back before grabbing his jacket and drawing him closer to him. After falling onto his back, Naruto raised his leg to push Neji onto his back once more. Grabbing the back of his jacket, Naruto stood up and threw Neji to the ground once more. When Neji coughed up blood, Naruto gave him a sly smile and the "come on" motion. What is going on? He was never that fast before and he is effectively countering my strikes. He went so far to humiliate me and anger me to the point that I struck blindly. How is this possible? Neji thought as he foolishly stood up and Naruto started beating him mercilessly. When Neji struck with his legs or fists, Naruto would go into a boxing rage and occasionally swing his fist in a windmill motion to confuse him. Neji's jaw was broken when Naruto punched him in the right side of his face. He then leapt to his feet, kicked him in the torso, and delivered his final blow to the left side of his head, sending him flying to the ground on his back. Neji attempted to stand up, but his pain was too great. "You see, now my fantasy has become my reality. You are lying at my feet, aren't you?" Neji groaned and Naruto continued, "You know, Hinata could have beaten you without moving. Using that curse seal of yours." Neji's eyes looked at Naruto and the Jinchuriki said, "Yes, I know about the caged bird seal and about your father's sacrifice. Hinata loves you. She respects you. She would give anything to be just like you. Well, except to stick up your ass though. All she wants to do is to help you with. Her dream is get rid of the seal that has torn your family in two. Plus, don't you think that your father would have left something explaining his reason for losing his life?" Neji considered it for a moment but remained silent. Naruto replied, "Your father Hisashi Hyuga gave his life to protect his family and you, Neji. He would have left his will to the one he trusted the most. Your uncle, Heishi. You believe in all of that fate shit? Ha! Fate is non-existent in the world of ninja. Everyone thought that Lee couldn't last against Gaara, but he was the first one to be able to land a hit on Gaara. Everyone thought that Hinata would give up, but she hung on even though she was coughing up blood. People like you who look down on others because they don't think that they can defeat them makes me sick. You are almost like the Uchiha clan and that is saying something. Now let me tell you about me. I have been shunned and beaten all my life for something that I had no control over. I failed the Genin exam 3 times because of one jutsu, that you have seen me used over and over, that is right. The Bunshin no Jutsu was my weakest jutsu." Naruto paused and continued, "Until then, a Chunin decided to gain power by using me to steal the Forbidden Scroll and through my naivety, I did so. Through the stupidity of the Chunin and the words of a man that I consider as a father, I learned a bit about myself and was able to defeat that Chunin with my weakest jutsu. Later on, my Genin team got our first C-rank mission and when it found that client lied and Kiri Chunin attacked us, I froze up and Uchiha had to save me. I promised myself that I wouldn't let that happen again. When Hitaki was captured, I took the time to save his ass with a plan that I concocted on the spot with Uchiha. After that, we faced the Jonin and his apprentice again. His name was Zabuza Momochi, the deceased demon of the mist. Uchiha faced against Haku and I joined him until Sasuke took a fatal blow for me. In my anger, I defeated Haku. Trust me, you don't want to see me pissed off. Later, I was able to shatter Zabuza's heart and saw the true Zabuza before he was betrayed by his client and tore through thugs before he killed his own client and died. Now then the Chunin exams came. To tell you the truth, I BS the written exam and practically turned in a blank exam, which I am sure made Ibiki chuckle a bit. Then the second part. We happened to get separated and I met an interesting animal, a giant snake, and needless to say, the snake ate too much and exploded into parts. After that, I met a gay pedophile whose power was way stronger than mine. Haruno was useless as always. Uchiha to my surprise got scared and started being a pussy, never realizing that the bastard didn't want the scroll, but just wanted to kill. I was the one who fought him until the Hidachi knocked me out. Next, my match with Kiba. I never thought that I would beat with that incident, but it was effective that much, but the match proved that I am not one to be underestimated at all. So all that fate crap you keep spewing out of your mouth, erase it all because for one, Neji, you are not a failure. According to Genma, winner, Naruto Uzumaki, Ino replied, wow, I can't believe it, Naruto beat Neji. Tenten was thinking, I can't believe, Naruto actually beat Neji, and he called me cute too. Mei pondered, he is calling out his harem, nice choices, but I get first dibs on his virginity. Said Katetsu, that kid, he has changed a lot, he actually made Neji get sloppy and beat him into submission. To add insult to injury, he defeated him only using taijutsu, definitely Chunin material. Azumo responded, that is right, he did show qualities of a Chunin. After putting on his ragged cloak, Naruto made a half-ram seal and shunshin up beside Shikamaru. How did I do? He asked. That was perfect, Naruto, Shikamaru remarked. That's when Tamari said, here is your hat, Uzumaki-san. Naruto replied, thank you and please call me Naruto, Tamari-chan. Wow, Naruto, aren't you bold? Said Shikamaru. Shikamaru blushed a little and Naruto teased, oh, does Shika have a crush? This is too good to pass up. Naruto replied, yes, I am. You better be careful or else Ino might be coming after me. When Shikamaru said, shut up, Naruto. Temari's face turned red as Naruto, who had been openly flirting with her, said, don't worry, Shikamaru. I won't take Ino, I prefer Tamari here over her. Naruto replied, now if you will excuse me, I have to see someone for a moment. Hello. Hokage.g, Cage. Dono, Mizukage. Chan. Did you all enjoy my match? Said Naruto Shunshin to the cage booth. Mei replied, that was an excellent match, Naruto.kun. You have definitely improved a lot. I am happy that you approve of my match, Naruto remarked. It was most interesting, Naruto.kun. You will go far if you continue this, keep it up. Naruto bowed stiffly to the wind shadow and said, thanks, Cage. Dono. The Cage agreed. The hostage responded, now, Naruto, please wait with the others and enjoy the entertainment. Sasuke Uchiha is still not here. Do you think that Orochimaru has got him? Rado approached the Hokage's ear as Naruto nodded and performed a Mizu Shunshin. Sarutobi replied, we have no choice. As the rules apply, Sasuke Uchiha will be disqualified. Hokage. Dono, I beg you to allow Sasuke Uchiha to fight, the Cage sighed. Rado replied, I beg your pardon, but someone who doesn't show up on time doesn't have what it takes to be a Chunin. But the majority of the audience here came to see this exciting match, the Cage remarked. The Mizukage responded, Cage. Dono, those who are late are cowards. If this was a battle between Konoha and another country and if Uchiha's team was late to help take over an important post, the ones fighting will die and the whole country would fall, all because of one little mistake. Sarutobi responded, she is right, Cage. Dono. I can't show favoritism to any of my ninja, I have to treat them individually. Rado, give them the message that Sasuke Uchiha had been disqualified. Rado nodded, and the Cage, also known as Orochimaru, swore to himself, damn that woman, the invasion has been compromised, damn it, I have to call it off. The Cage made a subtle hand gesture to halt the attack, and Kabuto saw it and simply watched the match. According to Genma, due to him not being on time, Uchiha Sasuke has been disqualified from the match, therefore Gaara is declared the winner by default. What? Screamed Sakura. Genma was indifferent to the growing agitation in the crowd, and Naruto remarked, oh, well, I don't get to kick Uchiha's ass, such a shame. Genma responded, will Sabaku no Kankuro and Aburame Shino please come down to the arena? Kankuro pondered, Without Sasuke, the plan just basically went down the drain. I might as well fight to get the entertainment. Okay. The third match. Shino Aburame vs Sabaku no Kankuro. Fight, Genma said as the two faced each other and took their positions. Aburame and Chunin leapt back to give them some space, and Kankuro slowly reached for his package before saying, Kugetsu no Jutsu. When he pulled the strap, the bandages came off, revealing Karasu with a menacing click. As his Kakaichu bugs gradually spread throughout his body, Shino said, I am a member of the Aburame clan. Our policy is to never underestimate our opponents no matter how small they are and to fight with our full strength. With a growl, Kankuro said, bring them on. After moving Karasu in Shino's direction, Kankuro surprised Shino by flicking his fingers to reveal a hidden blade in its wrist. The Aburame heir stepped back to watch the blade pierce the earth before him. When Shino turned to face the blade, he noticed that the surrounding area had turned a pale shade of purple. The blade is laced with poison. He was thinking, I must be careful for any more surprises. Kankuro moved his puppet to launch another assault on Shino. After avoiding the next concealed blade in the puppet's left wrist, Shino sought refuge in the trees. It's no use, said Kankuro, and he had the puppet follow Shino into the brush while the Aburame sat quietly, only to be interrupted by the puppet's incessant clicking and chattering. After locating Shino, Kankuro activated the puppet's ribbed blades and sent Karasu after him. The puppet poofed to reveal a log after Shino threw 2 kunai at it to stop it. Kawarimi! Exclaimed Shino. Then he looked down and leapt up in the air to avoid it, but Karasu trailed behind him. As he twitched his middle and ring fingers, Kankuro remarked, Hey! You are making this way too easy. 2 tiny knives sprang from the puppet's open mouth. That did it! Exclaimed Kankuro as it struck Shino squarely in the shoulder and torso. Kankuro yelled in surprise, Huh? Those bugs again? As Shino abruptly vanished into a swarm of Kakaichu bugs. His eyes widened as he sensed someone standing behind him. He turned just as Shino was about to punch him, but the young puppet master quickly dodged and stepped back. He yelled, So you made a bug clone and snuck up behind, very clever. Said, It is simple really. I could tell that your strength is long range, not close combat. Furthermore, you have to focus all of your chakra and attention to control that little puppet of yours, which leaves your defense wide open. Smiled, Thanks for the tip, but I am just getting started. If you think that it's the extent of my deadly ninjutsu, then you are in for a real treat. You haven't seen half of what Karasu can do. So far, he has been playing it safe. Kankuro forced Karasu to open his elbow joints by reactivating his chakra strings. Little purple balls of poison fog were hurled at Shino, who backed up in surprise. Shino said, Must have inhaled some of the poison smoke. Meanwhile, the attacker hides in waiting for the poison to take effect, after leaping away from the smoke and feeling suddenly weak. The poison is slowly spreading through his system. Now it is time to end this. Kankuro grinned as he saw Shino running to the tree for cover, panting heavily from the poison's effects. The puppet sprang forward and approached from behind, revealing its hidden blade. Shino turned around and was slashed by Karasu, but the Aburame turned out to be another bug clone. As Kankuro tensed up, looking for the Aburame, he thought, These damn bugs, he should even be moving with that poison in his body. Oh, there you are. Allow me to put you out of your misery. Kankuro flicked his fingers, but the puppet resisted his commands and creaked. Wah! What is going on? What is wrong with it? He thought. Then he discovered him hiding beneath the tree branch. After that, he saw some insects scuttling in and out of the joints. Shino replied, It's no use. You can't move it now. I ordered the bugs to jam every one of its joints. Kankuro reflected, so that was what he was after. He wanted me to attack him so he can get Karasu to stop moving. Now those creepy crawlies are going after my chakra strings. I forgot that those things eat chakra and the strings are leading them right to me. To trick Shino into not knowing where he was, Kankuro broke his connection and threw it, causing the chakra strings to flicker in all directions. With a furrowed brow, Shino thought, he severed the strings himself. Damn, so close. Following the Aburame's departure, Kankuro severed the head and said, What a sucker, he doesn't know that I can re-establish connections to my puppet quickly, which is why I am an expert puppeteer and, so what if you took out Karasu's body? I don't need it since every part of him is a lethal weapon. A big, poison. Dripping needle was visible when Karasu's mouth opened. Looks like you underestimated me. Bug boy for the last time. That poison is enough to knock out an elephant, you're finished. The needlehead abruptly stopped just inches above Shino's forehead and fell to the ground as he gritted his teeth and faced it directly. Kankuro started to ponder, what? But how did he, until he felt a crawling sensation on his hand? His hand was covered in beetles when he looked down. His beetles, they're eating the chakra strings right at the source. As bugs gradually covered Konkuro's body, he screamed and broke his cover. But, I don't understand, I made sure to cut the strings before they could find me. Replied, to answer your question, you were so worried about the beetles in the front that you never noticed the ones approaching you from behind. All this time, they were converging to the beacon on your headband. According to Konkuro, to my what? Said Shino, when I swung at you earlier, I purposefully missed to plant a beetle on your headband, a female beetle, which lets out pheromones so the males can pick up the scent and converge on it like a homing beacon. With his headband up, Konkuro said, so this, beetle on my Hite.8 is a. That's right, a female beetle, Shino said. After Shino fell to the ground, Genma remarked, due to double knockout, neither Shino Aburame nor Sabaku no Konkuro advances. The medics took Shino and Konkuro, who required additional treatment for the poison, but Konkuro gave them a discreet fast acting antidote and gave Konkuro a solider pill. Tamari swung her fan and rode the wind current down as Shikamaru walked slowly down the stairs. Now the fourth match. Will Shikamaru Nara and Sabaku no Tamari please come down? Genma asked. Ready. Fight! Exclaimed Genma. While Tamari ran after him and swung her closed fan like a club, Shikamaru simply leapt back and leaned against the wall. Tamari looked up to see that she had missed and that Shikamaru was leaning against the wall as smoke billowed up. You know I really don't want to fight, but I will not lose against a girl, Tamari said. You mean you don't want to lose in front of Ino, right? Tamari grinned. Shikamaru replied, right, just the same as you don't want to lose in front of Naruto. As Tamari put it, shut up. The wind blew hard in the arena as she yelled, Ninpo. Kamaitachi no Jutsu. While swinging her fan. That move was the one that knocked my attacks away, Tenten thought. A line of shadow suddenly materialized, speeding toward Tamari, who hurried back until the shadow began to fade. Hey, there is a limit to how much you can shrink, stretch or change your shadow, isn't there? You can't stretch it any further than your normal shadow's surface area no matter how you change it, Tamari replied, figuring it out. Laughing, Shikamaru said, that's right. Tamari then shut down her fan and measured the distance, 15 meters and 32 centimeters. He can use other shadows, but he can't control them, so he is using the shaded area to increase his length. But unfortunately no matter if he goes to the edge, the length will be the same. Konkuro replied, Tamari is better at long range fighting, this match is over. Shikamaru lowered himself into his contemplative position. What is that? A hand sign? Inquired Kurenai. Asuma responded, no, it is a habit of his when he is a spot, he does this when he is in a shogi match. According to Kurenai, this is not a shogi match. Asuma responded, true, but in ancient times, it said that shogi was used to plot strategies. I did an IQ test to mess with him and what I found was startling. His IQ is over 200, he's a freaking genius. The statement was made by Kurenai, but his grades were worse than Naruto's. Asuma responded, you are not seriously judging them on grades, right? Or have you forgotten that Naruto basically beat the shit out of Neji? Shikamaru once told me that they were too easy and he was too lazy to write the answers down. As soon as Shikamaru's eyes opened, Asuma declared, he is done with his strategy, now the fun begins. So it looks like you are finally getting serious now. Ninpo. Kamaitachi, Tamari remarked as Shikamaru ducked under the trees and removed his shirt. It is no use trying to hide. Stop running or give up. What is he doing? Asked Kurenai. Asuma replied, I could have sworn that he had a strategy thought up. Tamari ducked as two kunai were suddenly thrown, only to get caught in the path of another. A series of explosions sounded in front of and behind her as she used her fan to block it. He attached explosive tags. She was thinking, he is trying to distract me. Then Shikamaru's shadow appeared and began to move. Nice try, but your shadow can't pass this line. Wait, hold on. Ah, shit. Tamari thought. The shadow did, in fact, cross the line, causing the wind user to leap backwards once more. I see, she said, you used those kunai as distractions to keep me occupied while the sun moves, giving me more leverage. This should be your limit now. Konkuro cried out, Tamari, above you, while Shikamaru remained silent and stared at her. When she looked up, she saw a kunai fastened to the bottom of Shikamaru's shirt, which was used as a makeshift parachute. As she ducked under the encroaching shadow, Tamari swore, fuck me. You won't get away, Shikamaru said. Tamari was thinking as she moved. Impressive, using the kunai to distract me from his shadow and then using his shadow to distract me from looking up and noticing the parachute. But it's clear to me now. I need to finish this quickly, because his shadow will move farther as the sun moves, so I will use Bunshin no Jutsu, which will draw his attention to it, Temari said, pausing as the shadow paused and retreated a little. She then flipped open her fan and held it in front of her. After that, I'll leap out and transform into the strongest Kamaitachi I can to tear him to pieces using all of my chakra. Temari thought, I'm starting an attack. Bunshin no good, his shadow is far away from me. Now where is it? She froze for a moment, thinking, What? I'm frozen. With his hands spread wide, Shikamaru exclaimed, finally, Kageme no Jutsu success. But your shadow was far away from me. How did you get me? Temari asked. According to Shikamaru, I let you look behind you. When you used the Kamaitachi no Jutsu, you loosed some of the gravel and where Neji was it. The big rocks made the shadows and I had my shadow connected to each one until I got to you. He turned his head, and Temari, who was enchanted by his jutsu, followed suit. Temari's eyes widened as she noticed a hole behind her, and sure enough, his shadow connected to hers. Temari clenched her jaw as Shikamaru exclaimed, checkmate. As they approached one another, Shikamaru declared, that is it, I forfeit. Although I want to impress someone, I have no chakra left to continue, even if I plotted 200 moves against you. Lazy to the end, Genma said. Sabaku no Temari emerged victorious. Temari glanced at Shikamaru as the shadow moved back to him, and Naruto leapt over the railing and approached him, saying, nice job, Shikamaru, you lazy bastard. The smirking Shikamaru said, man, I'm tired. You know you're going to get promoted now, don't you? Said Naruto. Shikamaru replied, yay, but at least it will get my mother off my back for a while. Listen, Naruto, be careful, you know what he is capable of. Then he added thoughtfully, if I don't, Chan would kill me if I died and Gaara if he killed me. Naruto grinned and said, hey, I am unpredictable, I will be fine, otherwise, so I will be fine. Shikamaru walked up the stairs and thought, I hope you know what you are doing, Naruto. Temari felt sorry for Naruto because he was charming and sweet, but now her little brother, Gaara, was going to kill him. When Gaara Suna Shunshin arrived at the arena, he began to chuckle and said, you will test my existence since Uchiha doesn't want to be here. Naruto replied, nah, I planned on living, I kinda want to lose my virginity to my shining beauty before I die. Given that her last name literally translates to, Shining Beauty, which was Naruto's nickname for her, Mei began to flush a little in the cage booth. Start, said Genma. When Gaara's gourd began to spew out sand, Naruto leapt back and stood ready. However, they were cut off by swirling leaves, and in the center of them were Sasuke Uchiha and Kakashi Hitaki, two individuals Naruto greatly detested. After Naruto gave them a disgusted look, Kakashi asked, did we make it? Genma responded, no, Kakashi, as you can see, Uchiha has been disqualified, declaring Gaara the winner. Now can you please move to the stands, you are interrupting the match. What? No, yelled Sasuke, I am supposed to fight him, this is my match. She said, kid, you lost that match since you decided not to be on time. If your comrades were in danger for this, you would been shunned for the rest of your life for not saving your teammates, now beat it. A Naruto clone stepped forward and knocked out the Uchiha by slamming multiple punches into his solar plexus as Sasuke charged at Gaara. Naruto kicked Sasuke viciously to Kakashi's feet as the boy fell to the ground. The clone said icily, take your fuck buddy and leave, before giving his former sensei the finger. As I was saying, the fifth match between Uzumaki Naruto and Sabaku no Gaara. Hajime! Genma exclaimed as Kakashi seized Sasuke and made his way to the stands. Naruto leapt back to avoid the sand as Genma stepped aside. Like Lee, his taijutsu is effective, but it was not enough, so I guess I have to rely on ninjutsu and if push comes to shove, Kyuubi's chakra, our blonde hero thought. Sweeten. Misurappa. Naruto flipped through hand signs as soon as he moved his hands. He spat water at Gaara, but the sand rose up to shield him from the water blast, according to Naruto's calculations. He grinned while repeatedly performing the same jutsu, forcing Gaara to send fresh sand to keep him safe. Gaara replied, are you done yet? If so, I just have to kill you. Gaara held up his hand, and the sand obeyed his command slowly. What? Asked Gaara. Naruto replied, you have never been to a beach, have you? Sand is not soluble to water, but reacts to make clumps when it is mixed with water. Since you control sand, water is your weakest element against your defense and since all of your sand is wet. As Gaara finished, Naruto emerged behind him and said, "Means that you can't be protected at all." Naruto caused the Suna Jinchuriki to collapse on the ground after striking Gaara in the face with a punch that broke Gaara's jaw. Lee and Guy, meanwhile, had just come to see Naruto's performance and were taken aback by Neji's defeat and the fact that Naruto was facing an opponent Lee couldn't defeat. When Naruto saw that Lee was present, he grinned and said, "Now for my next jutsu, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Bushi. Browse style." A Kage Bunshin materialized, but he took the form of Lee. "All right, it's time to unleash the full power of youth." Naruto exclaimed. "Go, Lee," as the Lee Bunshin approached Gaara and started to smash Gaara all over. While Lee was crying and silently thanked Naruto for his generosity, the Guy were moved that Naruto had paid homage to his young pupil. Naruto gave Gaara a roundhouse kick after only Gaara was able to use his sand to dispel the Lee Bunshin. Naruto performed another one as Gaara stumbled back. The camera abruptly focused on Naruto's face as he uttered the words, "Roadhouse. A.N. I stole this quote from Third Fang. Family Guy owns it. Also, another thing about your sand is that it has a whole bunch of minerals, including some conductive ones. So lightning is also your weakest and your sand is laced with water too," Gaara said as he stood up and threw his sand at Naruto, who ducked under it. Gaara screamed in agony as Naruto tapped the gourd on his back and electricity flowed through the Suna Jinchuriki's body, causing his eyes to widen. "Raiden. Hiraishin!" Naruto exclaimed. As he collapsed to the ground, gasping, Naruto uttered the words, "Gaara, please give up." Gaara replied, "No, you will not take my existence away from me." After Gaara's gourd gradually began to blend with his right side, Naruto found himself gazing into two distinct eyes. Ichibi no Shukaku's amber eye with 4 points in each corner and an inverted star, and Gaara's teal eye. "Okay, this might be a problem," said Naruto. Naruto barely had time to dodge the blow as Gaara bounded forward. Naruto noticed that a large portion of the wall was ripped apart when he turned to face Gaara. "Damn, if I don't do something, I am going to die really quickly." "Are you afraid, Uzumaki Naruto?" Gaara bellowed at Naruto. Naruto replied, "Am I? Hell yeah, but it is not going to stop me from beating you senseless. If I don't, you will just hurt other people and I can't let that happen. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Gaara raised his Shukaku arm and yelled, "Suna Shuriken," as a plague of clones flooded the arena and leapt at him. The Jinchuriki was held for a minute by the remaining clones, while some were dispelled. Eridan. Reiza Sakasu. Electric beams erupted from Naruto's fingers and struck Gaara and the clones. Sasuke grew irritated as smoke billowed from the wall. The Uchiha thought frantically, "What is happening? Where did Naruto get that jutsu and why is my Sharingan not copying it?" Likewise taken aback, Kakashi remarked, "That jutsu, it's oddly familiar." "This pain. You are strong, Naruto Uzumaki. I return the favor by spilling your blood." Gaara roared in pain. Naruto turned to see that Gaara was covered in sand and resembled the Shukaku more. Temari was thinking, the transformation is almost complete, if it were to appear, everyone would die. Damn it, if Gaara transforms, the plan will be jeopardized, the Kazekage thought. Naruto replied, "Your eyes, you have experienced the same path as mine, huh, Gaara. I can sympathize with you." Gaara replied, "What's wrong, Uzumaki, are you so afraid of me? To fight for yourself or to fight for others? Just love yourself only? Fight for yourself. Those are the definitions of the strongest." Naruto replied, "You are wrong, Gaara, if you have only yourself to fight, then who will have your back if you fall? No one. You will just fall deep into the black depths of hell. Me. I have friends that support me and I will fight for my loved ones, even if it kills me. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Gaara retorted, "Fuden. Mugen Sajin Daitopa." The clones were destroyed by the sandy wind, which also threw Naruto against the wall. As he got closer to Naruto, Gaara remarked, "I won't kill you, but I will play with you. I wonder when you will just run away in fear, but it is not like I will let you do that." The Jinchuriki screamed in pain as Naruto yelled, "Sweden. Mizu Kamakiri." A swift stream of water shot toward Gaara and sliced her arm. "Sweden. Laku no Jutsu." Naruto yelled as he flipped through hand signals once more. Ice darts shot out of his mouth and flew in Gaara's direction, but the monster ducked them, allowing Naruto to emerge behind Gaara. The clone exploded, trapping Gaara in the blast as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki slid under his tail and said, 2 words, "Bunshin, Deibakuha." His tail attempted to swipe Naruto. With panting, Naruto asked, "Did I get him?" Gaara was still alive when the smoke cleared, but the blast had left the sand completely messed up. "How did you know that the base under my tail was the weak point?" Naruto replied, "When I sent the clones in, I noticed that your back was against the wall, making a point that you were protecting some kind of weak point. Now, enough chatting, time to get serious." Declaring, Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto hurled a shuriken. "Kyuubi, I am getting low on chakra, juice me," the Jinchuriki thought. And Kyuubi exclaimed, "Got it. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," exclaimed Naruto, and 2,000 clones rushed at the still recovering Gaara. "Take this, you." Zu, Ma, Ki, Naruto Nisan Renden. Gaara was sent to the ground as he thought, "How is this possible? Am I losing this battle?" Naruto yelled, "Gogyo Fuin," before Gaara could act, his fingers burning with orange chakra. He placed his finger over Gaara's heart, which where the seal was located at. Gaara instantly had the sand fall off of him and Naruto landed as he thought, "Phew, that was close. I'm glad I learned that from Ero Sennin before you went all Shukaku on me." Damage report, Kyuubi. Kyuubi responded, "You got 3 broken ribs that are healed, but other than that with a few lacerations and gashes, you are fine." Naruto replied, "Good, that means I can play with Tamari-chan for a while." Genma was thinking, "That boy is amazing and to think they call him the dead last." Naruto smiled as he turned to face Genma. "Well? Will you be calling the game?" Smiling, Genma declared, "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto." Kiba exclaimed, "Naruto, go, amazing," Ino remarked. "He beat Neji and Gaara." Unbelievable. Gaara was defeated? Tamari thought, absolutely not. That shrimp won the match against Gaara? Kankuro asked himself, he shouldn't even be alive. Sasuke remarked, "I couldn't even replicate all of those jutsu. What on earth is happening? Is Naruto really stronger than Sasuke-kun?" Sakura asked herself. "That isn't possible at all. What am I thinking? Sasuke-kun is undoubtedly the strongest. It was merely a genjutsu." Kakashi pondered, "Naruto, how strong have you become?" A white-haired man dressed in kabuki attire suddenly materialized next to Naruto and said, "Hey, Gaki, I see that you have won." Naruto replied, "Yay, thanks for saving my ass with that sealing technique you taught me, Jiraiya sensei." "This is the only time you're going to call me that," Jiraiya deadpanned. Naruto replied, "Yes, probably, I still haven't forgiven you for peeping on my fiancé." "How the hell was I supposed to know that?" Jiraiya shot back. Naruto responded, "You're my freaking godfather, damn it, you were supposed to know that." Jiraiya yelled, "Pardon me? I didn't hear from your father?" Naruto yelled, "Maybe because since you were a proclaimed super pervert, that was the reason he didn't tell you anything." As Jiraiya and Naruto engaged in back-dot-in fourth combat, the audience gaped in disbelief. "Hey, who is that?" Ino said. "That's Jiraiya Sama, the Toad Sage and one of the legendary Sennin, guys said. Back then, Hokage Sama taught him alongside his teammates Tsunade and Orochimaru. He is capable of fighting the Hokage on an equal footing, despite his appearance." "How in the hell did Naruto know this guy?" asked Sasuke. Guy replied, "I can't answer that question either." Mei gave herself a mental forehead slap. Those two decided to fight right now? Orochimaru thought, "Jiraiya is here too, son of a bitch." "Oh no, Jiraiya, Sarutobi, the Mizukage, and that boy Naruto. If I launch the invasion now, I won't survive. I'll kill you later, Sarutobi sensei. Just wait." Jiraiya Sama, Naruto-san, could we please continue the matches?" Genma said. Jiraiya said gravely, "I am glad you were able to beat Gaara, just leave everything to me now." They both nodded as they turned to face Genma. Naruto replied, "Good, just fix Gaara's seal, I will see to him after my match." Tamari approached Naruto and declared, "I give up, imagine what you can do to me if you can defeat Gaara." She then addressed Naruto directly. Naruto replied, "Plainly physically, I can put you in a sex-induced coma, but I wouldn't marry that preface of yours." Tamari blushed and remarked, "Naruto, you are a mystery to me." "What can I say?" Naruto said, "In Konoha, I am regarded as the most unpredictable ninja." Genma replied, "Winner of the Chunin exam finals is Naruto Uzumaki." Sarutobi, the Case Cage, and Mei came down to Naruto with the rest of the genin, facing him, and the old man said, "Thank you all for participating in this exam. Now will the following please approach me as I call them? Naruto grinned at the applause from the crowd, taking it as ironic that the village outcast was being applauded for possibly saving their asses. Nara Shikamaru, Sabaku no Tamari, and Uzumaki Naruto. The three summoned individuals moved forward. Tamari grinned slightly, Shikamaru appeared lethargic, and Naruto grinned broadly, nearly causing Mei to smile as well. You three have demonstrated exceptional abilities in tactical expertise, strategy, cunning, and trickery, Sarutobi said. Additionally, you took advantage of your opponent's weaknesses and benefited from the terrain. I am therefore proud and honored to refer to you three as Chunin. After giving them their flak jackets and certificates, Mei shook each of their hands respectfully. Now, to the rest of you, don't give up hope and proceed to do better next time, Naruto said, winking at Mei. The Chunin exams are now over, we'll see you in 2 years. I appreciate your time. Shikamaru said, man, I didn't want to be a Chunin, it means more responsibility. The Kazekage left to go brood for a while as the crowd dispersed from their seats. According to Naruto, but it gets your mother off your back. What a drag. Shikamaru congratulated him on being a Chunin and left to meet his team. According to Tamari, I never thought you would beat Gaara, Naruto. Naruto responded, it sounds like you were worried about me, Tamari-chan. As Naruto grinned and said, so you were? Well, thanks for caring, Tamari flushed and turned away. Let's visit your brother now. His seal ought to be fixed by now. How did you know he had a seal? Asked Tamari. Naruto replied, we are the same except I had friends while he had no one but himself. The Jinchuriki grabbed Tamari and said, let's go, I really don't want to talk to them. He made a half-ram seal and Mizu Shunshin to Gaara's room. Naruto didn't have to look to see who it was when a familiar voice called out his name. Gaara's room. Naruto and Tamari entered the room as Jiraiya was gasping for air after he had finally fixed Gaara's seal. Hey, Gaki, who is this? Jiraiya inquired. This is Tamari, Gaara's older sister, Naruto said. So you're the daughter of the Kazekage? Jiraiya asked. How is Gaara? Tamari asked, nodding. Whoever seals Shukaku inside him was an amateur, Jiraiya said, adding that he would be alright. Gaara's mind would become unstable if someone applied a 3-pronged seal and a berserker seal to him. It was my father, Tamari remarked. He only saw Gaara as a weapon, and when he lost control of him, he sent assassins after him, but the sand continued to protect him. The death of my mother's brother, my uncle Yashimaru, in an attempted murder was the last straw that caused Gaara to lose it. Once, he and Gaara were close, but Gaara suddenly lost interest in him. After opening his eyes and turning to face Naruto, Gaara began to yell, don't come any closer. It is impossible to eradicate my existence. Naruto replied, the pain of being alone is not an easy one to bear. Why can I understand you? Gaara asked, startled to see tears in Naruto's eyes. Your emotions? Hinata. Chan, Choji, Shikamaru, Kiba, Akamaru, Hokage.G, Mei, Chan, Tamari, Chan, and Ero. Sensei are among the individuals I already hold in high regard. Even if you try to kill them, I will stop you, even if it means killing you. I will not allow you to harm these people. Why? Gaara asked. Why would you go to such lengths to keep them safe? Replied Naruto, they were the one who saved me from the hell you had no chance of escaping, they acknowledged my existence. I see. That is why you are strong, Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara reflected. Your brother and sister, Tamari and Kankuro, accept you, but they couldn't get to you because you wouldn't let them. They stood by you no matter what, even until you were driven insane, Naruto remarked. You will discover the true meaning of strength, the meaning behind that symbol etched on your head, when you allow them to return and accept your existence. The foundation of a truly strong person is love and friendship. Uzumaki, Naruto, thank you, said Gaara. With a nod, the Jinchuriki said, you are welcome, Gaara. Gazing at Tamari, Gaara said, Tamari, yes, Gaara, said Tamari. I am sorry, said Gaara. With tears in her eyes, Tamari grinned and said, it's okay, Gaara, you don't have to apologize. Jiraiya said, the new seal should keep him in control and he can finally sleep for a change. Gaara gave her a ghostly smile before dozing off again. Naruto, you must be worn out. Naruto replied, I am. I had to use so much chakra to keep up with him, but I will be fine now. Jiraiya replied, that is good, I don't want you to pass out or anything. Naruto responded, alright, Ero. Sensei, I will leave you and Tamari. I got to see Hinata-chan for a minute. After walking downstairs, Hinata and Kiba were confronted by Naruto, who said, "Hey, Kiba, Akamaru, Hinata-chan. Nice job with your matches, Naruto." Kiba grinned. "Down there, you kicked ass." Naruto said, "Hey, thanks, you too. I told you I would avenge Hinata," in response to Akamaru barking his agreement with his friend and partner. "By the way, how are you feeling, Hinata?" Hinata said, I'm fine, and Naruto.kun. Naruto grinned and said, "That's great. Don't move too much right now because the gentle fist can be hard on the body. Additionally, I believe Neji will now treat you nicely." Thank you," said Hinata. Kiba responded, "Say, Naruto, your team was looking for you, you better go find them." "Unfortunately, I have nothing to say to them at the moment, so it is best that they don't find me at all," Naruto said, his smile quickly turning to a frown. Abruptly, the voice of Sasuke said, "Dobi, oh no, I better go. I was never here," Naruto uttered. As Sasuke emerged, Naruto performed a half-ram seal and pushed Shunshin away, asking, "Where did he go? Have you seen him?" Keeping his smile to himself, Kiba said, "Nope, sorry, Sasuke, Naruto ain't here." According to Hinata, we didn't see him at all. Kiba started laughing at the Uchiha's antics, and Sasuke swore as he ran in the other direction. Mei. Naruto came up to her as she was sitting on the roof. "Hey, Naruto.kun. Mei said without turning to face him. According to Naruto, "Hey, Mei-chan, thanks, according to Mei, for what?" Naruto remarked, "I don't know what would have happened to me in the exams if I hadn't met you." Mei remarked, "I knew you would find a way to make that Hyuga stop being so cocky." The taunting was a great touch, and the audience laughed uncontrollably. One of the Case Cage's bodyguards may have grinned. Naruto remarked, "I'm glad you liked it." After giving her a cheek kiss, Mei remarked, "Well, someone has gained some confidence." "Because of you," said Naruto. Flashback. A month and 3 weeks ago, Naruto said, "Okay." Hokage.G said that he should be by the hot springs. As he turned the corner, he saw a white-haired man wearing a kabuki costume, giggling and writing in a notebook. "Let's see, white hair. Check. Giggling madly. Check. Looks like a kabuki character. Check." To expose his pervertishment, are there any kunoichi present? Naruto was not a self-described pervert, but unlike others, he was never caught and was usually the one who was accused. Naruto glanced over and saw that Mei-chan had entered, and he was astounded by her beauty. "Mei-chan is here? That implies... Oh, no." The Jinchuriki pondered. Says Naruto. "Pardon me." The blind man waved his hand in a shooing motion. "Oi!" Naruto yelled. "Shush, don't be so loud," the man said. "Kid, what do you want?" Jiraiya was momentarily stunned when Naruto said, "Two things. 1. I know you are my freaking godfather, Jiraiya of the Sannin." Naruto then offered him a punch that would have made Tsunade proud, saying, "Stop peeking on women, in particular, my goddamn fiancé." After hearing Naruto's tirade, Mei and the other women hurried out of the onsen to find him huffing and puffing in rage, muttering, "Damn pervert, no respect for women and himself. Additionally, he does it openly." Kyuubi said, "You know you do realize that you have to tell Mei how you knew that it was her in there." Naruto thought, "Easy, I saw her walk into the hot springs and decided to take a break from finding the man, then I found him peeking on her." Kyuubi said, "Nice lie, you got that ability from me, seeing that a fox is cunning and all." At this point, he turned to face the women and Mei. "How did you find me, Naruto, and why did you knock that pervert?" Mei asked. Replied that, "I saw you walking into the onsen, so I decided to take a break from checking the hot springs in the village. Then I noticed that the description Oji.san gave me matched the same one and he was peeking on the other side, which I knew you were on." A moment of blinking followed by a shout, "You are so sweet, Naru.kun." When Naruto's chest touched her full breasts, he flushed. He then heard scratching and turned to see Jiraiya smiling and writing frantically, "Hey, Arrow.Oji.san." When Naruto screamed, the man fell, and the women, aside from Mei, began beating Jiraiya mercilessly. "You are my god.son, and my old sensei sent you to fetch me. What is it?" Jiraiya asked gravely after it was over. "I would like you to teach me, please," said Naruto. "Why are you being taught by your sensei?" Jiraiya asked. Mei responded, "Because his sensei prefers the Uchiha over him, Plus he quotes that Naruto.kun is useless and he doesn't want his reputation sullied by him. Frowning, Jiraiya said, "Who is he?" Gritting his teeth, Naruto replied, "Kakashi Hitaki." Two things made Jiraiya furious, to put it mildly. First, Sarutobi did the same thing, but he wasn't as harsh as Kakashi, and Jiraiya was offended, forcing Sarutobi to make amends later. Second, the fucking bastard was one of Minato's students. "Alright, Naruto, I'll help you train," Jiraiya said, "but why is the Godem Mizukage with you?" "What did you do?" asked Naruto. Jiraiya responded, "Kid, the reason that I wasn't there for you was because the council had made me take this job since my expertise in information gathering was valuable to them, but I have been sending money to your account to help you about." "What did you do?" asked Naruto. Naruto snarled at the book Icha Icha Paradise when Jiraiya took it out, saying, "Let me guess, the idiot reads these." Jiraiya remarked, "Well, now. I guess I have to screw him over. By banning him from these things." After Naruto nodded slowly. With a smile, Naruto said, "I think this will be a great relationship, Ero, sensei." Jiraiya responded, "Can you stop calling me that? Your father Minato was bad enough already." "No, Hokage.G couldn't stop me from calling him that," Naruto retorted. "What gives you the impression that you can?" Mei was suppressing a laugh at her fiancé's behavior when Jiraiya turned to him for assistance. Jiraiya gradually put the two together, and he exclaimed, "Wait a minute, you are the Gaki's fiancé?" Jiraiya shuddered at Mei's endearing, sickly smile as she said, "That is the gist of it, but I would ask you not to call him a Gaki in front of me, or I will kill you." According to Jiraiya, right, Naruto replied, "Oh, and Ero. Sensei, can you teach me that move that Orochimaru did? I think it was Gogyo Fuin." "Why do you want to know that?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto replied, "Because there is another Jinchuriki in the exams and if I fight him, he might become insane and release the demon. If I learn the technique, I might be able to stop him from destroying the village." Jiraiya replied, "Fine, I will teach you, just be slacking off, Naruto." "Wouldn't dream of it, Ero, sensei," said Naruto. "Please don't call me that," Jiraiya screamed. Flashback comes to an end. Kakashi discovered Naruto conversing with the Mizukage, saying, "Naruto. Hitaki. What do you want?" said Naruto icily. "Do you see that I'm occupied? You might damage my reputation, and I don't have time for you." As Naruto turned his own words against him, Kakashi winced. "Naruto, I wanted to talk to you." Sighing, "Fine, you got 5 minutes and I told you to address me as Uzumaki." "Where did you learn those techniques from?" asked Kakashi. "That's what Naruto said, the fricking library," says Kakashi. "That is impossible, the one-eyed Cyclops had to acknowledge that it was true when Naruto said, 'You have forgotten, Hitaki, nothing is impossible around me. When did you get those swords?' Naruto stated, Hokage.G gave them to me for a present when I saw one of the Anbu training. When I was 12, he gave them to me as a birthday present," says Kakashi. "Will it be possible? Sorry, Hitaki, but thank you for playing today. Time is up," Naruto said. The Mizukage grinned at the antics, but Kakashi retorted, "Naruto. Not in front of Mizukage. Dono." Naruto flipped him off, saying, "Please take this consolidation prize." Mei replied, "Oh, it is fine with me. Besides, I think it is highly unfair to neglect one person and leave the rest to fend for themselves." "I don't know what lies," Kakashi said. Mei's eyes hardened. "Hitaki, and you know this for sure. It isn't a lie. You blew off one of the best ninja for a copycat brat because all you care about is your reputation." Kakashi responded, "With all due respect, I have done nothing of the sort." "Please," Mei snorted, "I was there when you were reading that book and discussing Naruto's abilities. You mentioned that he was unable to control his chakra, that his jutsu was limited to Academy Jutsu and a B-rank ninjutsu, that his taijutsu was terrible, and that his genjutsu didn't exist. Rather than giving him a scroll to help him with it, you chose to cut your losses and hope for the best. Since I happen to report on how insensitive his jonin were, I am sure the Hokage is also very disappointed in you. The Hokage was obviously very unhappy with what you did and promised to deal with you appropriately." Sweating, Kakashi attempted to explain himself before a loud noise warned them of the location. Orochimaru, also known as the Snake Sanin, said, "Kabuto, let's go. But summon the snakes. I might as well give Sarutobi a farewell gift," throwing aside the cage robes. "So, another time then, Orochimaru, Sama?" Kabuto asked. "I'll kill that old man after Sasuke arrives," Orochimaru declared. Keep an eye on Naruto as well. He is becoming too powerful for his own good, so kill him if you get the chance. Kabuto nodded and said, as you wish, Orochimaru. Sama. He then signaled the snake summoners, and as Orochimaru's ominous laugh reverberated in the background, the snakes launched an attack on Konoha's walls. Soon Konoha will crumble and burn in the ashes of their own wool of fire, Orochimaru said ominously. Naruto remarked, son of a bitch. The bastard is attacking. In Konoha. The Jinchuriki reasoned, I had better move so I wouldn't show Hitaki my summoning contract or else he will try to make me give it to Uchiha. Teme. Naruto bit his thumb and shunned toward the snake before raising his sleeve to spread blood on the tattoo in order to reveal Yamada no Orochi. Naruto.kun, so soon? What's wrong? Yamada uttered those words. Your cousins are attempting to destroy the village, Naruto remarked. Those snakes, I will kill them without mercy, Yamada said, squinting. History between the two of you? Asked Naruto. The snake boss, Manda, attempted to overthrow me, but I was too powerful, so I stripped him of his position and exiled the snake from my domain, Yamada declared. The jerk appears to have created his own domain. After grinning, the Jinchuriki said, then let's get to work, Yamada-chan. Right. Said Yamada. The snake immediately secured Yamada and came toward her, but before they could do so, Jiraiya yelled, Kachiyose. Yatai Kuzushi no Jutsu. Nice job, Gamahiro. So that's your summon, Naruto? A giant toad with two swords on his back materialized and crushed some of the snakes with Jiraiya on top of it. Yes, is she wonderful? Naruto asked. Yamada responded, oh, Naruto.kun, stop that, you are making me blush. Jiraiya replied, we better take care of these summons before they cause any more damage. All right, but first, Henge, said Naruto. I want to keep this summon a secret because Hitaki might try to steal it, Naruto said after changing into Mei. Jiraiya responded, good thinking, I noticed that she is at the Hokage Tower, so she will be fine, let's go, Gamahiro. When Yamada no Orochi, whose heads control the elements of fire, water, lightning, earth, wind, shadow, light, and finally ice, killed 8 snakes at once, Gamahiro said, right. He pulled out his swords and started slicing up the opposition. Jiraiya yelled, Gamahiro, give me some oil. Gamahiro flipped through hand signals and threw up his swords, saying, Gamayuden, Gamayuenden, Kaden. Jiraiya yelled. With a combination of hers and Naruto's, Yamada completed the task, causing the oil-covered snakes to writhe in agony. Naruto.kun, send a lightning attack. You got it, Naruto said. Raiden, Kangekia, Hayaten, Tuketsu Arana, said Yamada. The combination of the lightning and the ice breath gave the attack a startling surprise. Hey, Yamada, Naruto said, I got a phrase for this. What is that? Asked Yamada. Naruto replied, the name is Uzumaki, I put a shock to your system. A.N. Don't own static shock, ha, WB can't sue my ass, Yamada said. Nice phrase. Soon after, the battle was over, and Yamada and Gamahiro were dismissed. Jiraiya and Naruto appeared together, and the sage remarked, nice work there, kid. For you, your summon is ideal. Damn straight. Naruto exclaimed. Jiraiya glanced at him as Sasuke and Sakura suddenly located him, and Naruto moaned. I finally found you, Naruto, Sasuke remarked. How dare you steal my chance to defeat Gaara? Yeah, Sasuke.kun should have had that match, not you, Sakura added. It is not my fault that your ass was late, Naruto retorted. Don't even mention that I received preferential treatment because the Hokage cannot show partiality to his shinobi, regardless of their proximity. Now leave and fuck like a rabbit or something. Listen, Haruno. I will not tolerate you trying to hit me at all. I will not, I repeat. I will not be your punching bag every time the Uchiha rejected you to get fucked in your dry pussy. Seeing that Kakashi is a better candidate than you, Sakura said as she cleverly threw her fist at Naruto, who sighed and grabbed it before twisting it to the side and kicking her behind her kneecaps, sending her to the ground. I will therefore tell you to never cross me again. Oh, and you should now refer to me as Uzumaki-san rather than Naruto or Baka. Do we understand? Sakura remained silent, but her eyes were watering silently, and Naruto tightened his hold. Are we clear? Sakura exclaimed, hi. Sakura quickly moved away from Naruto, crying a little, but Sasuke said, Dobi, how come I can't copy your jutsu? Naruto released her and said, good, now get out of my sight. Because, Uchiha, that is a secret, Naruto remarked. Jiraiya chuckled at the Uchiha's flushed face and said, I demand that you tell me where did you learn those jutsu. Now I suggest you go run along and go suck Hitaki's dick. Go check the damn library, Naruto said. Goodbye, Uchiha. I hope we don't cross paths again. When Uchiha halted to notice Tiger's fang at his throat, Sasuke remarked, We are not done. Naruto then said, menacingly, I would rather you back off, Uchiha, or else I am going to have to take away those lovely eyes of yours, capiche? After that, we're going to take a quick stroll around Konoha and bada bing bada boom. Note to self. Stop watching The Godfather, Naruto thought, and Hakare Saiga doesn't own this either. I wonder where the hell that came from. Slowly backing up, Sasuke uttered the words, Fine, Naru. Naruto replied, Uzumaki, I have cast off Team 7, this is no longer my team. This is your team. You can't leave us, Sasuke remarked. Naruto replied, It seems that you were the ones who abandoned me. You can ask Hitaki if your feeble mind can't understand the shit I am saying. Nar, said Sasuke. Uzumaki, I will not tell you again, Naruto uttered. Alright, Uzumaki. This isn't over, Sasuke said. This time is already over, Uchiha, Naruto remarked. We are out of time and motivation to remain Team 7, and Hitaki believes I am a waste of room. Haruno is concerned about losing her virginity to her beloved Sasuke-kun, while you are only interested in retaliation. After saying, well done, Naruto. Let's hope we won't regret it at all. Jiraiya followed Naruto out. We were never a team to begin with, we scraped by luck. Naruto replied, Trust me, Jiraiya. Sensei, I will not regret any of it at all. This was followed by an Anbu saying, Jiraiya. Sama, Naruto.san, the council, and the Hokage wish to see you. I know that smirk, you planned on screwing over the council with your heritage, aren't you? Jiraiya asked in response to Naruto's savage grin. Yes, Naruto remarked. Willn't Hitaki be shocked that he disregarded his sensei's own son? Given the law regarding harming heirs, I'll bet you 20 bottles of sake that he and the other villagers will be pleading with me for forgiveness. Wait. Oh, that is so devious. How did you know about that law? Jiraiya asked. Naruto remarked, Oji.san showed it to me after I told him that I knew. I know every single act against me because I have a photographic memory. No sane person would put up with that nonsense. Oh, said Jiraiya, the council is screwed. Naruto replied, no, they're not screwed, they're fucked sideways. Okay. This doesn't go to the shinobi side since I know for a damn fact they didn't call me unless I did a prank, so what the fuck you people want? Naruto began as they entered the council room, where they saw the civilian council, the elders, and Danzo glaring at him. It appeared that the shinobi side didn't want to be here. An unidentified civilian council member yelled, Stop talking and treat us with the deference we merit, brat. You are in no position to order me around, civilian. I suggest that you keep your trap shut or I see to it that you get very acquainted with Dragon's Claw, Naruto said, glaring at him as the member withered under the Jinchuriki's stare. As Naruto fingered the hilt, preparing to draw it, the civilian gulped. Now, Naruto said, I'll ask again why the fuck you called this meeting. Smugly, Danzo remarked, we want to know exactly what Jiraiya trained you in over the month. Naruto stated, besides writing poetry, he taught me to properly control my chakra since my asshole of a sensei didn't bother to train anyone except the Uchiha and the sealing method that I used on Gaara. You lie. Screamed one of the members. Haruno, my apprentice tells the truth, Jiraiya remarked. Hitaki has only taught him the tree-walking exercise and teamwork skills that the fool ought to have imparted to him prior to their embarkation on that C-rank turned A-rank mission. In actuality, your Banshee daughter is on his team. Jiraiya, you took this boy as your apprentice? Homura asked. He is not nearly as good a candidate as the Uchiha. The Toad Sanin responded, please, the Uchiha can kiss my ass. Wait, let me take that back, he is gay since he has been riding Hitaki's ass 24/7. Jiraiya, said Kaharu. What? Jiraiya asked. It is the truth. The shinobi were trembling with laughter, in part because of the expressions on the faces of the civilians and Jiraiya's inquiry about Sasuke's sexual preference. It is the truth, Naruto uttered. Oh, come on, really, he had a whole fan club at his disposal, including Haruno's daughter. They all, well, nearly all of them, asked if they could fuck him. Ino wasn't as desperate as Haruno, and Hinata didn't like his attitude. Yelled the councilwoman, how dare you, Naruto remarked, Haruno, you are aware that it is true. In fact, I'm willing to wager that you pushed her to act sultry in order to gain more authority. Councilwoman Haruno snarled at Naruto, who simply flipped her off after he said, honestly, I think I fell of the Hokage tower when I was young. I have no idea what I saw in the bitch. The Haruno remained silent, confirming Naruto's suspicions. Enough, said Sarutobi. I'm getting too old for this shit, so let's get this over with now. We need to choose a new Hokage. At last, something smart, Jiraiya remarked. I agree, but I will not lead this village. There is no if and or but to it. What? Danzo asked. Why not? The fact that some idiots attempted to kill an innocent boy because he is a demon, Jiraiya stated. Additionally, there was overt favoritism and an attempt to undermine the boy's education, rendering him all but worthless. You'll all try to walk over me, too. According to Danzo, we are, Jiraiya responded. Bullshit, Danzo, I may be a self-proclaimed pervert, but I am not naive. So, Jiraiya, who do you recommend? Sarutobi asked. With a sly smile, Jiraiya said, my old teammate, Tsunade. Danzo was terrified because Tsunade was the granddaughter of the Shoden, who was essentially royalty and the most obstinate member of the Sannin. She would not change her mind once she made up her mind. Tsunade, said Sarutobi. However, she has avoided us by wandering around the village for years. Jiraiya responded, I think I can convince her to come, besides I think she will be very pleasant, especially when she finds out that her godson is alive and she has been lied to. Who is her godson? Inquired one of the civilians. To which Jiraiya replied, why, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto replied, Jiraiya, sensei, you know that is not my real name. After a brief period of silence, Jiraiya said, you are right, I am sorry, Naruto. I meant to say Naruto Namikaze. Koharu then stammered, did you say N Namikaze? Naruto replied, you must be going deaf, so I will repeat it. My true name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. That is impossible, the Haruno uttered. Naruto replied, I am known as the most unpredictable ninja in Konoha. Let's just say payback is a bitch. The civilian council members looked frightened. Naruto smiled evilly, now it is going to be paid in full, considering the fact that each one of you have wronged me in the past including others. Therefore, due to a law dating back to the Shoden's rule, there is a law against harming heirs to respected clans without valid reason. That person must give half of their possessions including money, houses, etc. A civilian yelled, you're lying. You cannot be the son of the Yondaime. Given that he resembles him, Jiraiya stated, it is not a lie. Additionally, Sarutobi, Sensei, Tsunade, and I were present at Naruto's birth. In fact, Tsunade brought him into the world. And we have a copy of his birth certificate and a blood test that matches my deceased student 98% of the time. He is the Yellow Flash's son. Naruto declared, I will now own half of the stores and the orphanage is mine. I will be merciful and force you to leave some of your homes, but they will all have to live in my dingy apartment complex, which I now also own. You can't do that, the civilian council roared in outrage. I can and I will, Naruto declared. In addition, if you don't comply, I will have to take action by forcibly taking your belongings, after which you will be imprisoned and given 30 whippings. Guess what, then? You are now mine to play with. I am no longer your bitch. You asked how high it was when I said to jump. Under his scrutiny, the civilian council wilted, and it dawned on them that they were fucked with a 10-foot pole up their asses. Naruto went on, why wasn't my fiancé informed that I was still alive? Would you mind explaining, Koharu, Homura, or Danzo? W. What are you talking about? Asked Koharu. The fact that you two have sabotaged a union behind my back, Sarutobi said. Me and the two of you are the only individuals who possess the Hokage seal. I asked Inoichi to look for any repressed memories or memories of it in my mind. What did we discover? Nothing at all. As he said, now, it seems that we have two loose cannons. I never would have believed that you two, my own teammates, would do such a thing. Homura and Koharu perspired under the Hokage's stare. This is considered treason, and we would have gone to war as a result of your actions. Take them to a holding cell, Anbu, and play with Ibiki toys for a while. Then, we'll see what's inside your heads. According to Danzo, Hokage, Sama, you can't do this. Danzo, are you doubting my authority? Sarutobi asked. Do you have anything you would like to share with us? The floor is yours if there is a good reason why they shouldn't be viewed as traitors. I have nothing to share, Hokage. Sama, Danzo remarked. Naruto replied, but I do, I would like you all to meet my fiancé. When Mei entered, Sarutobi said, Ladies and gentlemen, meet Mei Terumi, the Godem Mizukage and Naruto Namikaze's fiancé. Sarutobi nodded to Neko and said, "Send her in." Danzo was thinking, shit, that means he knows about me sending one of my rude operatives to her. That's right, bitch, Sarutobi thought, glaring at Danzo. I got you cornered, so better watch yourself or I won't hesitate to kill you. Since the Anbu sighting was a personal note, I cannot convict you, but I can remove your conspirators. Mei said, "Hey, Naruto.kun, hey, Mei. Chan," Naruto said after she planted a kiss on his cheek. According to Sarutobi, Naruto has inherited his seat and his mother's and father's belongings since his heritage was made public. I anticipate that everyone who has previously harmed him will abide by the law that Naruto has unveiled. Sume remarked, "Hokage. Sama, while I have no doubts about Naruto's strength, is it prudent to disclose his ancestry at such an early age? We ought to wait until he attained the position of Chunin." Respectfully, Sume. Sama, I have trained under the strongest Sannin in a cage. Level shinobi in less than a month, let alone withstand a Jinchuriki who was about to unleash his own Biju in the stadium, Naruto remarked. In addition, Iwa is a little afraid. Since my father was known for the Hiraishin, they will have to be wary of me if they find out that a Namikaze is present. Since I am not yet of legal age, my godfather will speak on my behalf. The villagers were terrified of Naruto now that their beloved Yondaimi's son was the village outcast. This indicates that they were fucked sideways with a 10-foot kanabo by Naruto's evil smile, Sarutobi's, and Jiraiya's. N. It is a heavy club. Like a hexagonal bat, only with metal spikes. Now, said Sarutobi, how are you going to retrieve Tsunade, Jiraiya? Jiraiya declared, Chunin Naruto Namikaze will accompany me in my search for her. He can be moved from his genin team because he is a Chunin and my apprentice. I don't think that bringing Naruto will be enough, Heishi remarked, because the Third Great Shinobi War still causes her some pain. In one sitting, she lost both her brother and her lover. Jiraiya concurred, saying, no thanks to this village, but Naruto has also experienced the same kind of loneliness in his heart. I am not taking the Uchiha or teaching him anything, but he is the ideal candidate to accompany me on this mission. The little shit also needs to learn humility and manners. Furthermore, Sharingan be damned. Tsunade would kill him instantly if they ever met. Inoichi responded, well, we agree with this matter. Now on the next issue, we have heard that the Case-Cage was killed and Suna was in cohorts with Orochimaru, posing as the Case-Cage during the exams. Danzo replied, we should exterminate them, they can't be trusted at all. However, Inoichi stated, Suna was in a desperate situation because of the loss of military might following the Wind Daimyo's funding cut and their missions to us. Because Orochimaru can be very persuasive when he wants to, there was no other option. According to Shibi Aburame, what does this mean? Inoichi responded, apparently Sanagakure has offered the daughter of the Case-Cage's hand in marriage to one of our shinobi. According to the Haruno bitch, Sasuke Uchiha has offered her. Inoichi laughed. No, Suna is not fearful of him. You see, Gaara was their strongest warrior and they have given the daughter of the Case-Cage to the one who defeated Sabaku no Gaara, Namikaze Naruto. What? Said Naruto. Inoichi stated, let's face it. Uchiha has Kaden Jutsu, and if I'm not mistaken, he should have another jutsu that could have penetrated Gaara's defense. However, if Gaara had let go of his Biju, he would not have survived. Contrarily, Naruto overcame the defense by taking advantage of its vulnerabilities to lightning and water. He also employed a sealing technique that damaged Gaara's chakra, averting a massacre. Sanagakure is afraid of your strength, and now that you have vanquished Gaara, they are wondering what else we could do to them. They are offering a political marriage as an alliance in order to take the simple route out. So, said Naruto, I am getting married to Tamari. Chan, huh? Okay, with the CRA and everything, I have to do this anyhow. Shikaku responded, next, since there will be an alliance between Konoha and Kiri and I am sure Mizukage. Dono doesn't trust anyone but you, Naruto, you are going to be the ambassador. After nodding, Naruto questioned, is that all? No, you insulted and assaulted my daughter as well as the Uchiha, the Haruno council member said. Bullshit. Jiraiya exclaimed. My apprentice was justified in defending himself after your daughter essentially attacked him in front of me in broad daylight. Additionally, the Uchiha chastised him for abandoning his team and practically demanded that he tell them where he gets his jutsu and techniques. I would hate to see what a certain cage could do to you, so you'd better keep that banshee mouth of yours shut. A.N. I bet money that she is Yuno Hana's reincarnation or something. The councilwoman looked fearfully at Mei's face. even though she was smiling. Sarutobi stated, "Nothing else. Good then. Meeting adjourned. Prepare to depart with Jiraiya in order to locate my pupil, Naruto." Naruto gave a nod and departed with Mei and Jiraiya. The shinobi sides separated, and the civilians frighteningly made their way to their house. Danzo was fuming in his head, and he was fortunate not to have told Homura and Kaharu anything that would have led to his execution as well, but he was aware that he would now be closely watched. Orochimaru's plans to subjugate Naruto were more difficult than ever because Naruto had already revealed his heritage and was a hero, and if he were killed, Kiri would now descend upon them along with Suna and most of Konoha. He had to come up with a plan to kill the Mizukage and Naruto in a covert manner without anyone being able to identify him because, although his portion of root ninja were strong, they were totally overpowered by the numbers. 2 days later, on the north wall of Konoha, two figures stood atop the wall, wearing straw hats with paper streamers on the side. Their cloaks were black with red clouds on them and had high collars. The tall one had a shark-like face and strange blue skin, while the shorter one was silent and had black hair, but you couldn't see his face. "Well, it appears to be undisturbed. Do you feel sentimental?" to his partner, the tall, shark-like man said. The shorter one said, "No, I don't feel nostalgic at all." He raised his gaze to see Konoha in full view, and a mature Sharingan was visible in his eyes. The snake Sanin, Orochimaru, swore, "Damn that bitch. She ruined everything. That Uzumaki brat messed up everything, and Sasuke was supposed to be the trigger. However, we were able to have Sasuke Uchiha afflicted with your cursed seal of heaven," Kabuto stated. "What will you do next?" Orochimaru responded, "Simple. We need a strong person on our side to help take care of our Mizukage problem, and I am sure that you can take out Uzumaki Naruto without any problems." "Of course, Orochimaru Sama," Kabuto said, "but who are we hiring?" According to Orochimaru, my old teammate Tsunade. Kakashi Hitaki, a tall man, said, "It's been a long journey, want to have a drink before we begin our search?" The Sharingan wielder agreed and entered the tea restaurant, cautious of the Jonin who was displayed on the wall like a badass. When Asuma and Kurenai arrived together, the one-eyed Cyclops was waiting on his prized pupil, and they nodded to Kakashi, but they were secretly disgusted by him. The Uchiha was a loose cannon, and Kakashi did nothing to correct the child for attacking Gaara because he was disqualified for being late. "What are you doing here, Kakashi?" "I personally thought Sasuke needed an ass-whooping to get his ego deflated," revealed Kurenai. "I assumed you detested sweets." Sasuke arrived and said, "It is surprising that you are on time for once in your life, Kakashi." The Jonin saw that the shorter man's hand on the cup tightened slightly when Kakashi stated, "I am here to pick up a few things and I'm waiting for Sasuke." According to Kakashi, this tends to happen on a rare chance. When he saw that no one was around, Sasuke remarked, "I hate sweets." After giving Asuma and Kurenai a nod, the two vanished after the enigmatic pair. Asuma and Kurenai stopped them, and the chain smoker said, "You two don't look like the locals, why are you here?" "Long time no see, Asuma-san, Kurenai-san," the shorter man said. "You seem to know us," Asuma replied. "Were you a local ninja?" Asuma said, You are, Uchiha Itachi." The shorter man remained silent, but he lifted his hat to reveal his Sharingan eyes. "I guess I have to introduce myself too since you two know Itachi. I am Kisame Hoshigaki," the blue man said. Kurenai declared, "You are a missing nin from Kiri who is also in charge of destroying nearby nations and murdering some of Kiri's daimyos. Why are two criminals of the S rank present?" "Based on their attire, it appears that they have a purpose." "What is it?" Asuma asked. "You know you would be killed at the site of the scene for the incident you caused, so why are you back here?" Itachi responded, "Asuma, Kurenai, get out of our way, I don't want to kill you." "Can I kill him?" Kisame asked, removing the bandaged sword from his back and slamming it to the ground, shattering the concrete. "He is really annoying." Itachi spoke in a monotone voice, "It seems that they will not let us leave, just try to keep it down or you will attract more flies." Asuma pulled out his trench knives and stopped the attack. Kurenai made hand signals to vanish like a ghost, and Kisame smiled as he hefted his sword and swung it downward. As he struggled with Samahata, Asuma thought, "He can easily pressure me with the tip of his sword, what power?" Itachi's Sharingan eyes widened with a sheen, and he thought, "This is Genjutsu." "My Samahata doesn't cut, it shave people to pieces," Kisame said, yanking the sword back with a toothy grin as the blade on Asuma's shoulder tore at his arm and unwrapped its bandages. Holding his arm, Asuma remarked, "Damn, Kurenai, you are pretty slow." Itachi was suddenly wedged against a tree. and Kurenai emerged from inside, holding a kunai. When Kurenai was suddenly trapped in her own genjutsu, Itachi remarked, "Nice genjutsu, but that level is useless against me." Kurenai thought, "This is counter jutsu. It's over." Kurenai bit her lip to escape the genjutsu after Itachi let a kunai slip into his hand. She quickly ducked up his swipe, but as his foot sped toward her, she had to cross her arms to lessen the force of the blow. Upon her launch into the lake, Asuma exclaimed, "Kurenai." Asuma had to avoid Kisami's blows as he said, "You don't have time to worry about others." Itachi then emerged behind Kurenai and said, "As expected from you, Kurenai, but..." "Sorry, but the person that it is over for is you, Itachi," a fresh voice said abruptly. Kisame turned his head sideways, but Asuma saw an opening and aimed his knuckle blades at his head, causing a cut to appear on his cheek. "What?" Kisame said in surprise. Then he noticed that Asuma's blades were covered with chakra. Kisame flipped through hand signs, Sweden. Suikoden. The jutsu was launched, but it was negated when another one was thrown in its path. Itachi said, "Hitaki Kakashi." The real one blocked Kisami's jutsu, while the one behind him was a cage bunshin. Kisame laughed. "Ah, the copy ninja, I heard that you and Zabuza-chan got in a fight. A good opportunity to shred you into ribbons." "Stop playing around, Kisame," Itachi yelled. "You fight too long, which will inevitably lead to Anbu discovering us. Remember our mission." "What is this mission?" Kakashi inquired. "According to Itachi, we are looking for something." "And that is?" asked Kakashi. "I have to kill you if I tell you," Itachi said. "I won't waste time like Kisame did." Itachi's hand emerged shuriken, and Kakashi yelled, "Sweden. Suijinheki." Kakashi was shielded from Itachi's Sweden. Suikoden by a wall of water. "His jutsu is too quick. My eyes can't keep up with me," the speaker said. The one-eyed bastard thought, "It appears that he used Sweden to attack my legs after using the shuriken as bait." A cage bunshin of Itachi then materialized behind Kakashi to stab him with a kunai after Itachi remarked, "Your eye is highly remarkable, Kakashi, am I correct?" "Cage bunshin?" Kurenai asked. "He has incredibly quick jutsu." When Kakashi abruptly changed into water, Kisame remarked, "Mizu bunshin, he knows our techniques very well." "Nice one, Kakashi," Kurenai said. Kurenai was seized by Kakashi, who said, "Get down, this is the cage bunshin." "What?" Kurenai thought. Asuma yelled, "Kakashi, Kurenai," as the clone burst apart and Itachi whispered, "Bunshin Deibakuha." Itachi remarked, "It is impressive that you can use the Sharingan to that extent even though you are not of our blood. However, it still doesn't suit you at all, Kakashi," as he hurried on the water to check on the two. "I'll demonstrate the Sharingan's actual power for you. Do you know why we are regarded as the strongest?" "It couldn't be," Kakashi said, his eyes widening. "You too," he yelled, "close your eyes and don't open them." His technique can only be countered by those who possess Sharingan. Kakashi was crucified to a cross, and Itachi clones appeared holding katanas. Itachi stated, "That is correct, only someone with Sharingan can provide resistance to the jutsu. But only someone with Uchiha blood has a chance of defeating this genjutsu Tsukuyomi." Itachi declared, "Within this realm, space, time, everything is under my control." After completely flipping everything, "You will be repeatedly shanked by these katana for the next 72 hours. The clones immediately started shanking Kakashi, and when the Tsukuyomi was over, Kakashi fell to his knees. Itachi and Kakashi were both gasping for air when Kisame exclaimed, "Ho? You are still alive, but that eye poses a threat to you as well, Itachi. That jutsu is meant to break people's spirits." "Are you after Sasuke?" asked Kakashi. The reply from Itachi was, "No, we are after the Nine Tails." "Naruto," Kurenai said. "What do you want with the Kyuubi?" asked Kakashi. "That's none of your business," Itachi said. "Take them, Kisame." Kisame lunged towards them, but he was kicked and yelled, "Konoha Goriki Senpu." When Kisame stood up, he said, "Who are you?" "The Leaf's noble beast, made a guy," the man said. "Funny guy," Kisame said. "What's the outfit about? Are you an exotic beast?" According to Itachi, "Don't take him lightly." Guy grabbed the man as Kakashi collapsed from exhaustion, and Asuma remarked, "Guy, don't look in Itachi's eyes." Guy replied, "I know that, you can open your eyes, just focus on his feet, that is how I trained to beat the Sharingan." "Kurenai, take Kakashi to the hospital. Asuma and I will take them," he said, handing Kakashi to Kurenai. "You're brave," Kisame said. "Kisame, forget about it. We didn't come here to start a war," Itachi said. Additionally, I feel like Anbu is approaching. In the meantime, a frustrated Uchiha was training diligently as usual in the forest while Kisame said, "And I finally got excited, that is too bad." The two fled using the Shunshin no Jutsu. How much more development do I require? At the academy, Naruto never displayed his thunderous power. Where has that power been hidden by him? Why can't my Sharingan replicate his jutsu, and how can I obtain that power? The Uchiha pondered. Ready to go, Mei. Chan, arrow. Sensei, Naruto said. Mei replied, "Hi, Naruto-kun, we must continue your training in your Kekkei Genkei." Kisame remarked, "It appears that Jiraiya and the new Mizukage are here. This is going to be a problem for me at least," as she and Itachi watched them. "Jiraiya is aware of your abilities, and she is aware of mine." Itachi responded, "Then we have to separate them. I will isolate the Sannin, you isolate the Mizukage. After Jiraiya have been occupied, I will go after Naruto." When Sasuke ran through the village, he discovered Kurenai, Guy, and Asuma gathered around Kakashi's sleeping form, all of them suspicious, until a random Jonin ruined the situation by bringing up Itachi and pursuing Naruto. With a perverted smile on his face, Jiraiya said, "Okay, we will stay here for tonight." Then he saw a woman staring at him and winked across the hotel. "Naruto, here is the room key, go and refine your chakra." "Whatever, Kyufu, go and do your research, means more alone time with Mei. Chan," Naruto said, rolling his eyes. "Naruto, are you hinting at what I believe you to be?" Mei asked. Naruto replied, "No, not yet, but I didn't say any cuddling was not allowed." "Naruto, I know that you want to do that, but I am going to have to postpone it for a while," Mei said with a sly smile before her eyes narrowed. The boy threw his backpack on the bed and practiced chakra control by balancing a kunai on his finger. Naruto said, "I know, be careful, that man's chakra level is unreal, it rivals at least a tail of Kyuubi's." Mei nodded and stepped away from Naruto, who went up to his room. Naruto thought, he was rejected already. When he heard a knock on the door, Naruto grinned and said, "I had a feeling that it was not a coincidence. You were after Kyuubi, right, Akatsuki?" That was fast. He opened the door to reveal Itachi Uchiha. "So Jiraiya told you about our organization. Will you come quietly?" Itachi asked. "Hell no," said Naruto, "because I would have to die if you wanted to take the Kyuubi. I don't want to die a virgin. I'll tell you what, you can get me when I'm old and have a lot of children and wives." Itachi responded, "That is not an option, but it is nice to see you alive, Sasuke." Sasuke said, "Uchiha Itachi, I will kill you." Naruto shot back, "For the record, Itachi, I blame you and that Mangekyo Sharingan of yours, you really fucked him up." Itachi remained silent. Sasuke snarled, "I have been wanting to say this for a long time. I have cursed you. I hated you. I hated you. I have hated you my entire life, and my only goal was to murder you. This is what I have lived for." Pulling down his collar, Sasuke triggered his Chidori. He whispered, "Chidori, damn it, Sasuke." Naruto sighed, "You are to get your ass killed." "Look, Sasuke, I don't like you, but I will not stand by to watch you get killed." Naruto threw Dragon's Claw at Sasuke, who grabbed it in his hand and said, "I will be taking that back after we destroyed your brother." Sasuke dragged the Chidori across the wall as he charged at Itachi, but Itachi managed to knock it into the wall. Naruto then leapt and used Tiger's Fang to swipe at Itachi's head. "Mei. Why are you here, Kisame Hoshigaki?" Mei inquired. "Mei. Chan, it's been a while," Kisame remarked. "How is Chojuro doing?" According to Mei, he is fine. Kisame responded, "Never thought that you, one of the 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist, would become Mizukage." Mei responded, "Are you going to talk about old times or are you going to come back to the village peacefully?" Kisame responded, "No, I prefer my life how it is, dodging danger, fighting strong opponents, especially that Nine-Tails brat, he seems strong." Mei pulled out a scroll and opened her sword, which was about 50 inches long and scimitar. Style. It was a deep red color that seemed to come to life and move when the light reflected off of it. It appears that Samahata reconnected with Kazan Arashi. "I won't allow you to hurt Naruto-kun." Mei scowled at Kisame, and the two engaged in combat after Kisame smiled and hefted Samahata, saying, "You were always a nuisance to me with that demon blade of yours." Mei felt the heat radiating from Kazan Arashi as she held it horizontally to her face. As Samahata tore off its bandages for the second time today, her opponent, Kisame Hoshigaki, flashed a sly smile. The strange blue giant shifted in opposition to the water shadow. ready to use his strength to slash Mei with his sword. As Samahata smashed the ground, Mei saw the move and quickly rolled to the side. Kisame jumped away as the mist Nukanen dodged her slashes at his legs. Kisame swiftly used Samahata to protect himself from the slash as Mei pursued him and attempted to slit his torso. The Mizukage retreated as the man swung Samahata toward Mei's side, but not before her sleeve was torn and some of her chakra was stolen. Kisame smiled toothily at the woman, saying, "Hey, what's wrong? You don't look so presentable anymore, Mizukage, dono." To stop some of the bleeding on her shoulder, Mei briefly gritted her teeth. Mei managed to roll away and slash at Kisami's sword arm as he approached her to attack her injured shoulder. The mist Nukanen avoided getting burned on his sleeve. Kisame exclaimed, "You see, this is why I hate that damn sword of yours. Always burning everything." Mei responded, "Oh, like you are one to talk. Yours is a bottomless pit that eats your opponent's chakra and then gives it to you. Hence giving you the nickname Monster of the Mist." Replied, "Why are you complaining? Samahata can't get near your sword when you channel your fire. Natured chakra, she gets irritated by heat." Snorting, Mei said, "But that damn thing is still annoying." "You are wasting time," Kisame yelled as he charged at her. Mei and Kisame engaged in a complex battle, with each blow being too close for comfort. Kisame was knocked to one knee after Mei stopped her overhand smash. According to the shark, "Like man, ho, where did you find this strength from? Never happened during our spars." "Not about to tell. You." Mei gritted her teeth and fought to push back Kisami's sword, using her immense strength to surprise Kisame and create an opening for herself. She swiftly waved her hand across Kazan Arashi's flat side. Flames blazed over the blade as the scimitar burst into life. "Nenshausuga," Mei yelled as she made a diagonal swing down Kazan Arashi. Kisame suffered second and third degree burns, and most of his Akatsuki cloak was burned when the blow struck the Kiri Nukanen's chest. Grimaced, damn it. It seems we are still at a standstill. For now, I am done playing with you. Itachi should be done by now with that Uzumaki brat." "What?" Mei asked. "It was fun playing with you again, Mei-san." Kisame performed a Mizu Shunshin as Mei uttered a small curse as she sheathed her sword and resealed it. Kisame managed to smile as he felt Samahata gradually healing his burns. As she ran through the forest to save energy, she thought, "I need to get to Naruto-kun now. Kisame was serving as a distraction for me to get him alone. If Naruto is up against Uchiha Itachi, then he will have a lot of difficulty dealing with him. Sasuke, Itachi, and Naruto. So you won't come peacefully, Naruto-kun," Itachi said. Naruto replied, "No, I am not interested on being buddy-buddy with you." Naruto cheekily responded, "No, you don't need me. You need the dark side of my power that the Yondaime or my father took the time to seal away to do the typical, take over the world business like every fucking anime that makes sense." Sasuke clutched Dragon's Claw as Itachi stated, "We need you to fulfill our goals as Akatsuki." "Uzumaki is the Yondaime's son?" Sasuke thought as Itachi pulled out a scroll. Itachi responded, "So you finally know about your heritage, Naruto-kun?" The Jinchuriki responded, "Nobody bothered to notice that I look like an exact copy of him. Just take away the whiskers and you have a mini yellow flash." At last, Sasuke managed to speak, asking, "How is that possible, Naruto?" "It is Namikaze to you. I thought I told you this," the Namikaze remarked. "You said Uzumaki," said Sasuke. The older Uchiha asked, unsealing his old Anbu katana, "Naruto-kun, are you sure that you are going to resist and not come quietly?" Naruto grinned and said, "Ah, I did say that. Now it is Namikaze that you should address to me now. But this is not the time to discuss this now, Sasuke." Sasuke yelled, "Itachi! You are going to die here. By my hand." Itachi turned away from him and gave Naruto a serious look, but the Jinchuriki avoided eye contact by focusing on his chest. "Well, I was going to escape. But now since your little brother is here, I do kinda have to make sure that he stays alive or the council and Hitaki. Teme along with Haruno. Teme will be on my ass." "I see," Itachi said, then struck Naruto. The Jinchuriki was about to block his blow, but Sasuke stepped forward and stopped his brother's katana. "Stop ignoring me. I will be the one to kill you and avenge the Uchiha clan. Your fight is with me, not Namikaze." Itachi grabbed Sasuke's wrist and twisted it sideways, causing the younger Uchiha to drop Dragon's Claw to the ground. "Foolishness, Sasuke, foolishness," the Nukanen said. In order to step in, Naruto flipped the katana onto its blunt side and thrust it over his teammate's elbow crook. Itachi had to give up his brother's wrist as he leapt away to avoid the thrust. Naruto responded, "Uchiha, we both are not ready to defeat Itachi." Then he was thinking, even though now I should be able to kick Hitachi's ass no problem, Itachi is a different story. I doubt I could defeat him using my own strength. Plus I can't afford to have an argument about this if I tell the bastard my true strength and then have him spit out his superiority complex shit. After that, he added, we got to work together on this. Sasuke barked, this is my fight. I have cursed him, hated him with every living fiber of my body. The Jinchuriki replied, Sasuke, your brother was a fucking former Anbu and now an S-rank criminal like Orochimaru, who I recall, kicked both our asses without even trying. He also have better use of the Sharingan than you or Hitaki. Teme. On the other hand, you are a genin with Chunin level skills and equipped with Kaden Jutsu that he instantly knows and an assassination jutsu that needs the victim to be immobile for a secure kill. Me. I got Suiden and Raiden Jutsu that he will just copy and use against me. No, I will kill him. This ends now, he will die today. Sasuke yelled as he activated Chidori and flipped through hand signals before sprinting towards Itachi as his jutsu ripped through a section of the wall. Sighing at his antics, Naruto grabbed Dragon's Claw and charged in after him. Itachi moaned in private at his brother's stupidity and conceit as he simply smashed his attack into the wall, creating a massive hole. Itachi had to block it with his katana as Naruto leapt over Sasuke and slashed downward. When Sasuke attempted to trip Itachi, the elder Uchiha noticed and took a step back. In order to attack Itachi, Naruto squatted and bounced off the wall's side. However, Itachi was able to follow Naruto's move and threw Sasuke into him by using his Sharingan. Sasuke was seized by Itachi and flung to the other side. Itachi was about to force Naruto to open his eyes in order to put him into a sleeping genjutsu when Sasuke woke up and rushed at him while yelling, "Time to go! Naruto-kun!" Itachi caught the fist he threw in his hand. His older brother grabbed Itachi's wrist and remarked, "You are a nuisance." As Sasuke charged up his second Chidori and aimed it at his heart. The younger Uchiha roared in agony as he broke Sasuke's wrist, but Itachi didn't stop there. He punched Sasuke in the solar plexus before kneeing him in the chin. He then gave the young Avenger another gut punch. Even now, there's still a gap between us. Why is there so big of a difference? Sasuke pondered. What the hell have I been doing all this time? Sasuke asked himself as Itachi grabbed him by the neck and slammed him against the wall. Whispering, Tsukuyomi, Itachi said. When Sasuke heard his brother's voice echoing, for 24 hours, you will relive that day. While in his brother's inverted world, he started to scream, and Naruto thought, what? A genjutsu using his Sharingan eyes. Itachi muttered, hate controls everything and without strength, you can't protect nothing let alone yourself. Your hate is not strong enough, after Sasuke had slid slowly to the ground. And now it begins, Itachi said, turning back to face Naruto. When, Kachiyose, Gamaguchi Shibari, was screamed, Itachi turned to find Jiraiya on the other end of a fleshy corridor. I got you, Itachi Uchiha. You will not get your hands on my godson. Turning to face Jiraiya, Itachi said, so you are the one who notified Kakashi about the Akatsuki. According to Jiraiya, unfortunately he had to be debriefed about it. To which Itachi replied, he sounded concerned about him. Naruto grumbled, I call bullshit on that. Hitaki only cares for your arrogant brother and needs me to teach him my own jutsu. The Uchiha replied, it seems I was wasting time reminiscing with my little brother. I will see you soon, Naruto-kun. You are not getting away, Itachi, Jiraiya yelled as he ran down the corner. The walls closed in on Itachi, and the Uchiha closed and then opened his eyes for a moment. As Jiraiya ran after him, she noticed a wall of flesh ripped apart, with a black fire encircling its edges. What the hell is that fire? Jiraiya said, I have no clue. This stomach is from the Iwagama, a fire. Breathing toad, but somehow this black flame was able to pierce through its stomach. Naruto stood up blearily, holding his side as he asked. Carefully writing it in ink, Jiraiya pulled out a scroll and sealed the black flame. You alright, Naruto? The Sannin asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto nodded, yes, but dealing with the council is going to be a bitch when we come back. The idiot Uchiha got his mind all jacked up. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Mei entered at that moment. Naruto turned to face her and said, I am fine, Mei-chan. Though I did take a beating just a bit. Guy then entered the hole and said, Mizukage. Dono, Jiraiya. Sama, What has happened here? Jiraiya continued, we encountered a duo team of Akatsuki. Itachi Uchiha was one of them amongst the two. Mei replied, Kisame Hoshigaki was the other person. They made to separate us in order to capture Naruto to get the Kyuubi inside of him. Guy said, so. Sasuke, after glancing at him, replied that, we both got our asses kicked by Itachi. If I was alone, I knew that I could have at least hold him off, but Sasuke's being was in jeopardy and the council would be on my ass if he was killed. Guy responded, so he is in the state as Kakashi, Do you know something of it? Jiraiya inquired. Guy responded, no, when I got there, Kakashi was in the same state as Sasuke, but Asuma and Kurenai may know something about it. Jiraiya responded, it should be a convenience since we are bringing back a medical specialist. Guy said, you don't mean her, as her eyes grew wide. With a nod, Jiraiya said, well, then please find her and bring her back to us, Jiraiya. Sama, Naruto.kun. Guy grinned. Guy took Sasuke carefully and laid him on his back before returning to Konoha, to Naruto's remark, you can count on us, Guy. Sensei. I must be going now. I have to go back to Kiri to plan on battling the Akatsuki. There is one Jinchuriki that I know of and we must find him, Mei replied. According to Naruto, be careful, Mei-chan. Funny, I am the one who should be saying that. Mei grinned and kissed him on the lips before leaving through Shunshin. Turning to Jiraiya, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki asked, so who is this medical specialist? Jiraiya responded, her name is Tsunade Senju, she is practically a princess considering that she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and grandniece of the second. She is one of the Sannin and very beautiful. So what causes her to leave the village? Asked Naruto. The Toad Sannin responded, her grief. She once had a little brother named Nawaki, who was killed by Iwa Ninja during the Second Great Shinobi War. Eventually she was able to forget her grief through a man named Dan, who pursued the same dream that her brother did. Soon during the war, he died a bloody death and blamed the position for stealing her loved ones. The last straw was when your father died, and when those idiots told her that you were dead, she fell into grief and further destroying her fate in the position of Hokage. Naruto replied, so if I show her that I am alive, then she may come back. Jiraiya looked up and nodded. She is also a compulsive gambler and drinker, and she sucks at it a lot, giving her the nickname, the legendary sucker. So while we find her, I will train you with a new technique in your arsenal. According to Naruto, a new technique. Jiraiya smiled at him, if Hitaki Teme can teach that Uchiha brat the Chidori, then I may as well teach you your father's greatest technique, the Rasengan. Naruto laughed. Good, because I have a feeling that I need all the help that I can get. Town. Following an encounter with a former Iwa ninja, Jiraiya purchased a number of water balloons. What is with the water balloons? Inquired Naruto. With a water balloon in his hand, Jiraiya turned to face him and said, watch closely. It is to help you with the Rasengan. Before it burst, Naruto noticed that the water balloon was distorted and uneven. The first step is rotation. I want you to pop the balloon by rotating the water inside the balloon using your chakra. Since your chakra control is better, I am sure you will master this step without too much difficulty. After giving a nod, Naruto poured his chakra into the balloon and started working with it. Okay, arrow. Khufu was able to spin his chakra in many different directions, making it pop from the inside. He thought. In order to focus his chakra inside the balloon, Naruto closed his eyes and simultaneously manipulated the water in various directions until the balloon burst into pieces and the water soaked his ninja shoes, pants, and hand. Well, there goes the first stage, rotation. Jiraiya responded, now I need you to break this rubber ball. This will be harder to break since water is easier to manipulate than air. Also rubber is much thicker, so it will force you to use more chakra. Jiraiya gave an example by tearing the rubber ball to pieces. Naruto nodded, and Jiraiya entered the town using the Shunshin no Jutsu. In the meantime, I am going into town to find information on Tsunade. By the time I come back, you will probably be done by that time. Tanzaku. Guy. Come on, Shizune. Let's go now. A blonde woman hurried through the crowd. But you were winning, Lady Tsunade. Plus, don't you want to take a look around the beautiful castle? Shizune said. Tsunade looked at the castle and hurriedly said, yes, it is. Now let's. Then the smoke cleared and Orochimaru and Kabuto were visible next to him as the castle began to collapse. With a sly smile, Orochimaru said, I finally found you. Tsunade. After the two leapt from the snake that had been called forth, Tsunade said, it's been a while, Orochimaru. I have searched everywhere for you, Orochimaru retorted. Stop babbling and tell me what it is that you want with me. I know you didn't come here to talk about the past. Straight to the point as always still, Very well, I have a small favor to ask of you, Tsunade. Tsunade thought, what the hell is with that smirk of his? As Orochimaru's arm twitched slightly. Tsunade's deduction was flagged by Kabuto, who said, it seems that you have figured it out. We need your expertise, Tsunade. Sama. Tsunade waved them away, saying, then find another medical specialist. I don't do freelance work. I quit being a doctor. Kabuto responded, I am afraid that we can't do that. You are one of the Sannin and the most powerful of them all in terms of physical strength. Why seek me out? Asked Tsunade oft. Orochimaru responded, I want you to join forces with me, Tsunade. So together, we can destroy the Leaf Village. Tsunade gave him a fierce look and asked, why'd I want to do that? Orochimaru laughed. Considering that fact that we both lost precious things because of Konoha. Me. I lost the power to gain immortality because of that fool of a sensei. You lost two of your most beloved because of Konoha's actions. Hee. Those were certainly horrible ways to die. At that precise moment, Shizune took action and launched Senbon at Orochimaru from her launcher on her right arm. Kabuto positioned himself ahead of Orochimaru to keep his master, safe. Kabuto thought, those Senbon. They're poisoned. Calm down, Shizune. Tsunade asked. Observing Shizune's furious expression, Kabuto said, that woman, she is impressive. As she pounded the wall behind her, creating a huge crater, Tsunade said, I'll kill you. HMPH, you haven't changed a bit, Orochimaru. You know who I am, remember? Don't kid with me. She lost her fake smile. Destructive and fearsome. She's single, definitely single. Kabuto was thinking. We came here to negotiate, not to fight, the medic then stated. I already said it once, I don't want anything to do with you. Now get out of my sight, Tsunade said, glaring at him. It is not like it is a one-way bargain. Let's make a deal, Kabuto attempted to explain to her. Tsunade replied, you better be out in 5 seconds or I will kill you. 5, 4, 3. Please calm down, it is not a bad, said Kabuto. In response, Tsunade said, 2, 1. I can bring back your brother and your lover back to life with the Kinjutsu that I have developed, Orochimaru decided to say at the moment. You haven't killed us yet. Does that mean we have a deal? Orochimaru asked confidently as Tsunade's eyes widened and she briefly turned away. So have you seen this chick? Jiraiya asked, holding a photo of a young Tsunade, in an unidentified town a few miles from Tanzaku. Guy. The player replied, oh, her, I overheard that she was going to get back your loss over, there. There? Where is that? Jiraiya inquired. Hey, kid, wanna play a game? The gambler asked, glancing at Naruto. Fine, what is the stakes? Smirked Naruto. The player replied, if you win, I will tell you the location of that woman. If you lose, then you pay me 1,000 bucks. All right, said Naruto, but you have to tell me about the game. The player replied, the game is 2 dice. I shake this in the cup and if the dice add up to an even number, then it is Cho. If odd, then it is Han. The gambler took the dice and shook it in the cup before setting the cup upside down on the table. Naruto replied, okay, let's play then. He said, take your pick, Han or Cho. After closing his eyes for a while, Naruto followed his instinct and said, Han. I win if it's Cho, the gambler smiled. Please, just let's see the results, said Naruto impatiently. Impatient, are we? Fine then, the gambler said. A 2 and a 5 were on the 2 dice when he revealed them. Well, Naruto grinned, this means that I win then. The last time I saw her was at a casino, the gambler remarked. Bending his head, Naruto said, thanks for the information. After they arrived at the casino, Jiraiya asked around about Tsunade, and Naruto took advantage of the opportunity to get some money back because Jiraiya had spent his own on women and sake. Lady Luck has blessed you indeed, Kit. Winning that much money from one coin, having a soon-to-be harem and you are stronger than that bastard of a sensei. Kyuubi replied. Naruto replied, yeah, life is great, but with that blessing. I had to endure many things to get that far in life, Kyuubi. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, how the hell did he win that much money from just one coin? Oh, well, back to business. Tsunade is playing very hard to not be found. I am going to have to search for her on higher ground. Don't you want to meet them again, Tsunade? Inquired Orochimaru about the castle ruins. Tsunade replied, so if I help you, you are going to destroy the Leaf Village? Orochimaru replied, that is correct, I am going to obliterate Konohagakure and this time I will succeed. This time? Tsunade asked, you mean, you failed the first time? There was an unexpected event that occurred, the snake Sannin retorted. Jiraiya and Naruto arrived at the castle ruins in the meantime. Looks like there was a battle here or it collapses on its own. I doubt it is the second option, said Naruto. Hey, you over there, what happened here? Jiraiya yelled at a man who was fleeing from the scene. The individual responded, you two should run. There was a demon beast that appeared here. What kind of beast? Huge snake. Immediately, Jiraiya and Naruto thought, Orochimaru. So he is here too, what does he want with Tsunade? Jiraiya asked. Naruto replied, knowing his slimy ass, he probably is trying to manipulate Tsunade to join forces with him. Shizune turned back to Tsunade and Orochimaru and exclaimed, destroy the leaf? Before turning to face the unsure Tsunade. Kabuto said, and your answer is? Protested, Tsunade. Sama, you can't listen to them. Your brother and uncle wouldn't want you to do this. Have you forgotten your dreams? Your wishes? Yet I understand, reality is set, even if it is like this. And even though you lost. Tsunade yelled, Shizune, shut up. I don't need you to remind me about what I have lost. Kabuto responded, you don't have to answer now, but hopefully we could come to a peaceful resolution. Also the Kenjutsu needs a live sacrifice, thus we have prepared 2 bodies. Shizune looked at Kabuto and said, Tsunade. Sama, let's kill these bastards. If we work together, we can defeat them since Orochimaru is weak. Orochimaru bit his finger slowly, drawing blood as he did so. Tsunade froze and shivered all at once. I may be weak now, but I know about Tsunade's weakness. Hemophobia means fear of blood. Now, Kabuto, let's go. Tsunade, I will await your answer in 1 week. The snake Sannin responded. The 2 villains then vanished into thin air. Tsunade turned away and said softly, let's go, Shizune. Shizune hurried after her while holding their pet pig, Tauntaun. When Jiraiya and Naruto arrived on the scene, the toad Sannin swore, damn, we just missed them. We better go, they haven't gone far. Hey, more beer, barkeeper. Tsunade burped in the pub, and Shizune said, Tsunade. Sama, you are drinking too much. Then a familiar voice said, oh, well, let's just eat dinner here. Ain't this a bar? Usually everything is whispered in the pubs and brothels. Looking up, Tsunade and Shizune saw Jiraiya and Naruto enter the pub. Tsunade. Jiraiya. What the hell are you doing here in a place like this? I finally found you. Naruto was thinking, so this is Tsunade Senju, the medical specialist and one of the 3 Sannin. She is using a special genjutsu to cover up her age. They all 4 took a seat and began eating. Today, I met an old friend, Tsunade said. Jiraiya replied, so I was right, Orochimaru did come to you. Did anything happen? Jiraiya and Naruto did not miss Shizune's glance at Tsunade. Tsunade responded, nothing much, just a little greeting. So why have you come to see me? Jiraiya responded, 2 reasons. The first reason is that the village has requested you to become the Godem Hokage. Tsunade turned to Naruto and asked, is something funny, Gaki? After saying, I decline. Being Hokage is a shit. No one but a fool would do it. A chuckle then broke out. Naruto replied, HMPH, for the legendary Sannin, the group is such disappointing. I mean, one is a gay pedophile that fantasizes about fucking little boys. A perverted old man and now a compulsive gambler and drinker that basically called her family shit. HMPH. What do you know of anything? Asked Tsunade. W. What did you say? Tsunade asked in shock as Naruto said, considering that one of them you just insulted happens to be my father. Naruto laughed. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Namikaze. Hello godmother. Stuttering, Tsunade said, B. But you A.S. Supposed to be dead. The Jinchuriki responded, that is the second reason we are here. The council lied to you about my supposed death, but right now, I am ashamed that you have turned out this way. You are nothing but a shadow of your former self. You know nothing about loss or pain, yelled Tsunade. Calmly responded Naruto, I call bullshit on that. Because of my father sealing the Kyuubi inside of me, Sarutobi.og.san kept my heritage hidden to protect me from Iwa. Somehow word got out that the Kyuubi was sealed inside of me. Ever since I have endured loneliness, beatings, assassination attempts. You name it. I know that you lost your brother Nawaki and your former lover Dan, but know this. Insulting the dream of being Hokage is insulting your grandfather, your granduncle, your brother, your lover, my father and your sensei. Even in death, they are all disappointed in you. Shut up. You know what? Let's take this outside, exclaimed Tsunade. If that is what you wish, then we will, Naruto said. Tsunade remarked, I can't believe that I got riled up to fight a mere Chunin. One finger is all I am going to need against you, kid, after the two went outside and stood facing one another. As they stood there for a pleasant moment, Naruto thought, that is right, underestimate me, godmother. You will regret it immensely. Then, he took the initiative and flung a shuriken at her. Tsunade swerved and advanced on Naruto, aiming a finger flick at him. He retreated, barely escaping the destructive assault. So that is it, she uses her near perfect chakra control and releases it in an instinct, giving her amazing strength. Naruto pondered, time to take it up a notch. When the Chunin moved to attack Tsunade, the Sannin thought, I swear Jiraiya's apprentices get more stupid each time. A direct assault will not work on me. To Tsunade's surprise, Naruto leapt to his feet and threw back his fist before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. What? He know the Kage Bunshin. No Chunin should have the reserves to do that jutsu. As he turned around, the slug Sannin saw Naruto's fist, which was aimed at her face. Tsunade threw him over her head after deflecting the blow with her hand. Once he was standing, Naruto declared, well, I am done proving my theory. What are you talking about? I have not been beaten at all, I am still standing. As Tsunade grew older, she became enraged and said, wow, you are old. You got Alzheimer's? The Chunin went on, you told me that only one finger is all you need to take me down, yet you used your whole hand to block my attack. When Tsunade realized what she had said, her eyes widened. Look, I know that losing Nawaki and Dan was a hard impact on your life. But that is no excuse for you to wallow in grief. They would have wanted you to move on with your life. So instead, make them proud by attaining the dream that they both couldn't attain. Become the Godem Hokage because Dan and Nawaki have entrusted you with their will. I will tell you what, let's make a bet, right now. I am learning my father's signature jutsu, the Rasengan. If I master it in 3 days, you will have to come back to Konoha to become the Godem and... I get that necklace, Naruto said as Tsunade cast a sorrowful glance down. You can't do that, that necklace is, objected Shizune. Shizune, silence, and what if you lose, Naruto? Then, I will give you the money that I have in my trust vault that my parents left me. By this time, since the Namikaze clan was known for their ability to creating jutsu, I have a lot of money. Fine, I accept your challenge, Naruto. Then the Sannin reflected, it is not like he will accomplish it even if he is Minato, Kun's son. Jiraiya turned to Shizune and said, Shizune, you and Naruto can find a hotel to stay for the night. Okay. Tsunade nodded. Hey, Tsunade. Haim, can we have a drink together? It has been a while. Shizune gave Naruto a quick glare while nodding. Why did you do that? Shizune asked Naruto as he rounded on Jiraiya and Tsunade as they were making their way to a bar. Do what? Don't play dumb with me. You made that ridiculous bet with Tsunade, Sama. And, I can't believe you. Do you want to die so easily? No, I can't do that yet. That necklace that you asked for is cursed. It doesn't accept anyone except Tsunade. Sama herself because anyone else that wears it dies. Tsunade. Sama was not like that always, but when Nawaki turned 11, she gave him that necklace. And a year later, he was killed by enemy ninja. Next, came her lover. My uncle, Dan. He had the same dream as Nawaki did. Again she bestowed the necklace to him. Then on a mission, he was fatally wounded and Tsunade struggled to save him. But despite her prowess, he couldn't be saved. I see. But this will not stop me from taking that necklace from her. You bastard. That necklace is a hanging reminder of her guilt and lack of faith in the title of Hokage. If I take that from her, then she will begin to believe in the title of Hokage. All of the past Hokages have done something to make Konohagakure great, but now since Sarutobi.Oji.San is old and weakened, corrupt people such as the council have made the village arrogant. Shizune watched as Naruto took a moment to reflect. As you should know, Shizune.San, I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Because of that status, I was treated as the bane of Konoha instead of the hero that my father wanted me to be. My sensei thought that I was weak and a nuisance to him, My former crush thought I was holding her back and my arrogant teammate thought I was a hindrance. Ever since I was 8, I was hiding my true strength. Now just recently I found out that I had a fiancé and godparents. As he gazed at the night's stars, Naruto quietly, plus I know how she feels. There was a person that I met on a mission. His name was Haku Momochi, the adopted son and apprentice of the deceased Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. On our C rank turned A rank mission, I encountered him for the first time as a disguised hunter ninja. I was jealous that he was able to take out Zabuza with one blow while Hitaki's incompetence cost him to be injured. Kakashi Hitaki is a great man and a strong jonin. You should show more respect to him. Shizune chastised him. He grumbled, please, Hitaki. Teme over the few months hasn't taught me anything except the tree walking exercise, which I found out that the other genin teams learned them after they passed the real genin exam. But the prized Uchiha that is also my teammate has been getting private training, leaving me in Haruno. Teme to bite the dust. I respect Ero Kyufu more than Hitaki and he is a much bigger pervert than he is. That is saying something considering I detest perverts. That is not true, exclaimed Shizune. The kid replied, you can ask Jiraiya Sensei to confirm it for you since you are so filled with doubt. Now back to the story. Haku was the one who taught me what a ninja is. A tool to be used, and he also taught me about the concept of dreams and the importance of having friends to protect. He told me that the second time when I was training late. The last time I met him, I didn't recognize him because of the mask. Eventually we fought and I won the battle. He asked me to kill him because he considered him as a tool, and when a tool becomes broken, then it is discarded. When I was fixing to knock him out, he sensed that Zabuza was in trouble and moved to his position via Shunshin. I found him dead with Hitaki's arm sticking out of his chest. I lost my friend, one of the only people that understood my pain since in Kiri, he was shunned for his bloodline. His own father tried to kill him after killing his mother in front of his eyes. When Shizune noticed tears streaming down Naruto's face, her rage diminished. I understand what Tsunade is going through, but the past is the past. There is nothing she can do to change, but she doesn't want to come out and face the light because she is used to the guilt and darkness that hung over her life. Making that bet and winning will make her see the light. After all, she is my godmother and I am not going anywhere without her. Now, come on, let's find a hotel, Shizune-san. The bartender said, sorry for the delay. Jiraiya said, nice night, huh? You have grown more beautiful. Tsunade said, you haven't changed a bit, Jiraiya. Jiraiya replied with a smile while sipping his sake bottle. Jiraiya said, so, are you worried? About what? Naruto. No. Really, back there, you acted childishly when he told you the truth. And he basically conned you in that bet. It doesn't matter. He will die sooner or later with or without the necklace. Don't underestimate him. He is Minato's son after all. You shouldn't be so reckless. Reckless? Going to meet Orochimaru, huh? How do I know? I could see it on Shizune's face. I don't know what kind of deal he offered, but don't make such a hasty decision. Also, there is one thing I want to make very clear. Tsunade glanced at her former teammate as your godson is right. The past Hokages have indeed died, but they died for good causes. Your granduncle died to protect Sensei and his teammates along with Danzo, Teme and his team. Minato died because there would be no Konoha if he did seal the Kyuubi. You have no right to insult them, considering that they wanted to save lives just like you did long ago. So if you do anything to betray the leaf, I will kill you without hesitation. It has nothing to do with me. Only a murderer would show no feelings knowing people close to them are dead. You are not like that. Stop lecturing me. Why did you bring him along anyway? 1. Because he is my godson as well as yours. 2. He is just as stubborn as you. Just like his mother, and he has a hidden power to change people for the better. 3. I figure that at least you would want revenge against those bastards on the council that mistreated him over the years. Mistreated? I found out from Sarutobi Sensei, the Ichiraku family, the shinobi clans and Naruto himself. He had assassination attempts on his life at the age of 5, he was beaten, starved, overpriced and shunned. The council gave him a shitty apartment and he was on the streets by the age of 3. Jiraiya's serious expression startled Tsunade, who could tell he wasn't kidding. How is he not insane? Replied that his friends were the ones that saved him. One person was able to treat him like a person despite his past hatred of the Kyuubi since it killed his parents. His name is Iruka Amino, his second brother in all but blood. To cover their tab, the Sannin stood up and put his money on the table. I will leave you to think about it. Tsunade was strolling around the town the following day. Orochimaru's assurances, Jiraiya's lecture, Shizun's protests, and Kabuto's sliver-tongued words all replayed in her mind. As she pondered over the offers and the wager she had placed with her godson, she held the necklace tight to her chest. She ran into Naruto while she was deep in thought. "You," said Tsunade. "Yes, me." "Hello, Tsunade. Ba. Chan. Ba. Chan?" she asked, her eye twitching. Naruto replied, "Well, you are my godmother, and despite that special genjutsu henge that you are wearing, you are the same age as Ero. Kyufu." "What do you want, Gaki?" Tsunade asked. "I am busy." Naruto replied, "You can't decide what to do. Orochimaru gave you an offer that made you think hard about it. I am guessing he is using a kinjutsu to revive the dead. The ones you love, such as Nawaki and Dan, correct?" Tsunade became agitated and Naruto continued, "Judging by the shock in your eyes, I am right. There is also the fact that if you joined Orochimaru, the whole village including Shizun, Jiraiya, Sensei and myself would kill you. You were very perceptive for a brat. Well, escaping mobs of angry villagers tended to make you grow up faster than normal. So it is true. You really did endure all of that. How are you sane?" Tsunade asked after the boy nodded. "It is because of the bonds I had. Though I didn't gain recognition from the villagers and some of the shinobi, people accepted me knowing who I was. The old man I already had in my life, then came the Ichiraku family, next came Haruka Sensei, then my friends in my academy days. Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, Hinata. As long as there were people that saw me as Naruto Namikaze then the Kyuubi, I would protect that person with my life despite the majority hates me." Tsunade was thinking, "Dan. Uto, I can see a bit of both in this godson of mine. He holds the same kind of strength that you two once possess. He possessed the will of fire." The Jinchuriki responded, "Godmother, I hope that you make the right decision. Follow your heart in this decision. And another thing, you have a great apprentice. I have never seen anyone react with such passion towards their sensei. It would be a grave thing to do to break her heart as well." "Wait. Where are you going?" Naruto left her to go to the closest restaurant, leaving Tsunade thinking about him once more. "I'm going to eat and then I'm going to train. I don't plan on losing you to Orochimaru at all." She immediately headed to the casino to gamble away her problems while she considered her options. Base located on the outskirts of Fire Country. I wonder which answer she will give us. If it is yes, then the destruction of Konohagakure will be in your grasp and Tsunade will be reunited with her two loved ones. However, if she says no, then it looks like I will have to force her to join us. Do you think it will be easy? I have you, don't I? Orochimaru added, "You don't need to worry. I know the most, when it comes to her, even her weakness. She will agree to the deal for sure." Kabuto grinned at the remark. After 2 days, Naruto completed the Rasengan ahead of schedule. Knowing that Orochimaru disliked hearing the word no from anyone, he was now training himself. He started training with the Kyuubi's chakra and his Eridan ancestry. Consequently, Naruto trained himself until he was nearly exhausted and hardly returned to the hotel to rest. Shizun followed him this time and saw the devastation all around him as he repeated the action. That boy. What the hell happened? Jiraiya and Tsunade, meanwhile, were back at the pub, drinking. Jiraiya decided to give Tsunade one final reminder of her responsibility. She said, "So what do you want this time?" Without Jiraiya noticing, Tsunade slipped a tasteless and odorless drug in his sake and watched him drink it. Tomorrow is the last day for the bet with Naruto. I wonder what happened to him anyway. Jiraiya soon fell asleep, and Tsunade was able to escape as the hours went by. While Shizun described her godson's condition, Tsunade was tending to him back at the hotel. Tsunade acknowledged, "Jiraiya was right. It was a foolish bet that I made with him and for me to get so worked up about it. Heh. Tsunade. Sama. Please don't go tomorrow." Tsunade remained silent, and Shizun yelled, "Why won't you say anything back? Please answer me, Tsunade." Sama. Sensing that tension in the air, Shizun decided to end the conversation. When Tsunade remained motionless, Shizun said, "If you plan to go to that man, I don't care if it takes my life, I will stop you." Tsunade gave her a fierce look and asked, "Shizun, do you know who you are talking to?" Tsunade then quickly crossed the hallway and knocked Shizun out. Orochimaru and Kabuto, meanwhile, were en route to the meeting spot to meet the Tsunade exchange. Kabuto. It could be problematic if we had any interruptions with the exchange. Orochimaru replied. What do you suggest? Kabuto asked, glancing at the snake Sanin. Take care of that associate of Tsunade. It might be best if we kill her now. To get him to move in a different direction, Kabuto pulled out a kunai. Hotel. After yawning and waking up, Naruto's senses went into overdrive. Hey, Kyuubi, what happened when I was asleep? The Kyuubi responded, that lady plans to meet Orochimaru alone. She knocked out her own associate, and if my hunch is correct, she probably took care of your sensei too. Naruto barked, damn that old lady. She is going to get herself killed. She was not the woman that she once was before, and like that freaking snake tends to exploit weaknesses, he will do that if she doesn't agree with him. As Kyuubi had predicted, Naruto awoke and looked down to see Shizune on the ground. The Jinchuriki said, yeah, it is me. We got to move now. That old idiot of a godmother went to Orochimaru for his deal. We got to stop it. Shizune's eyes opened and he said, Naruto. Shizune immediately acted, saying, that is right, let's go find Jiraiya. Sama. Her head was just inches from the window when a kunai skittered by her face. She noticed Jiraiya to her left. According to the Sanin, wait, Shizune. Arrow. Sensei, what happened to you? Naruto said as he approached the window. Jiraiya responded, your fucking godmother. She must have slipped a drug into my drink. I can't control my chakra well and my body stings like hell. Shizune gritted her teeth and gazed at the floor. With conviction, Naruto remarked, this implies that we have no time to waste. In any case, there will be one fewer Sanin when we arrive. For Jiraiya Sama to even be here, this has gotten more complicated. I will have to report this to Orochimaru Sama. And for Naruto-kun to be here as well. Kabuto, meanwhile, was hiding in the shadows. He shifted back, and Jiraiya and Naruto looked at the location where Kabuto had been before. Jiraiya responded, Naruto, Shizune, let's go. And Shizune, explain on the way about Orochimaru's promise. Hi. Said Shizune. So Orochimaru is trying to convert Ba-chan to the dark side, huh? Perfect. This is an opportunity to kill him and end this whole charade of immortality mess here and now. Remember, Naruto, I am at only 40% of my strength at the moment. Naruto glanced at him. I meant me, remember, I was trained by you and my fiancé, who is cage level. I should be okay against him or Kabuto, but together, that should be a different story for that matter. Is he really that strong? Shizune asked herself. A few years later, the three of them, including Taunton, landed on the ground to witness the devastation in the same location where Shizune and Tsunade first encountered the cunning duo of doom. The rubble looks a bit fresh. It looks like our little princess declined Orochimaru's offer. Jiraiya responded, they couldn't have gone far from here. Naruto remarked, good, I don't have to kick my relative's ass at all then. What? Inquired Shizune. The Uzumaki clan is a part of the Senju clan. My ancestor Miko Uzumaki was married to the first Hokage, which means I would be related to 3 Hokages since Tsunade is coming with us. Jiraiya responded, come on, this is no time to go down the family tree. Tsunade won't last against Orochimaru for long. Right. Exclaimed Shizune. As this was going on, Tsunade was struggling to breathe and was attempting to pound Orochimaru and Kabuto's brains into their skulls. Kabuto suggested that they relocate to a more suitable area, realizing that the small space was a disadvantage. Orochimaru consented and allowed his right hand man, who was his fuck bud.er, to guide him to a spacious clearing. It seems that Tsunade Haim is out of breath, it might be a good time to put it to use. Orochimaru replied. Then he made hand signals. Chakra Mesu no Jutsu. Kabuto took out a soldier pill and ate it while stating, although taijutsu is not actually my forte. Tsunade thought, so he knows medical jutsu as well. When Kabuto's hand exploded from the ground beneath her feet, the Iryo Nin's eyes widened and she chose to take her time disappearing. Her fist slammed rapidly into the ground after she leapt into the air, but Kabuto dodged the lethal blow. The 2 medical ninjas were surrounded by large pieces of stone. Tsunade decided to kick Kabuto after noticing a big stone next to her foot. In a moment, she was in mid-air, and his kneeling form was behind her, vanishing from the path of the deadly stone. As Tsunade landed on the ground, Kabuto touched her abdomen and bicep, leaving an opening. Kabuto slid back a few inches from her as she slammed her shoulder into his chest. Tsunade said, ouch. She thought to herself, damn, he cut my muscles. That is right, I have cut your bicep and abdomen muscles, so that super strength trait of yours will not be a nuisance to me anymore. Chakra scalpels. But if you have that, then why would you cut my muscles? Why aren't you aiming for my arteries? As he struck Tsunade, he said, although my skills in the medical field are excellent, but in the middle of a battle, I am not that accurate to aim for your arteries or main organs. But if I aim at your neck, it shouldn't be a problem. Tsunade moved to block, believing he was aiming for her neck, but Kabuto showed that it was a feint, aiming for her chest instead. Tsunade coughed and said, damn you. You hit my lungs. You can't breathe. She continued to think, he isn't an ordinary Iryo.nin. His speed and strength exceed my own even in my prime. Kabuto adjusted his spectacles. It would be a bother if you were to die, so I won't aim for your neck, but after that blow, you shouldn't be able to move around. However, he was taken aback when Tsunade struck him in the neck, sending him sprawling to the ground. Damn it, it didn't hit her lungs at all. HMPH. I guess those large breasts are good for something. It seems that I need to be a bit more serious about this. He became aware that his body was acting strangely all of a sudden. Whoa. Before he could realize what was happening to his body, Tsunade punches him across the face. This isn't caused by my muscles, it's caused by my nervous system. Replied Tsunade, I see that you seem to realize your problem. I converted my chakra into electricity and transfer it throughout your body. Orochimaru was thinking, Fufu, I see, the nervous system is run on electricity, but Tsunade disrupted the initial flow by sending more electricity. Now the signals in Kabuto's body is sending so many signals that it can't distinguish them. While Kabuto knelt down to examine his body, Tsunade took advantage of the situation by healing himself. Kabuto was able to identify 60% of his body in a matter of seconds. Okay, if I moved my right hand, my left leg moves. If I move my left foot, my right shoulder moves. Kabuto yelled, don't think that with the level of power, can defeat me. What? He figured out how to control his body already. He was abruptly kicked back toward Orochimaru's position by an unidentified kick. You are afraid of blood, right? I'll show you some now. I'll scatter just enough blood until you are at the brink of death. Are we late for the party, Chan? She turned to see Taunton, Naruto, Shizune, and Jiraiya. Jiraiya remarked, Orochimaru, you haven't changed a bit. In response, Orochimaru said, Jiraiya, it's been a long time. Tsunade abruptly bowled Jiraiya over to attack Kabuto, causing him to get blood all over her. Tsunade froze, thinking, blood. Kabuto remarked, my body is almost back to normal. He punched Tsunade back, but Shizune caught her as she cried out, Tsunade. Sama. Then he thought, it is bad enough for me to engage to two of the Sannin, but I won't lose. So Kabuto.san, you are really Orochimaru's fuck buddy, huh? Kabuto laughed. And this is the reason why you can't compare to Sasuke.kun, you have no talent. Now it was Naruto's turn to laugh. Really now? Perhaps you weren't watching my matches, since I beat both Neji and Gaara, an opponent that your Sasuke.kun couldn't possibly beat at all, plus I was hardly using the Kyuubi's power at all. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki dodged and delivered an uppercut to Kabuto's chin, sending him back to his master for the second time as he attempted to attack Naruto. Ew, you got blood on me. Do you know how hard it is to get it out of these clothes? Said Naruto. Kabuto took a blood stopping pill and remained silent. Orochimaru said, you are bleeding quite a lot. Ignoring the remark, Kabuto said, please remove your left bandage. Jiraiya yelled, Kachiyose no Jutsu, as the hubby Sannin did so. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Kabuto yelled as he slammed his hands on the ground and spread his blood over the tattoo. On Jiraiya's side, a toad named Gamakichi appeared, and two enormous snakes also appeared. Naruto exclaimed, shit. Kachiyose no Jutsu, as he spread it by himself while biting his thumb. You must be Naruto, I am Erwin, Yamada. Sama told us about you, said a massive crocodile. Erwin.san, we are fighting Orochimaru and his snake summons, I need your help to take them out. Erwin's eyes widened. Let's go, Naruto. Sama. What kind of contract is that? Asked Orochimaru. Doden. Yomi Numa. Jiraiya yelled as one of the snakes, ideally the one Orochimaru was riding, was submerged halfway into the swamp. Damn. The drug is still affecting my chakra, and the snake is still moving. Kabuto, meanwhile, confronted Shizune and hit her in the chest. Damn, Ninpo. Poison fog jutsu. She gasped at Kabuto, but he dodged it and grabbed her legs to knock her down. Damn it, she exclaimed. Erwin and Naruto fought the snake so fiercely that they literally tore him to pieces. Sweden. Tepodama, exclaimed Erwin. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. Naruto screamed as water struck the snake with great force and fire struck the snake's muzzle. Naruto hurled multiple kunai into the snake's maw, forcing it back as it coiled for a final blow. It fled the realm, thrashing in agony. Thanks, Erwin, for the help. Anytime, Naruto. Sama, though I wish I could have killed it, Erwin replied. Actually, you may just get your wish, since I used one of my defective tags. Defective tags? Wondered Erwin. Yeah, when I was little, I had a knack for making explosive seals. The tag was one of the many ones that have a blast radius of a half of a mile. Erwin grinned and said, now that is devious. Thank you, and thanks for the help again. Naruto jumped off Erwin's head and went to assist. As Erwin vanished back into his realm, Shizune turned against Kabuto. Jiraiya yelled, Ninpo! Harijizo! As his hair grew longer and sharper, covering his body. Orochimaru lunged towards him, stretching his neck to bite Jiraiya's neck. My jutsu isn't working, Orochimaru thought to himself. We've both hit each other, but if I add a bit more. Jiraiya exclaimed. Just quit already, Orochimaru said. When Naruto entered, Kabuto had already brutally attacked Tsunade and knocked Shizune out cold. Boots to the head. Kabuto looked around to see that Naruto had struck him squarely in the face with both of his feet. He was pushed back a few feet from where Naruto and Tsunade were. Naruto snarled, don't you dare touch Ba. Chan, you traitorous son of a bitch, he said. I will take over from here. Ba. Chan, glancing at his godmother. No, Naruto, he is way out of your league, he is stronger than me in my prime. You forget, I was trained by a Kage and a Sannin, besides he has no clue of what I can do. Orochimaru stopped for a moment to observe Naruto and his right handman engaged in combat. I see that you have chosen a genius as well to be your apprentice, Jiraiya? Orochimaru said. Yeah, that kid is like me, he worked hard to attain that level of power. He is a genius of hard work and has a spirit that never gives up. That boy is a true shinobi unlike your Uchiha, who is just a whiny little bitch who loves to take large dicks to be shoved up his ass. As he threw himself at his former teammate, Orochimaru yelled, don't insult my precious. Orochimaru kicked Jiraiya in the head, but the Toad Sannin caught it and threw him away. Jiraiya laughed and said, did I hit a nerve, Orochi? Chan? Orochimaru snarled, I am going to enjoy killing you. So, you want a piece of me literally? Well, then come and try to get it if you can. Jiraiya laughed. Time to die. Eridan. Raise a Sakasu, exclaimed Kabuto, startled. Storm release? He asked, but as he moved, he discovered that beams were tracking him. Wah! The beams came together and hit him with the combined force of water and electricity. Kabuto exclaimed, you, are related to the Yondaime? Got it in one. Do you like your present? Arg, you bastard, I'll make you suffer before I kill you. I wonder if Orochimaru will let me have his immortality jutsu to use your body. Naruto remarked, now that is just nasty. With his chakra scalpels on, Kabuto charged at him, but Naruto smirked and yelled his next jutsu, Ninpo. Haku Senichashu. As the white snakes attacked, Kabuto's eyes widened. Kabuto swerved and severed the snake's head. Kabuto shouted, how do you know that jutsu? Tell me, did Anko teach you it? Come closer and find out. Was Naruto's astute response. Kabuto was so furious that he failed to notice the chakra that was accumulating in his hand. Kabuto tried to stop, but Naruto covered the remaining distance and yelled, Rasengan. Kabuto's abdomen was ground, and he screamed in agony as his body was gyrated with the spin and blasted back into the rock. Hey, Ba. Chan, are you watching this? Cuz I just won your bet, Kano said. Naruto stabbed him with his katana, using wind chakra on his blade, saying, if I didn't know any better, if you hadn't underestimated me and got surprised all the time, I would say that you were Hitaki's level, but maybe next time, in the next life. Now stay there like a good little boy toy until we deal with your master, he said quietly. Tsunade stared at Naruto, approaching him, stunned as Kabuto snarled at him. He smiled and said, okay, godmother, please give me my new necklace. As Tsunade placed it over his neck, she smiled softly back at him and said, thank you, Naruto, for letting me believe again. I guess that I can trust this to someone one more time, she thought. Ting. You're welcome. Tiger's Fang was swiftly drawn by Naruto in order to parry the Kusanagi. Now that was rude. Can you see that we were having a nice conversation? You are going to be a hassle for me in the Akatsuki, therefore I can't allow you to live, Naruto.kun. Orochimaru replied. Besides, unlike you, I am not afraid of death, he said, slugging Orochimaru away from him. Fuck you. This is my life and I will decide when I will live and when I will die. Naruto, I will take over for here. I think it's time to show you what the Godem Hokage can do, Tsunade said as she got to her feet. So your homophobia is completely gone, Very well, show me the power of the slug Sannin. With a quick move, Tsunade punched Orochimaru, sending him flying back, and then she yelled, Sozo Seisei. Her wounds were sizzling and closing themselves up, and the mark on her forehead spread across her cheeks and forehead. The snake Sannin pondered, her wounds are healing themselves? Why, Tsunade? Sama. Even if you used that jutsu, you will be at your top strength, but then you shorten your lifespan. Shizune pondered. Tsunade then proceeded to apply her blood to her wrist, and Kabuto managed to break out of his prison by applying his Doden manipulation to Orochimaru's tattoo summoning mark. Naruto said, Jiraiya. Sensei, are you okay? Jiraiya responded, yeah, I think I have enough chakra now to summon Gamabunta. Naruto bit his thumb and smeared blood over his Hydra tattoo, saying, don't, if Orochimaru is summoning Manda, then I believe that my boss summon will be perfect to fight him, plus she has a score to settle. Kachiyose no Jutsu! Exclaimed the three of them. Suddenly, Katsuyu, Manda, and Yamada emerged from three enormous puffs of white smoke. Orochimaru yelled in exasperation, the Yamada no Orochi? That contract was lost for over 14 years, how did you manage to get it? I doubt that you would be worthy to sign it because Yamada-chan would kill you painfully and very slowly, replied Naruto. You? Asked Manda. Yes, Manda. Teme, it is me. How dare you make a separate contract after the fact that I banished you? Replied Manda. HMPH, you were always holding me back, but now finally I can have closure by killing you. Orochimaru, there will be no need for sacrifices this time around, this is more than enough. Kabuto reflected, summoning Manda was a huge risk, but since the Yamada no Orochi is here, Manda is overlooking the fact that Orochimaru Sama can't use his arms or his jutsu, but to think that Naruto had this contract with him. We have definitely underestimated him too much. There will be one fewer Sannin after this battle, Tsunade exclaimed. The fabled summons struck immediately. Zeshi Nensen. Katsuyu yelled, and Manda squirmed to dodge the acid that sprayed from her mouth. He managed to close in on Katsuyu and opened his mouth to inject his lethal venom into the slug, but Yamada decided to step in. The words, Hydra Trident, were hurled at Manda by three of her heads, striking her from the left, right, and dead center. While Katsuyu used the time to divide herself into thousands of tiny clones and reform them into her, Manda retreated to avoid the three snapping heads. Kaden. Karyuden, yelled Yamada, let's go, Yamada. Chan, Fuden. Kami Aroshi. Kaden. Nenshoryuden no Jutsu. Naruto and Tsunade couldn't see the snake because the fire abruptly changed into a whirlpool of blue and white flames that were flying at Manda. In her own words, did Naruto do it? Naruto pondered, not yet, snakes are too slippery, Manda is the strongest, he wouldn't go down that easily. He saw that Manda had indeed escaped the blast and shed his skin as the smoke cleared. He molted, he must be underground. Yamada concluded hastily. As promised, Manda exploded from the earth in front of Yamada's feet. She quickly grabbed him with all five of her heads before realizing it was his tail. When Naruto turned, he saw Manda's head leaping up from the ground to attack Yamada from behind. However, Katsuyu managed to get between them and yelled, Zeshi Nensen. A small amount of the acid fell into Manda's mouth, and Tsunade leapt to her feet, slamming her fist shut. She yelled, keep it shut. He spit out his tongue, wrapping it around Tsunade's neck, but she grabbed it and pulled him down to her as she yelled, let's end this. This is troublesome to fight both of them at the same time. She struck Orochimaru in the jaw with her fist. Kabuto thought, damn, her punch went straight to his jaw. Manda cried out in agony. Orochimaru, you suck as a summoner, thanks to you. I can't eat solid food for a month with this acid in my mouth. Pray that you don't summon me again unless you are fighting her. Next time we meet, you will pay for killing my subordinates, he said, focusing his gaze on Yamada. When Naruto asked, so how many died? Yamada was a little perplexed. 17, including my son, Naga. Good, they were not needed. Good thing I sent that explosive tag with that snake. Kabuto, Tsunade, and Orochimaru fell to the ground as Manda narrowed his eyes and said, you will pay, Both of you will die by my hands. He then returned to his dimension. Naruto remarked, Yamada-chan, thanks for your help. Anytime. Naruto.kun, call me if you need me. Got it? Yamada vanished back into her realm, and Naruto saw his godmother beating the living daylights out of Orochimaru. Orochimaru soon rose to his feet and declared that it was not the real him, saying, Hey, there are other ways to get my arms back, Tsunade. I am immortal. As Kabuto gazed at Naruto for a while, he started to fade into the earth. We will meet again, and this time, I won't make the mistake of underestimating you, Naruto. I will kill you next time we meet, he stated. He then made a shunshin and vanished. So he ran like the common grass snake he is. How are your injuries, Arrow? Kyufu. I broke a rib and leg. I like it better when you called me Jiraiya, sensei. I was being serious at the moment. Now that we are alone, I can call you that. Tsunade's actual age became apparent as she abruptly felt the aftereffects of her jutsu. Naruto questioned, double-edge technique? Tsunade said, Don't worry, Naruto.kun. I'll be okay with a little rest. Let's go. We have to return to Konoha in 2 days. 2 days later, the group was halfway to Konoha when they discovered a group of ninja blocking the road. The shinobi were from Iwa, and a woman stepped forward and said, So the rumors are true, you are the son of the Kiroi Senko, Minato Namikaze. The ninjas' headbands were brown and shaped like 2 large rocks. Naruto pondered, nobody was to know that information that quickly, and Orochimaru couldn't have done that either, so it must be someone in Konoha. This has Danzo written all over it. He then answered, What if I am? I am Kuretsuchi Atsuburo of Iwagakure. And I will be the one to kill you, Naruto Namikaze. For someone so beautiful to do something so stupid because of something in the past, sighed Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Okay, so it looks like I have to clean up my father's mess and play with you. Naruto drew Tiger's Fang to block Kuretsuchi's kunai strike as she advanced on him. Very good speed, tell me what rank are you? I am a Chunin. As she flipped through hand signals, he jumped back and said, a little more and you may be promoted to Jonin. Doden. Doyari. Earthen spears rose from the earth and hurled themselves at Naruto. As they approached, he observed and said, Well, this is going to be very interesting. Kuretsuchi emerged behind Naruto as he ducked to avoid the spear, saying, Yoden. Sekaisio. So you know Yoden Jutsu. Interesting. I shouldn't be so careless with you now. Naruto said in a monotone as the Namikaze's eyes widened and he sped away, avoiding the flaming magma. You will die here, Namikaze. Look, what my father was ordered to do to your village was not right in moral standards, but it wasn't wrong as well. We were at war at that time. Killing me is not going to make your loved ones come back, pat you on the head and give you a cherry flavored lollipop. Your time is being wasted. Doden. Jutsu no Doryuden. Kuretsuchi shouted in anger. A dragon made of a mixture of mud and earth sprang at Naruto and he flipped through hand signs, Kaden. Goryuka no Jutsu. When the dust settled from the big dragon fireball colliding with the earth dragon's head, Naruto was unable to spot the Tsuchikage granddaughter until a shadow passed over him. In order to stop Kuretsuchi's twin kunai attack, Naruto swiftly unsheathed Dragon's Claw, and he was literally pushed to the ground. Kuretsuchi used her left kunai to stab Naruto, but he deflected the blow with the flat of his blade. Then he caught the kunai in her right hand just as it was about to remove his eye. That was way too close. Wow. Bunshin Daibakuha, by the way, you nearly took my eye out. Kuretsuchi's pink eyes widened as the cage Bunshin detonated itself, engulfing her in smoke. Lady Kuretsuchi. The Iwa team let out a startled shout. You can come on out now, Naruto calmly said, and Kuretsuchi emerged from the trees, saying, You were pretty good, Namikaze. Kuretsuchi was still alive, but her clothes were burned, and they were stabbed in the stomach by Naruto, who turned out to be a Tsuchi Bunshin. Thank you, you are not so bad yourself, Kuretsuchi-san, but unfortunately I would like to return to my village intact and I need to see my other fiancé. A different fiancé? Tsunade spoke softly to her old teammate. As he watched his apprentice avoid globs of lava from her clone's mouth and take a punch combo from Kuretsuchi, Jiraiya remarked, Apparently before we left, we found out that Sand gave us the Kazukage's daughter's hand in marriage to Naruto since Naruto beat their strongest shinobi, who was a genin and formerly an unstable Jinchuriki, who is also her brother. Have you ever engaged in combat with a Yoden user? Indeed, I have, but her fighting style differs greatly from yours. As he concluded, Naruto emerged behind her, saying, Your defense is poor, Rasengan. You abandon everything else to attack like the rage and destruction in lava, which is why. Please take her back home. I rather not have her death on my hands over a senseless battle, he said, slamming the orb into her back and sending her unconscious to her comrades. Tell her grandfather, please, that I didn't mean to use any potentially fatal force. When the Konoha team didn't sense their chakra presence, Naruto knelt down and Shizune moved to heal him. I clearly underestimated her power. If I hadn't used the Rasengan at that moment at low power, she would have crippled me. Her grandfather taught her well, the team said, glancing at Naruto before departing the area with their female leader. You got too arrogant and let the power go to your head, Jiraiya reprimanded him. She is as strong as her father, Tetsuya Otsuburo, and her grandfather, Onoki of both scales. I can see that she also inherited her grandfather's stubbornness. She will defeat you if you make the same mistake that Sasuke Uchiha did when he attempted to beat Itachi. Yes, she is faster than Kabuto. Teme, but I had to give the impression that I was keeping up with her. I'm all right now, Shizune. Chan. Thank you. Naruto.kun, are you certain? The woman inquired. Let's continue, we already lost much time as it is. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki nodded as he stood up and sheathed his swords. The Konoha group hurried to Konoha, and by midday, they were at their home's gates. Are you feeling sentimental, Tsunade.ba? Chan? Naruto questioned Slug Sanin. After Jiraiya sent a messenger bird to them earlier, everyone arrived on time, and Tsunade nodded to Naruto as they kicked open the door and bounded into the council room. A bit. Now let's rip the council a new asshole to shit out of, the Sanin responded. With a warm greeting, Sarutobi said to his former pupil, hello, Tsunade. Haim, welcome back home. The civilian council went pale in terror at Tsunade's sickly sweet tone. Good to be back, you old geezer. Now on to business. I am here to take up the mantle of Hokage like my ancestors before me and bring about some new changes around here. Now what is this I hear of you bastards abusing my godson for the past years when I was told that he was dead, Damn, Danzo thought. He's still alive. He wasn't killed by Kuretsuchi-san. Things will be challenging now, but perhaps Kuretsuchi will return to try again. I'm shocked and horrified that you ungrateful bastards would do such things. To a child no less, Tsunade uttered. The Kyuubi would have returned in at least a year to level this village to the ground if you had killed Naruto. What you all have done here is unforgivable. From now on, there will be no favoritism whatsoever. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Namikaze will be treated like any other ninja. No discounts on weapons, no extra training from tutors. All of that stops here and now, Tsunade continued, causing the council to shudder in fear at her righteous rage. After I am appointed, I will not allow this council to act as it pleases. Is it clear that this is a dictatorship and not a democracy? I am the law, and this council is my bitch. The shinobi section and the entire council nodded, and Tsunade remarked, good. Now, if you don't mind, I have some people to chew out and heal. Hospital. When the slug Sanin entered Rock Lee's room, Guy grinned and said, you brought Tsunade. Sama home, Jiraiya. Sama, Naruto.san, greetings. Naturally. Naruto replied, now, Lee, let's see if our new Hokage can get you up and running about again. Tsunade responded, remove your shirt please. He has multiple bone fragments near his spine. There is a 50% chance that he will not survive the operation at all. Lee removed his shirt, and Tsunade placed his hand against his back to check the damage. The woman told Lee and Guy this, but she also assured them that she would try to turn the odds in their favor. Sakura immediately rushed toward her crush when she woke Sasuke from his coma, saying, you. Sasuke responded, you are a Namikaze? As he walked out to Kakashi's room, Naruto said, yeah, I am. Shocking, ain't it? Well, enjoy the silence. Tsunade roused Kakashi, who then turned on Naruto and said, you embarrassed me in front of the Mizukage, Uzumaki. Actually, the name is Namikaze now, Hitaki, and of course I embarrassed you. You deserve it and you brought it on yourself. What are you discussing? I worked out. Bullshit, I only learned about teamwork and tree walking from you. Sasuke has learned almost everything a prospective Chunin would need to know from you. You have also trained his affinity, increased his jutsu arsenal, and given him the Chidori. You could have presented me with a scroll or something, as I mentioned. Jiraiya. Sama, Tsunade. Sama, Kakashi glared at Naruto, then felt that he should be extremely afraid for some reason. He looked around and finally saw a frowning Shizune and a glaring Jiraiya and Tsunade. How kind of you to come back to reality. Kakashi, we are really disappointed in you. I gave you the responsibility of watching and training Naruto until I returned to teach him his father's techniques, but I discovered that he was unaware of his elemental affinity, had little education, and hardly had a jutsu arsenal. Jiraiya said sharply, consider yourself banned from reading my Icha Icha Paradise series from this day forth until I wish it. Sasuke was already good at the time because he had his family scrolls, and you didn't even help Haruno at all. Instead, you concentrated on the Uchiha because he acts like you. You will be demoted to the rank of Chunin and forced to complete 50D rank missions on your own without compensation if you are found in possession of it or even just looking at it. Naruto is Sensei's son. Kakashi asked incredulously. You can't ban me from that, so hold on. But I can, Tsunade said. I can make this punishment a reality by tomorrow when I am installed as the Godem Hokage. Your books will also be taken away and burned, and you will be present to witness it. I advise you to read something else that is entertaining. Kakashi was shocked when the four of them left, and Tsunade said, I see to it that I can put the odds in favor of Lee. Shizune, I will need you to help me. Are you re-entering the medical corps? Because I could recommend some people to become medics, inquired Naruto. Who is it exactly? The Jinchuriki responded to his godmother, saying, Ino Yamanaka, Hinata Hyuga, Tenten, and lastly, Sakura Haruno if she takes her training seriously. I will look into it, thanks for reminding me about it. Anyway, now I believe it is time that I must greet my new wife, Naruto said as he left the room. Jiraiya following him, your house is located near the Hokage monument and I believe Sensei told me that she was at the Nara residence. She seems quite intrigued with him after he battled her and forfeited. In response, Naruto said, Got ya. Imagine the shock of his face when he sees the house, Jiraiya thought, smiling. Nara residence. At the moment, Temari and Shikamaru were engaged in combat. A shogi battle, to be exact. With Shikamaru having defeated Temari's 3 so far. He was thinking in his own little way, well, how did I know that you two would be doing this? As he walked up to the two of them with Shikamaru's mother, Yoshino Nara, Naruto said. Naruto bowed and said formally, thanks for the cucumber sandwiches, Yoshino. Sama. I hate formalities, so please just call me Yoshino.san. The Jinchuriki nodded to the woman, and Shikamaru said, so why are you here? Well, Shikamaru, I am here to take back my wife from you. Incredulous, Shikamaru exclaimed, why? You're married. To her? Really that annoying woman? And what exactly is troublesome about me, you little rat? Temari rounded on Shikamaru. How gorgeous you look is troublesome. I bet this little rat was planning ways to steal you away from me and have him all to himself, Naruto said, snatching Shikamaru's mouth shut with his hand. Since Naruto's eyes were clearly saying, if you don't want that huge fun shoved up your ass, go along with it, Shikamaru's eyes appeared to argue. Fortunately, Naruto's compliment saved the lazy genius ass by making her blush and smile shyly. A word of advice, Shikamaru, Naruto whispered, is that even though women can be problematic at times, you should never say it aloud. Shikamaru whispered back, where is the 1% that says women are always right in everything? Well, nobody is perfect and the 1% is Haruno, she is never right. Touché. All right, Temari. Chan, are you prepared to move into your new house? Naruto turned to face Temari. As they left, Naruto called back to Shikamaru, all right then, let's go to our humble abode. I will see you tomorrow, Shika. I would like to see 2 shogi masters in action. The Sand Princess nodded, I am, let me get my stuff. She entered briefly, making an X with her metal fan and carrying a large scroll. He looked at his shogi board and saw a sticky note from Temari that read, checkmate. Shikamaru thought, that guy, he gets more difficult each time I see him, troublesome. He laughed and added, I have a worthy opponent besides my dad. This is 3 times larger than my own home. Temari exclaimed in shock, I thought you said humble abode, not flashy dream mansion. Naruto's mansion, I mean, humble abode. The 2 blondes entered the hose, and Naruto forced Kage Bunshin to explore the house and dispel themselves. After the information was downloaded into his brain, he turned to her and said, well, let's get on with the tour then. Naruto also said, incredulously, your house, this thing is like my apartment complex I used to live in. Wow, your father went all out, Temari remarked as she sat in her assigned room after Naruto and Temari toured the mansion, home, which had 24 bedrooms, a master suite, 14 bathrooms, a large kitchen, a study, a dojo in the backyard, and a hot springs room. Naruto remarked, I think he set this up somehow in case it happened. Need assistance unpacking? Temari unpacked her belongings and said, sure, thanks, Naruto.kun. Naruto said, so I was a bit surprised that they sent you to be my wife. The two then proceeded to the kitchen for dinner after working together to set up Temari's room. Well, since you fixed my brother's seal and defeated Gaara, you have his loyalty and respect. You are cute, you have Suna's respect, and you're a little afraid of beating him. I kind of liked you, too, Temari confessed, blushing. Oh, really? Isn't that something, then? Do you intend to serve as Suna's Konoha ambassador? Yes, that way I can see my brothers. It would be quite boring seeing trees all the time. I guess that would be boring for someone who lives in a village with sand and no beach in sight, Naruto said with a small laugh. Which affinities do you have? Temari laughed. Easy enough, Naruto.kun. I thought you were smart, it is wind. Naruto said, you don't have a second affinity yet, or perhaps you have a double affinity for wind. I have one affinity for wind, and my bloodline activated the others for lightning and water. Together, they formed the Eridan family line. Wow, Temari said. To be honest, I haven't had time to master my affinity and I would need your help to do it, Temari-chan. We had to picture our chakra as a thin, sharp blade in order to complete the task. Since most of our ninja are wind or earth natured, it is extremely uncommon to get water or even lightning there. After that, we would send our chakra in an arc or use a kunai coated in wind natured chakra to cut through a big boulder. Naruto replied, so that will be my training to master the wind affinity, with your help, of course. How about your affinity for lightning and water? I trained in water jutsu and water affinity during the month leading up to the Chunin exams. I haven't fully mastered either, but I would like to work on my other affinities before I do. I'm worried about lightning. I know someone in Konoha who has a lightning affinity, but I'd rather not be around them. Who? Temari inquired inquisitively. Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke, the ones that came late for their match. After kissing him on the cheek, Temari said, oh, them. Well, I am sure that you will figure something out. You always do, considering what I have seen with you. She was about to walk away when Naruto grabbed her by the hand and pulled her back so he could give her a passionate kiss. As she closed her eyes and leaned into the kiss, the Kage's daughter thought, this is nice. They remained in that position for a minute until there was a knock on the door, which they ignored for a few minutes but which continued. The Jinchuriki said, what are you doing here? Naruto moaned as he parted ways with his fiancée. Damn, someone better have a good excuse for interrupting an opportune moment. He proceeded to the door and opened it to discover Sasuke Uchiha there. Actually, how in the world did you find this house? Sasuke replied, that doesn't matter, come out and fight me, Namikaze. How about this? No. A. You recently awoke from your coma, and B. I recently returned from my quest to retrieve the new Hokage. I'm going to make out with my fiancé right now, if you don't mind. He slammed the door in Sasuke's face and returned to his earlier project. That bastard, denying my challenge, wait a minute, the Dobi is getting married. The Uchiha thought angrily as he left the property. For the 6th time in 3 months, Sasuke was admitted to the hospital. Given that Naruto ultimately defeated Aoi Rokusho, a Jonin from the Hidden Rain, and a Nukenin from Konoha, the Uchiha reflected on how strong Naruto had grown throughout his career. In addition to being a Chunin, he possessed abilities never seen before, such as a variety of jutsu and kenjutsu. Furthermore, he was trained by Jiraiya, a Sannin, and it was discovered that he was a Namikaze, the clan's heir to the Yondaime Hokage. He had essentially become a nice version of his brother after stealing the opportunity to fight Gaara. He was married to Temari, the attractive sister of his opponent. Why? Am I not stronger than him? I have trained harder, have a huge arsenal of fire jutsu from Kakashi as well as the Chidori, and yet every opponent I meet is defeated by Naruto except him, Itachi. Even he was only interesting with Naruto. Why? He was angry with himself. Orochimaru, meanwhile, sat in front of the Sound 4, his 4 bodyguards, in auto. It's time, I need you 4 to bring Sasuke Uchiha unharmed to me. His body is to be my next vessel, do not fail me. Together, the 4 exclaimed, Hi, Orochimaru. Sama, and quietly departed the room. Sakura, his devoted teammate, was tending to Sasuke in the meantime. He turned to glare at her and knocked the apples away from him, causing them to fall to the ground. Where is Namikaze? Why do you want that baka for? Get him over here. The Uchiha jumped out of his bed and yelled, Naruto, as Naruto passed by Sasuke's room to visit a friend just as he was finishing up. The Chunin turned to face Sasuke, who gave him a glowering expression. What's with the glare, Uchiha? He asked. Fight me. Why? You just got out of the hospital, plus I told you that I am not fighting you just to soothe your ego. You think you did me a favor of bringing that lady back here to heal me? You think you are such a big shot like that because you got women? You are nothing. You know what? I don't need this from you, and I didn't bring Hokage Sama back here to heal you or Hitaki. In my personal opinion, I would have left you all in your coma since I don't have to be on this team anymore. What? Are you scared that you will lose against Sasuke? Sakura interrupted. I have nothing to prove against Sasuke. Just because I happen to defeat enemies that Uchiha couldn't overcome doesn't mean that I have to fight him to prove which is stronger. I just want to live my life in peace. I see, you are nothing like those two bitches of yours. I'm sorry. You want to run that by me again? Naruto said, blinking and grinning slightly. I said you are nothing like those two bitches of yours. That is what I thought you said. Fine, I will indulge you this time, Uchiha. Sakura followed the two former rivals as they ascended the stairs to the roof, where Sasuke grinned and said, "We will fight on the roof." Naruto said to the boys as they faced one another, "Well, I guess it will be fun kicking your ass all over the place." "What are you babbling about? I am saying your ass is grass, Uchiha. I could care less if you insult me, but insulting the people I care about definitely grants you a well-deserved ass kicking. You are so full of yourself, really. No, unlike you, it took me one time to humble myself due to my life hanging in the balance. I still don't see why are you getting yourself worked up for. You are the one who challenged me for this fight, so why are you saying that I am full of myself? That phrase screams you. Namikaze, please stop talking and fight me, not until you put your headband on. If we are going to fight, I want to fight on the promise that no matter what happens, we agree that we are fighting as equals. Equals, huh? I am a Uchiha, the greatest clan in this village, and you cannot match me. My clan is so much bigger than yours. Clan status is unrelated to this shit. I'm positive that other ninjas have also beaten Namikazes and Uzumakis, and that many Uchiha have been beaten by someone. It's also a matter of skill. Stop annoying me. The Uchiha recovered by planting his feet on the fence and sent a punch, which was swiftly deflected, then went down for a sweeping kick, which caused Naruto to jump up in the air and kick him in the chin. Sasuke shouted as he ran at Naruto, throwing a punch at his former teammate. Naruto stood motionless until the very last second and caught his arm to throw him over his shoulder. Namikaze. While Naruto retreated to a new position, Sasuke screamed out as he charged. Naruto blocked a kick, took two punches to the gut, and then retaliated with a vicious right cross, causing Sasuke to stumble and spit blood out of his mouth. After turning the Uchiha at random points and delivering well-placed hooks and jabs to his body, Naruto finished his tirade with a vicious back kick to the chest, sending the Uchiha flying into the water tower. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke rose from the ground and flipped through hand signals, saying, "Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu." Made the cross seal, Naruto said. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. To protect Naruto from the fireball, the clones materialized and encased him. They suddenly vanished, and Naruto emerged while yelling, "Suiten. Suishoha." Sasuke retaliated with his trademark Kaden Gukaku, as the water from the water tower exploded from the top and slammed into him. With yet another series of hand gestures, Naruto said, "Suiten. Mazarapa." A wave of water burst from his mouth and the Jinchuriki moved through another set, Raiden. Hiraishin. With a resounding force, the electrifying water slammed into Sasuke as he touched it with his hands, propelling him into the air. "Damn it," said Sasuke. He flipped through three recognizable hand signs, Chidori. "So you're trying to kill me, huh, Sasuke?" Naruto thought, narrowing his eyes. "Even though I act similarly, you are not an enemy, and I will not murder you unless absolutely necessary." Haku Senichashu, Ninpo. As he descended with the Chidori, Naruto yelled and hurled white Hydra heads at Sasuke, who struck back. The boy attempted to kill Naruto with his lightning-induced hand, but he replaced it with a log, deeply embedding Sasuke's hand in the wood. Sasuke attempted to attack him, but Jiraiya and Kakashi intervened. Kakashi said, "This doesn't look like a spar between friends." Naruto responded cynically, "Geez, how did you guess?" Jiraiya said, "Who challenged you, Haruno?" Before Jiraiya said, "Don't look at them, look at me, who issued the challenge, and don't lie to me because I know that you will and you will be punished." Sakura's gaze strayed to Sasuke and Naruto. "It was Sasuke-kun," Sakura muttered. "Why did you issue this challenge and use deadly force in response, Uchiha?" Jiraiya turned to Kakashi and said, "Go and put a leash on your student now." He responded, "I don't have to explain myself to anyone." Before Kakashi left, he said, "It seems that they have the sort of relationship that you and Orochimaru once had." No, Jiraiya thought. That friendship was transformed into tolerance as soon as Naruto's ancestry was made public and Sasuke's haughtiness was exposed. Now it's totally broken down. You go home and Naruto, you too, he said, turning to Sakura. Sakura took the stairs, saddened by having to betray her crush, imaginary husband, while Naruto nodded and left the hospital by rooftop. Sasuke sat against a tree and pondered, what have I been doing, until now? Hey, those are nice eyes. 4 unidentified individuals wearing purple rope around their waists were visible from a distance. A plump, tan man with a mohawk, a 2-headed, effeminate boy, a tan man with 6 arms, and a red-headed girl wearing a skull cap. The sexy boy said, how about we start? Sasuke was abruptly ensnared by ninja wire, and he scowled at the person who had done it, asking, what does this mean? Well, you would have fled from me if I hadn't done this. You're not the kind of person who would have sat through a lecture, Kakashi remarked. According to the 6 arms, that is, Sharingan no Kakashi. Look, I thought I hammered home the point that the Chidori is not the kind of weapon you use against your allies, especially someone like Naruto. Additionally, I'll need you to stop pursuing retribution. The Jonin went on, I know that you don't want to do it, believe me, I know the feeling, as Sasuke gave him a fierce look. I have witnessed firsthand how evil people like you can become in this line of work. Those who ultimately sought revenge were left unsatisfied and met a tragic end. Even if you manage to kill Itachi, you will still be left with nothing but emptiness and more pain and suffering. What the hell do you know about? Asked Sasuke. What if I murder the person you care about the most? You can't, because all the ones that I love the most are dead. Sasuke was startled and looked up to Kakashi. You see, I know how you feel about it and it does hurt when I think about it, but you have to remember we may not be the lucky ones, but we are not the worst since we found precious comrades to protect. The Chidori is a great power, a sword to shield your friends from harm. Just think about what I said Kakashi, releasing him. What are your thoughts on Naruto? The man walked away, leaving the Uchiha to his thoughts. Kakashi stiffened a little and said, I have underestimated him. I never thought that he would amount to anything after the wave mission, which is why I focused on you, but now, I am not so sure. Now that his mask is off, I don't know him anymore. The redhead retorted, it is impossible for a bunch of incompetent shitheads like you guys, but I can do it. The 6 armed boy told his fellows, it will be much easier if the Uchiha is wandering around alone. I think that we can wait a bit. The redhead yelled, shut the fuck up, you bitch. The emo boy who wasn't Sasuke spoke up, I wonder, 2 would be enough to cut his throat to pieces. The meaty man turned to the lone girl and said, girls shouldn't talk like. Shut up, fat ass. Sasuke was soon surrounded by the sound 4 as night fell, and the Uchiha stood up and uttered, all right, who the hell are you for? Sound 4, Kidomaru of the East Gate, Jirobo of the South Gate, Saken of the West Gate, Tayuya of the North Gate. Then Kidomaru picked his moment and punched Sasuke, who blocked and put a kick to Saken's throat using his back as support, climbing onto Kidomaru as Jirobo was about to punch him. After slipping his arm into Kidomaru's rope and grabbing Hirobo's arm, the boy ducked beneath it and threw both of them into Saken and Tayuya. The 4 collided, and it was gradually revealed that each had replaced with a log. You 4, you caught me in a bad mood, so if you want more, then I will not hold back, he said, glancing over his shoulder to see the 4 standing there. Saken sneered, stop yapping like a whimpering dog. I'll play a tune on your broken ribs, come on. Saken said to his teammates, I'll handle this, as Sasuke jumped at him. Saken kicked him, but Sasuke deflected it and wrapped his ninja wire around his leg in a covert manner. He then ducked beneath the other one and pulled the string. Those strings. My legs. With a sly smile, Saken blocked Sasuke's sweeping kick with his forearm, then firmly grasped the Uchiha's leg, causing Sasuke to deliver a punch that Saken also caught in his grasp before sending his free leg, which was blocked by his opponent's forearms. When the Uchiha was about to thrust his free hand into Saken's stomach, he smirked and said, let me hear the music. Sasuke was slammed back into the tree, and he suddenly thought, damn, where did that attack come from? Kidomaru then kicked the boy low, causing him to leap into the air. The 6 arms then threw Sasuke to Jirobo, who delivered an earth-crushing blow to his stomach before returning it to Saken. Let's listen to the remaining notes. I wonder why Orochimaru Sama wants some weak-ass like you. Kimonero had more potential than this one, said Saken, who seemed unharmed and got up to grab the boy by the ankle after Sasuke swiftly grabbed the edge and slammed his foot into Saken's chin to start him up with his Shishi Renden and all of the hits connected with the effeminate boy, sending him into the wood. What the devil? I hit my Shishi Renden with every blow, and he simply stood up and walked away. You will remain weak like everyone else if you continue to live in this shit of a village. You will never get stronger. Saken tossed Sasuke against the wall and remarked, playing family games with your comrades will only make you rot. Speaking up, Tayuya said, come with us, Orochimaru. Sama will grant you power if you do. In addition to the fact that Orochimaru is too weak to move at all, this is the reason I call bullshit on that. He must send fools to pursue his objectives. When the five of them looked up, they saw Naruto sitting on the roof's edge, staring at the moon while munching on a lollipop. You are who the fuck? Such language, do you kiss Orochimaru's ass with that mouth, young maiden? Tayuya inquired, and Naruto tsked at her. He said, let's see now, we have an emo too. Head, a Spider-Man, a fat ass, and a crude version of Sailor Jupiter. Probably. Since it had been used by other boys. Get him, Saken said. Jirobo and Kidomaru punched him, but Naruto sidestepped and split-kicked their heads, knocking them away. Saken then threw Sasuke into him and skidded back, only to see Tayuya aim a kick at his back. He swiftly ducked and pushed an elbow into her stomach before turning to face Sasuke, who inquired, what brought you here? Well, I decided to man up and be the one to apologize after hearing the same lecture as you about comrades shouldn't be fighting with comrades that seriously to kill each other. The Jinchuriki responded, but now I find you with 4 of Orochimaru's butt buddies, well, except the sailor. She is a lesbian, in my opinion. You dude with the blonde hair, I'm straight. Although I disagree with the lesbian, I don't see anyone else denying that their snake master has fucked them in the ass. Hey, emo boy. Do you also suck off Kabuto's dick with that other head of yours? That's it. I'm going to enjoy killing you, Saken snarled. Perish, Naruto caught his punch and then a foot came out to hit him in the stomach. Naruto thought to himself, what the hell is that? Did I just picture a foot emerging from his stomach, even though I caught his punch? Is this genjutsu? No, Naruto, it is not genjutsu. Otherwise, I would have warned you about it and broken it, the Kyuubi retorted. The Jinchuriki cracked his knuckles and said, then let's try a different approach. Let's aim for the other head and see if it reacts. I am guessing that whatever it is happens to be connected with that guy's other head. Namikaze, said Sasuke onward. This one won't be resolved by anything you say at this time, so save it. Even though you are insulting my fiancés and acting like a haughty jerk, you are a comrade, and I will be damned if Orochimaru buttrapes you. Hey, you idiot, fine, I will take the 6 arms and fat ass. Which leaves me with emo boy and sailor girl, alright, this should be fun. Sasuke declared, we have the advantage in here since they came here to capture or convince me of going to Orochimaru. They can't use any ninjutsu, as they instantly stood back to back. I believe that girl's specialty is genjutsu. The two leapt at their opponents, and Naruto kicked Saken, but it was caught by the arm, in his stomach, and the Jinchuriki grabbed Saken's head, pulling it down to his left knee. Naruto nodded and said, let's kick some ass then. When Saken's head jerked back, the Jinchuriki stepped behind him and punched the other head in the face, causing it to groan in agony. Naruto remarked, so that is the trick, you have this guy, your twin perhaps, to hit your opponent when you are in a tight spot. So you figured it out, huh? Then Tayuya attacked him from behind, but Naruto sidestepped to seize her by the collar and slammed her straight down to the wood. Okay, but it won't be visible to you. Jirobo, in the meantime, devised an uppercut for Sasuke, who used his Sharingan to dodge it and slam a kick into his chest before grabbing his rope and throwing him into Kidomaru, who dodged as he asked, so what is your answer? Would you like to accompany us? We're wasting our time, Orochimaru. Sama is really challenging. Jirobo, our weakest member, could kill you because you are so weak. Sasuke became enraged and yelled, come try it. You are not the only person Orochimaru thought was unique, he said, activating his cursed seal and leaping at Kidomaru, who then used his own to send him into the wall. It appears that you still lack control over that cursed seal. If you wear it for an extended length of time, you will gradually and irrevocably lose who you are. As the marks on both ends disappeared, Jirobo went on, Orochimaru gave us power in return for our freedom. You have to give up something in order to obtain something. We will tell you everything there is to know about Itachi Uchiha if you accompany us. The question is, will you lose sight of your mission and your objective and live out the rest of your days in this comfortable village licking your wounds with your friends? Remember your goal. This village is only a barrier to you. Break off your friendships. This is the only way to become stronger. Naruto glanced at Kidomaru and Jirobo as they leapt into the air, followed by Saken and Tayuya. Are you okay? He asked Sasuke. Yeah, alright, Sasuke, get some sleep. There's no need to report this until the morning. The Uchiha decided that he would go to Orochimaru to seek power, so he packed up his belongings and left his house. The Uchiha looked at his old photo of Team 7 and closed his eyes as he put it down. Sasuke remained silent, and Naruto leapt off into the night. What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? He asked Sakura as he was making his way to the gate. Everyone who leaves has to pass on this road. It is always the road over here, Sakura retorted. You should go to bed, Sasuke said as he passed her. I was always making you mad, Sakura cried, turning as she yelled, do you still remember? I don't remember that, Sasuke said, the moment we turned into Genin and the first time I ever spoke to you by myself. I felt the same way. It was a long time ago, and ever since then, I've felt that we've bonded. Naruto always tries to get in the way or something, but I was happy when I was on your team. I am aware of what transpired with your family, but seeking revenge will not make anyone happy. It won't make anyone happy, you're right, but like I thought, I am not like the rest of you. We all walk different paths. When our team was completing missions, I had thought that was my path, but after everything, my heart tells me that I am an avenger. This is why I am alive. I will never be like you or Namikaze. Sasuke, do you plan on being alone again? You were the one who told me the pain of loneliness. Right now, I am feeling that pain too. Even though I have family and friends, without you in my life, Sasuke, to me, I will still be lonely. These are just new steps we must take on our own paths. But I like you so much that I can't stand it. If we were together, I promise that you won't forget it. We'll live happily together every day and we'll definitely find happiness. I am willing to do anything for you, so, please stay. I'm begging you, I would even kill for you, anything that you want me to do. I will do it, just stay here with me, or at least take me with you. You really are, very annoying, Sasuke said, turning his head slightly to face her. Sakura then ran forward a little and yelled, don't leave. I promise that if you move another step and I'll start yelling. He knocked her unconscious and placed her on the bench after the Uchiha suddenly materialized behind her and said, Sakura, thanks. When he reached out to the Sound 4, who were waiting for him on the hill, Sakin knelt in front of him and said, we've been waiting, Sasuke. Sama. Now what's all this about? Ever since we left the village, we have decided for you to lead us, so please forgive our earlier actions. HMPH, it is fine either way, let's go, it is about to begin and prepare for a fight. Sasuke. Sama. Why? Because I know for a fact that Namikaze and Sakura will come after, mostly likely Namikaze since he is the strongest one out of our group. Sakura was found on the bench at 4 in the morning, and when she informed the arriving Chunin of Sasuke's departure, Tsunade responded by yelling, Azumo. Katetsu. Bring me Shikamaru Nara and Naruto Namikaze, hurry. Nara residence. As his mother answered the door, Shikamaru was busy ignoring her nagging and whispered to his father, hey, Dad, why did you marry such a strict woman? Well, it is probably because of the times that your mom has when she is happy and cheerful, Shikaku replied. Is that it? I wonder why she would want from me, Shikamaru thought as Yoshino peered into the dining room and said, some messenger from the 5th are here to speak with you. Namikaze residence. Tamari was observing Naruto as he flipped an omelet when the doorbell rang. Tamari. Chan, could you please get that for me? The Namikaze asked his fiancée. The desert princess nodded with a smile and opened the door. Hello, may I help you? I need Naruto Namikaze to report to the Godaim's office right now, it is urgent, Katetsu said, blushing as Tamari, wearing a slightly visible nightgown, nodded and yelled, Naruto.kun. The Godaim needs you right now. Well, it looks like you are going to have to start breakfast without me, Tamari. Chan. Naruto paused his omelet flipping and reached for his Chunin vest to put it on. Tamari responded, I will be fine, I am not that fragile. Hokage's office, Shikamaru, Naruto. Sasuke left our village last night. Naruto mumbled, I can't believe that he would do that. Damn it, Sasuke, Tsunade said gravelly, but there is no doubt in my mind that he is headed for the Sound Village. It sounds like you know something, Tsunade remarked. Yeah, I never expected that they would persuade him to leave voluntarily. When I went over to apologize for the fight we had, I noticed that he was fighting 4 guys from Sound. We drove him off together, and I told him that we would report in the morning so we could talk about our lack of security and have a plan of action. Who made the report? Your teammate, Sakura Haruno, figures, according to Shikamaru. Orochimaru convinced him to leave, but why would he do so? I will let Naruto explain on the way, but I'm going to give you your first leadership mission, Tsunade said, turning to face Naruto. You are responsible for the strategy, Shikamaru, and Naruto will serve as company captain in the event that you are unable to do so. I want you to locate Sasuke and bring him back because there are 4 of them, including Sasuke. You will need 3 more members. So Jonin and Chunin will be joining us? Shikamaru uttered those words. No, I'm afraid I can't do that. The majority of our Jonin and Chunin are out of the village on missions to maintain the appearance that the invasion hasn't damaged us. Thus, you have precisely half an hour to locate the most deserving genin in this community and pursue Sasuke. Hello. The Chunins departed the office after saying this. So, Shikamaru, who do you believe we ought to acquire? Choji is a given since he is the best choice in capturing an opponent. We will also need Kiba because we will need an Inuzuka for tracking in case those 4 lead us astray. Neji is the best Hyuga of all of them, and we also need one to keep an eye out for traps and other hazards. Well, now that we had made our choices, it is time to gather them. Shikamaru declared, time's up, as soon as the 5-man squad was in front of the village gate. During times like this, I want to, Lee thought as he watched with sadness. We all gathered our ninja gear, so we better go now or we will lose some time. Shikamaru responded, all right, listen up, I am the head captain of this mission and will be providing strategy. If I am taken out, you will all listen to Naruto. Neji, observing Lee's expression, said, Lee, there are other things to worry about. Kiba will be our scouter first as we decide on the squad formation. Why me? Why don't you? Because you travel throughout Fire Country year round and are familiar with the terrain. You are able to track Sasuke and booby traps by using your keen sense of smell to detect the scent of the enemies. I will then be in a position where I can give orders from behind Kiba and signal people behind me with my hands. Naruto, you are next. Your quick reflexes will allow you to provide cover and assistance, especially with your cage bunchins, Shikamaru said, turning to face Naruto. Choji, our team's strongest hitter, comes in 4th. With Kiba, Naruto, and I fighting, we could create openings that would let you take them out with a single blow. Finally, Neji will cover the back. He can check the blind spots of our squad with his Byakugan. Naruto took over, saying, Kiba will now face forward and Shikamaru will do the same at a wider angle as we move. Neji will cover the back, while I will cover the left and Choji the right. Neji, in order to cover the back, we will need your Byakugan to be active at all times. Have any inquiries? You two thought this very through, Kiba remarked. Naruto gave Shikamaru a thumbs up, saying, this child came up with the idea. I only offered suggestions. Check your equipment now, everyone, and we'll go. In the process, I will describe the skills of the 4 enemy ninjas we are up against. The redhead girl is skilled in genjutsu because she preferred to fight from a distance. The chubby one's specialty is obviously taijutsu, so he is like Choji, and the 6. Armed guy is the most dangerous one because I don't know anything about him. The emo boy with 2 heads has the unusual ability to use his twin's limbs in addition to his own to fight. Then Sakura said, Namikaze, to Naruto. What do you want, Haruno? Even you were unable to persuade Sasuke to return, even though we were unable to select you for the mission. Please bring Sasuke-kun back, I said. I couldn't do it, but only you, Namikaze, have the strength to do it. So, please. Sakura, I will do my best to bring him back to the village, but I will not do it for you. He will come back to this village, alive and broken, or dead. Sakura watched in disbelief as Naruto said, don't you think that what you did was kind of harsh, Naruto-san? Lee whispered to him during the exchange. To be honest with you, Lee, it was harsh, but she will need to strengthen herself if she hopes to bring Sasuke back, and my efforts will not change anything. Since he is a comrade, I am only carrying out the mission. The moment he started to feel envious of me, our friendship ended. Let's leave. After the 5-man squad had left, Lee placed a hand on her shoulder and said, don't worry, Sakura-san. I am sure that Naruto will bring him back alive for sure. However, she knew deep down that Naruto was serious when he said that he would kill Sasuke if necessary, so Lee's words didn't ease her. The Uchiha raised an eyebrow. You are asking me to die once? How? Sakin responded, we have orders from Orochimaru Sama, and he told us that we needed you to die once. Sasuke asked, what are we stopping for? As the sound 4 came to a halt in a clearing. Sakin took out a tiny glass jar. Saishingen, we need you to take this pill. In order to force your curse seal from level 1 to level 2, but the level of contamination is great and if we don't do anything, you might die. Your body needs to get adjusted to it, and with the level 2 curse seal, you would probably be on par with us. When it is awakened, it will only take a few minutes until you die. What happens after I die? The Uchiha inquired. Don't worry, that is what we are here for. Our barrier jutsu will reduce the side effects of the pill and put you in a temporary coma. And how reliable are your barrier skills? Sasuke inquired dutifully. Kidomaru said, Sasuke. Sama, we are the 4 elite guards of Orochimaru. Sama. Our strongest skills are Fuinjutsu and barrier jutsu. Sasuke swallowed a pill and said, I'm counting on it. Soon after, Saken opened a barrel and Sasuke fell to the ground in agony. You fools better hurry up or Sasuke Sama will lose it, yelled Saken. With caution, Jirobo lifted the Uchiha and put him inside the barrel. Saken commanded, all right, get ready. And the 4 took their places while yelling, Shikakumujin, together. Saken placed 4 seals on the barrel and said, Fukoku Hoin. The sound 4 proceeded through the forest as the leader declared, all right, the first step is complete. Suddenly, the barrel was sealed. Sasuke Retrieval Group. Shikamaru advised, switch to scouting positions and proceed with caution. Kiba sniffed and said, I smell 5 ninjas including Sasuke, and they were fighting 2 others, but now they are getting further away from the scent of blood. According to Naruto, also expect traps and ambushes, they will be waiting for anyone pursuing them. Use your senses at your full potential. Right. Shikamaru ordered everyone to stop when Kiba said, hold on, the enemy stench is all over this place. Naruto looked up and said, a barrier seal. Shikamaru responded, yes, my dad told me about these, is triggered when the enemy enters a certain area encircled by the seals. The 5 genin came across numerous traps and cautiously avoided them. Kiba swore, damn, so we have no other way to flank it? Shikamaru shook his head, come on, we need to find another way around this. Neji. Shikamaru said, all right, here is the plan. Meanwhile, Saken remarked, damn, we are losing time resting and we don't have much time to spare in the first place, while Shikamaru exclaimed, right, Byakugan. The Hyuga genius looked ahead and said, found them, they are resting. Kidomaru looked up at the sky and said, there wasn't any other way against 2 Jonin, if we tried to conserve our energy, we would have been killed. Jirobo said, what troubles me is the fact that we can't use our bodies. Tayuya responded, it can't be helped, we lose too much strength when we fight at level 2. Shikamaru peered through the bushes and whispered, looks like they haven't noticed us yet, huh? Where is Sasuke? Neji responded, it seems that he is in that barrel. Kidomaru was suddenly aware of a presence and thought, someone is here. Is he dead? No, it is difficult to see in there since there is a barrier around it, but I doubt they would kill him since they wanted him so badly. Yeah, you are right. Both genin heard the fizzing sound as a kunai suddenly whizzed through the bushes. The 2 landed in front of the sound 4 as the explosive seals detonated as they leapt away. Tayuya responded, what is this? Poked through the bush and got 2 bugs instead of rabbits. Kidomaru tugged on his threads and said, then what are these? Shikamaru objected as Jirobo assumed a fighting stance, saying, hey, hold on, we didn't come here to fight, we came here to negotiate. Then, Kiba and Choji shot through the air, and the Inuzuka threw the smoke ball to the ground. Kidomaru replied, it is useless, my threads are thinner than wires, but stronger and harder to detect. I laid these over the area. Much like a spider, Naruto turned and gave Kidomaru a kick. So we have a guy that is much like a spider, a girl who specializes in genjutsu, a guy that has his twin brother stuck in his body to fight for him, and a brute. Jirobo yelled, Doden Kekai, Doridomu no Jutsu, as the 6 armed man grinned and withdrew his hand to throw Naruto to the group. He then slammed his palm into the ground, causing it to rise up around the group. Kidomaru responded, okay, just catch up as soon as you're done eating, we are going to head out. Kiba was using Gatsuga to pound at the wall inside the dome. Jirobo responded, you guys go ahead, I will take care of these guys, I want to recover even if it is only a little. Kiba, stop that. You are just wasting chakra, Shikamaru said. Neji added, and this dome is draining it as well. Naruto grinned and said, really? Now, the Jinchuriki closed his eyes and thought, Kyuubi, I need your power. The Kyuubi responded, you got it, here you go, and when Naruto opened his eyes, crimson orbs and orange chakra burst out of him. Neji thought, that is the same chakra he used against me, what is this power? Jirobo laughed, thinking, I got a bit of chakra from you guys, thanks for the meal. Naruto grinned and said, the bastard wanted a meal. Well, He can have a full course then, extra spicy. Ugh. What is this? This is not chakra. Arg. Jirobo jerked back as the barrier was released, revealing the Sasuke retrieval squad. His arms were burning. Dude, what the fuck you did to him? Kiba asked Naruto as she turned to face Jirobo, who was writhing on the ground. Jirobo said, like hell you will, and shifted into a fighting stance. All of you are weaklings, especially you. You only have that shadow jutsu I noticed in the exams. You are the weakest of them all and yet you are the leader, Naruto retorted. I will tell you later, right now, we got to go after Sasuke. When the Akamichi handed the Shikamaru soldier pill, the Nara retorted, you can't be serious, Choji. The Jinchuriki grinned and said, HMPH. Big talk coming from you since in your group, you are the weakest of them. Choji, he is all yours. With a simple smile, Choji said, don't worry, I got my secret weapon for me. But that's, Shikamaru, take them and go. Shikamaru gave a nod, and they all took a pill before heading out. Choji scowled as he produced a box, saying, it won't go as planned. Jirobo rushed over to him and yelled, ha! I will make quick work of you and them as well. Try. Colored pills, what are they for? Asked the least resilient member of the Sound Four. After eating the pill, Choji thought, first, the spinach pill. He managed to restrain Jirobo and slam him to the ground, whereupon he bounced and collided with a nearby tree. Choji grimaced and said, damn, even using one pill hurts this much. The Akamichi then removed the kunai that was connected to the loop by some wire and wrapped it around himself. Ninpo. Baika no Jutsu. Choji exploded like a balloon and raced like a bowling ball in Hirobo's direction. Nikuden Hari Sensha. The kunai stabbed deep into Hirobo's body as he raised his stinging arms to grasp the larger, spinning meat tank. The big young man struck Choji with his fist, knocking him back and crashing to the ground. Don't be so confident, you piece of trash. Hosho, he yelled. Weakly, Choji stood up, and his eyes widened when he noticed the black triangular markings covering Hirobo's skin. Jirobo grinned with assurance. HMPH, let me tell you something, kid, when there is a group, there is always going to be the one person that slows everyone down. Those kind of people are used as pawns and scapegoats when the situation is dire. And the scapegoat is you. Choji was deeply affected by Hirobo's remarks as he recalled all the people who made fun of him despite his diligent training behind the scenes, until he heard his friends' voices in the distance. I have been working with Choji for the longest time. The two of us teaming up is the best, I mean, who knows if we fought, if Choji was my opponent, I would have just given up. Shikamaru. Choji pondered his thoughts. Jirobo mockingly remarked, ha, I knew it. Konoha must be short of real people if you were put on this team. Choji may be not the best ninja out of all of us, but I can assure you that there is no one here with a bigger heart like him. He is a true friend, loyal to the end. I believe that if anyone threatens that friendship or camaraderie, Choji will kick all human ass. As he took the yellow curry pill and consumed it, Choji grinned slightly and thought, Naruto, Shikamaru, you two believe in my strength, that I can do this. That is why you both left me here to handle this guy. I will not let your trust go to waste. Well, you built up quite a bit of chakra, but it is still not enough to defeat me. Hirobo's eyes twitched slightly as he sensed the increase in chakra coming from Choji's body. Choji grinned at the Sound 4 member and said, let's go, fat ass. That word fits your ass better. Jirobo charged at Choji, but the Akamichi heir was prepared for him. Buban Baika no Jutsu. Arm. Choji's arm grew to epic proportions and slammed Jirobo hard into the ground, but the weakest member of the Sound 4 threw his arm off and punched the genin in the face, saying, go to hell, trash. Take this. Cho Baika no Jutsu. Choji yelled angrily as he threw himself upright and his boy grew to the size of Gamabunta before colliding with Jirobo and crushing him to the ground. I did it, the Akamichi smiled thoughtfully. It was brief, though, as he felt himself gradually rising off the ground before hearing Hirobo's voice, albeit one that sounded deeper than usual. What a shame, to think that I have to use level 2 on such a weakling. Using his free hand, Jirobo slammed his palm into Choji's chest, causing his entire body to rise into the air and causing him to lose control of his jutsu. R-hit fist style. Shobikisho. Jirobo hefted Choji with one hand. The Konoha genin awoke drowsily to gaze at his opponent in utter disbelief. Hirobo's skin had turned, and he had warts primarily on his shoulders and forehead. His mohawk hair had grown to a full coat, ending at his back. You have no hope now, in my level 2 form. I am unstoppable, I am 10 times stronger than before. No enemy has even lived after fighting me like this, although it takes a bit of chakra to sustain it for so long, Jirobo said with seriousness. Damn it, I can't move my body with this much pain. I should have anticipated the effects of taking the curry pill. The last one is the red chili pill, but if I take that one, I will die, Choji said, trying to move his body but being severely affected by the aftereffects of the curry pill. With a ruthless grin, Jirobo said, all right, let's get started. How can you be so sure about that? Kiba asked as Shikamaru started carving an arrow while the rest of the Sasuke retrieval squad halted at a tree. He made a promise, he will catch up and defeat that bastard. Replied that. He is a leaf shinobi. Every leaf shinobi has a hidden power inside, and when it is used, that person is unstoppable. That power is the power to believe in oneself. If we believe that we can do something and try hard, it will happen. Kiba said, all right, nodding. Shikamaru said, all right, let's move out. We better get Sasuke before Choji catches up. He might call us the slow ones. After Neji gave a silent nod. Everything in Choji's pouch flew out and his headband snapped off as Jirobo choked him and slammed him to the ground. HMPH, I can't even get any more chakra out of you. Jirobo remarked as he started to absorb his chakra. You are about to die and you think of food at a time like this, he said, stomping on Choji's hand as he approached a bag of chips. He then took the bag and emptied the last chip into his mouth, saying, damn, this ain't enough either. Jirobo glanced at Choji. You are just a worthless piece of trash, and expendable, but don't worry, I will take care of those idiot friends of yours. I will start the pineapple head. Now it is time to die, you worthless fat ass. Having made up his mind, Choji took the red chili pill and swallowed it. I'm sorry, Shikamaru, but it looks like that I won't be catching back up with you, but I promise you, I will take this guy down even if it cost me my very life, he thought sadly. Overconfidently, Jirobo yelled, you are too late, asshole. His technique struck the ground, creating a cloud of dust that covered the area until the weakest member of Sound 4 realized he hadn't actually hit Choji, who was standing behind him but looked different. Lean and with his chakra shaped like butterfly wings that sprouted from his back, Choji tightly gripped his left fist and poured all of his chakra into it. The attack was about to reach its target when Jirobo turned around and yelled, Gangeki. Choji stopped it in its tracks by holding the enlarged fist, saying, pointless, right now, I am 100 times stronger than before. Then he fell back and skidded across the floor as he slammed his elbow hard into Hirobo's chest. How the hell did he produce so much chakra that it changed his appearance? This is impossible, Jirobo thought as he stood up. To silence Jirobo, Choji stomped on his chest and said, you know the saying that a grudge over food is deeper than the ocean. That strike was for eating my last chip, and the next one will be heavier than the last one. This is not good at all, Jirobo thought in shock. Wait a minute, the man protested. You know, I can forgive you for calling me a fat ass or even more for eating my last chip, but I will never ever forgive anyone who insults my friends. Wait, see, can we talk? Like hell, Shoden Bakugeki. Jirobo let out a cry of agony and exhaled his final breath as Choji slammed his left fist squarely into his opponent's chest while yelling loudly. As the curse mark from the Sound 4 member faded, Choji slowly stood up and said, I actually won. He took off his headband and made his way slowly into the forest to locate Shikamaru's arrow, saying, Dad, I have made a lot of friends. A Komodo dragon soon emerged from the bushes and helped Choji on his back after the pill's effects caused him to sit against the tree with his headband firmly in his mouth. This boy will be a powerful ninja soon. I better get him to the hospital now, the doctor said. As Kiba and Akamaru's noses started to twitch with the rest of the group, Naruto pondered for a moment. We are getting close, Neji said. How odd, we have been traveling for a while and we haven't come across a single trap so far. Shikamaru said, they are underestimating us. They think that big guy will be the only one left here, so they didn't set in any traps, but it does give us an advantage. Naruto laughed, so who is up for a prank? Jirobo is late, Sakin finally said, addressing the Sound 4 gang. Kidomaru glanced over his shoulder and said, no, he is already here. The two-headed leader asked, what the hell took you so long? Jirobo looked at him and said, sorry, it took a while to take all of their chakra away, but I wanted to toy with that kid who burned my arms. Kidomaru glared at him and said, Jirobo, you look good today, but I can't let you carry this coffin since you aren't you. Tayuya reprimanded him, saying, you fat ass. Hurry and take that coffin, it is your job, you inferior dickhead. As Kidomaru threw the coffin to Tayuya, Jirobo exclaimed, damn. He produced a kunai and said, let me handle it this time, Sakin and Tayuya. You two go on ahead with Sasuke. Sama to Lord Orochimaru. The Spider Boy said, you got his mannerisms right, but Jirobo would have at least some slash marks from that blonde kid. Shikamaru emerged as the henge vanished, saying, I see, my mistake. You are right, Ninpo. Kumo Shibari. The Spider-Man said, holding Shikamaru against a nearby tree trunk with a spider web. Kidomaru soon found himself perched on a branch, only to be confronted by 5 Naruto clones. Ninpo. Kumo Sokai. Kidomaru yelled as he jumped off the branch and spat out a glove of sticky web. Don't you dare underestimate me. The 5 clones fell into the trap, and Naruto mused. Now, Kiba, the Gatsuga, he won't be able to dodge in the air. Gatsuga. While Kiba called out to Kidomaru as he landed on the branch, he avoided the drills by clicking his teeth. You think that I would let you escape? The man-spider retorted. That is my line, look at your feet. Damn! Exclaimed Tayuya in exasperation. Damn, what is that fat ass doing? That shithead? Sakin concurred. I knew it was a bad idea to leave the weakest member to deal with this. Kiba looked down at his feet and discovered sticky webbing trapping them. Damn you! You are too early to think that this thing will keep us here forever. Kiba yelled at Kidomaru, who sneered, yeah, right, loser, keep whining. However, Kiba's smile alerted the Sound Force balanced member that something was amiss. He dodged Neji's Juken blow at the last second and threw a big sticky net at him instead. Me, Naruto, Neji and Kiba, will this plan even work? Shikamaru wondered slightly, and Neji muttered a curse as Kidomaru said, now to keep you still, Kumo Mayu. As he placed Neji in a cocoon, he moved his hands and Naruto pulled out a dagger to try to free himself. He saw that the web was stretching, and he said, damn it, it won't cut. Kidomaru said, well, that is because my web is unbreakable, it can even support 2 elephants. He remarked, this is interesting, you know the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Well, then, as he started to chew on the web in his mouth and separate it out with his 6 hands. I am stuck here, this stickiness is made with his chakra mixed with his body fluid, and it is still strong even having left his body. His chakra will flow inside these webs forever. Then let my chakra, Neji thought to himself as he scanned his surroundings with his Byakugan. Ninpo. Kumo Nenkin. The branch member said as he directed his chakra to his hands while Kidomaru created weapons. Naruto looked at the spikes and pondered, I see, he can use the other webs to capture and immobilize his opponents like a typical spider. But these yellow ones, they harden when they come in contact in the air and he can use them as weapons. This is bad. Shikamaru asked himself, the color is different from the other webs, just what is he planning? He threw one of the spikes at it, and it pretended to be a Kage Bunshin. Hey, well, that was a clone, Well, then, this is the next one, he said. Now we are going to play a game. It is called, Let's Guess the Real Body, shall we? Now the first one shall be the one at the end. When he threw another one, it turned out to be a clone as well. What a lucky guy, but now I am going to try 2 at once, it is a 50 chance. Kidomaru threw the final 2 spikes, destroying the clone. Both clones vanished, and he howled in sick, twisted glee. Ha 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 ha, he is so lucky, but in the end, this is going to be one of them. As Naruto emerged from behind the spider guy and slammed his fist into Kidomaru's face, Kidomaru thought, what the? But at the same moment, Kidomaru grabbed a string and drew the Uzumaki to him, saying, you die first. No, you die first, Ninpo. Haku Senichashu, smirked Naruto, as white snakes emerged from his sleeve to attack him. Kidomaru severed the string that bound him to Naruto, but Kidomaru was sent away after a Juken strike to his shoulder. Arg, you, how did you get free? Neji looked at Kidomaru with his Byakugan burning and remarked, chakra. Made things can only be destroyed by putting chakra into it. Your jutsu is useless before my Juken. You guys go ahead, I will take care of this one, I am the only one who can. With his eyes fixed on Kidomaru, Naruto asked, Neji, are you sure that you can take this guy? Kiba turned to Neji and said, this guy is way stronger than the last guy. The Hyuga answered, if we don't calculate it, so one person is responsible for their own enemy, then it's gonna be a rough one, that is what we agreed on, right? Right, Shikamaru nodded. Also, Neji looked at Naruto. If you stop here, you won't be able to get Sasuke back. You have better eyes than me, Naruto. Sasuke is currently within the darkness. I think you are the only one who can bring him out of that darkness. Now you get out of here, I will catch up later. Naruto said gravely, well, now I have 3 reasons to break some of Sasuke's bones. You kill this guy and catch up, move out. Then Shikamaru jumped off with Naruto and Kiba, saying, "Alright." Kidomaru spit out webbing to catch them, thinking, like I will let you get away, but Neji caught it and severed the web strings. Well, he is pretty good, said the Spider-Man. Then he thought, but it isn't over yet, I am not gonna let you get away so easily. Kidomaru shrugged in silence, well, that is okay, so the strongest one of the group is you, right? Neji grinned and laughed a little, no, the strongest one was the one that hit you earlier. That blonde kid? Oh, well, I guess I will play with the boss character later after I take out the minor character, since I can't hold my playfulness in any longer. If I don't play the game bit by bit, it would be such a waste, so I am going to play with you for 3 minutes and then I will kill you. Neji used his Byakugan to destroy the spider web nets that Kidomaru had spat out of his mouth. There are so many of them, Neji said as he was suddenly ensnared in one of them, trapping his arms on either side. Hey, caught ya. Arrogantly replied Kidomaru. You are very talented in the use of chakra and you have very sharp eyes. From the opening of the chakra points in your hands, you emit a sharp needle. Like chakra and cut the thinnest part of my web with amazing precision, so this is the famous gentle fist that I heard from Orochimaru. Sama. However, once I take out those annoying arms of yours, you are finished. It has only been a minute and I am already bored, so. Die, he uttered as he was ready to kill Neji with a huge spear. What? How did he? Kidomaru asked when Neji's web bond suddenly broke and he landed on the makeshift spear. Well, I am going to let you in on a secret. Not only can I emit my chakra from my arms, but my entire body. I won't let Naruto bother with worthless trash like you, and by the way, you are in my range, game over. Neji launched a fierce attack, shouting, Ni Sho, Yan Sho, Hachi Sho, Juroku Sho, Sanjuni Sho, Rokuhuian Sho. As he struck the man-spider, Kidomaru was smashed through the broad tree trunk. The opponent, whose skin was covered in golden, plated armor, silently shocked the Hyuga as he leapt through the hole. Well, that was a close one. If you have actually hit me with that technique, you would have disabled my chakra network, sighed Kidomaru. So, that material of yours doesn't only come from your mouth. Kidomaru gushed, my Kumo Nenkin is a form of metal that instantly turns hard once it comes in contact with the air, and also that I can not only emit this metal from my mouth, but every sweat gland from my body, meaning that your gentle fist is useless against me. The Spider-Man jumped away from Neji, who remained motionless, thinking, my techniques will be useless against him, but his own will be useless against my own. I will have to strike his blind spot at a defense. A kunai sank down beside the leaf ninja as Kidomaru released the string, grinning. A fake, damn it. The branch Hyuga yelled as he spun in a circle, Kaden. Kidomaru was startled by his current situation, so Neji moved to the side just as multiple daggers were aimed at him. Neji then pulled out a kunai to aim at the Spider-Man, who ducked under it. Does he have eyes in the back of his head? First, he uses chakra to block my attack, and then he finds me in a secure location where I made sure he didn't see or hear me at all. The member of the Sound 4 pondered. Neji said in a monotone, you might as well come out right now, I can see you. Fine, I will admit that this game is quite the challenge, I will play for real this time. Kidomaru smirked as he emerged at the Hyuga's suggestion, his body covered in dark spirals. As he looked at his opponent and Kidomaru started to plan, Neji thought curiously, those markings, it is just like that time in the Chunin exams with Sasuke. So from his moves and that jutsu he just used, it seems that he had a wide field of vision as well as penetrating vision too, so then. Kachiyose no jutsu, Kidomaru yelled, conjuring a gigantic spider and weaving a massive web at the same time. As soon as the spider gave birth to a sack, the member of Sound 4 exclaimed, I will find the perfect strategy for you. Then, yelling, spread out, he fashioned a dagger and sliced the sack. As baby spiders emerged from web threads to attack, Neji's eyes widened slightly. However, as Kidomaru had foreseen, the Hyuga used Kaden, trapping him in the threads as the Sound 4 member threw his homemade weapon at the Leaf Shinobi. Neji thought, these spiders are slowing me down with their threads, I have to cut them off first. If my Kaden doesn't work, then I will dodge them one by one. The kunai whizzed straight and true, but Neji changed that by removing chakra from his body to change its trajectory. Kidomaru quickly launched his attack, hurling daggers and sending his spiders after the Hyuga. Neji ducked, leapt, and twisted to avoid danger, but Kidomaru saw one of the daggers land on Neji's shoulder. Kidomaru grinned and said to himself, looks like there are some daggers he can't dodge now, I got you now. Hake. Hyaku Naijahachi Sho. Neji scowled as the young Hyuga swiftly launched an assault on each spider in turn. Kidomaru gleefully whispered, "Next, it is 2 daggers," and, as promised, Neji gasped in agony as 2 daggers pierced his back deeply. In his mind, the member of Sound 4 thought, "I have found the perfect strategy. Looks like that move of his is to cover the shortcoming of his eyesight, meaning that his visual eyesight is not perfect." He cackled with delight. Neji's long hair fell down to frame his face as the tiny bandage covering it tore apart as he stood up. Kidomaru yelled, as if from everywhere, "What are you struggling for? The game is already finished. A novice like you in an easy game is meant to be defeated easily. You will never beat me." Kidomaru grinned and said, "Here is the last one." He let go of the last strings that were attached to his fingers, and the enormous spider suddenly descended upon Neji. The Hyuga looked up, charged a significant portion of his chakra in his hand, and then slammed his hand into the spider's body, causing it to burst into a sticky web fluid that covered him heavily. Neji's eyes widened in shock as a number of daggers were aimed at him. Some of them struck his back, causing the boy to fall face forward onto the ground once more, spilling blood. Well, it looks like he is dodging the daggers by a hair to avoid them hitting his critical organs. HMPH, I have had enough of this shitty game anyway, but I will thank you for the fun, by killing you, Kidomaru said with a sly grin as his marks spread across his body. Maximum impact, 100% accuracy, die, Kidomaru thought to himself as he made a bow and tucked an arrow into the string after completing level 2. He then let the arrow fly directly at Neji. The area gradually cleared of the dust and gravel cloud, revealing that his opponent had not been killed by the arrow. What? Kidomaru was still stunned, asking, "What? How? Why did my arrow miss by 7 inches upward?" Neji sighed with effort, "That was too close, but I managed to deflect that shot off course a bit. There is no mistake, he has figured out the weak point of the Byakugan." With his third eye, he identified the cause. "Ah, I see, it is that chakra. He must be continually emitting that to cover it in a wide space. No wonder he could detect and deflect the trajectory of my arrows with his chakra. On that other hand, emitting constantly must be a pain for him. He has no other way to dodge my attacks." Neji was clutching the opening in her shoulder and pondered, he doesn't waste any attacks at all, and those that he does waste, and he deliberately does to gain information from it. Using that, he discovered the coveted secret of the Byakugan. Incredible, out of all the opponents that I have faced, he is definitely the strongest. Kidomaru watched the Hyuga from afar. His vision is 360 degrees and he can accurately deflect any attack within a 50-meter radius, but on the other hand, there are some attacks he can't dodge at all because he couldn't see them. Therefore, it indicates that there is a small weakness, a blind spot. He cannot react to those attacks because they were in his blind spot, so he uses his defensive technique to cover that. It is all clear to me now. Behind his first thoracic vertebrae, there is a small point starting from a minuscule point. Kidomaru sneered at Neji's attempt to move quickly inside. Sighed at that moment, thinking, if he shifts his blind spot from side to side, it would be harder to target it with an arrow, but such things don't apply to me at all. His style is utterly useless unless he is close to his opponent, but he doesn't have the time to think about that. Kidomaru sewed another arrow inside his bow, but this time he had a thread attached to the end. Right now, it is all about survival, but despite your attempts, you are going to die. After all, weak opponents in easy games are meant to die. He then let go of the arrow, but it was split in two by an iron arrow. What the hell? Kidomaru snarled. Are you alright, Neji-kun? A figure asked, leaping down to Neji and bringing him to safety far away behind another tree. Neji raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Hinata. Sama, Tenten, Ino.san. What are you three doing here? Ino laughed. Isn't it obvious? We are here to help. We just can't have you boys having all of the fun now. Is it true that Sasuke has been captured by the Oto forces? It is. Wait. Did you three see? Hinata smiled. We had medics take care of Choji-kun and he is on his way back to the hospital, Tenten answered. Furthermore, who is this guy? He must be strong if you look this beaten up. Neji. The man Hyuga responded. He is a good shot with weapons, uses spider like techniques, and he is very smart. He knows the weak point of the Byakugan. He found the blind spot that quickly. Is that true, Neji.ni.san? Hinata asked, her eyes widening. It is. That is why I need you and Ino to follow Naruto and his group quickly. Me and Tenten will cover you. I am already badly injured, so it is obvious that I must stay here, and Tenten can provide me with the best support since she is the best weapons specialist we have. Stuttering, Hinata said, Alright, let's go, Ino. Right, oh, no you don't, you rats. Tenten pulled out a crossbow and aimed it down her sights as Kitamaru fired his arrows at Hinata and Ino's backs as the two kunoichi sprang into action and Kitamaru swiftly notched 2 arrows. Tenten sighed and let out 2 bolts, killing the arrows entirely. "Not today, big boy," she murmured. Kitamaru grumbled as he gazed at her. "So, we have a new player joining the game. Fine, it was getting boring anyway. Now, I have an injured Hyuga, which she has to cover, but she is really good at a distance with her crossbow, and is that a bow too? Shit, a weapons specialist. Where is he?" Tenten whispered to Neji. "He is about 124 meters southwest. What do we do, Tenten? I am out of options, and he is the strongest opponent that I have ever faced before besides Naruto, and I refuse to lose this guy." "Alright, what can you tell me about him?" Tenten asked. "Like I said, he is very smart. He can make his own weapons from his Kekkei Genkei. He called it Kumo Nenken. It allows him to make sticky web fluid that he can secrete from his sweat glands on any part of his body, like armor, or to make weapons like his arrows. He also has a cursed seal like Sasuke, but there is a second level to it and currently he is in that state. Right now, he is using thread to control the trajectory of his attacks." "How come you got stuck with this guy? His Kekkei Genkei makes his webs from his chakra. My gentle fist was the only way to counteract his unique way of fighting." "What are you talking about?" Neji asked his teammate as Tenten's eyes widened. "Wait, his thread, Neji. There is a chance that we can defeat this guy, but we need for him to use his thread to control his arrows." The weaponry master responded, "You can attack him using your gentle fist through his thread, which is how we can beat him. It will be connected to him still, but it is risky, but you may have to let him hit you in order for this to work." "What would you do, Naruto?" Neji thought for a moment before opening his eyes and saying, "All right, Tenten, let's go. I need you to divert his attention while I take my place." "Rig." Abruptly, Neji dragged Tenten out of the path of an arrow that slammed with a loud thud into the ground. Tenten nodded resolutely, observing that the spider archer was still controlling the direction with his thread. "All right, let's play." "Time to play," Tenten smirked as she unsealed another crossbow and loaded the bolts into the notches. Then, she jumped out of cover and fired bolts in Kitamaru's direction. "First, I need to take out the Hyuga and then it will be easy pickings for the girl," the Spider-Man said, flipping out of his camping position and barely avoiding the bolts before moving to a new location. "There he is, but he is just standing there. Is he giving up? Well, to be sure." Kitamaru then started tracking Neji with his third eye. "Maximum power, accuracy 120%. Fire," he said, making an arrow with a drill head on the end and notching it within his string. Neji turned to see the arrow approaching him, and it pierced his lower left abdomen, pinning him to the tree trunk. "Now," Neji smirked as he snatched the thread and sprayed Kitamaru's mouth with his piercing chakra, destroying his internal organs. "What? How? Why is he? No, I must have taken him down with that final shot unless," Kitamaru exclaimed in shock. Then, recalling what Neji had said at the start, he thought, "I see, gentle fist, he must have sent the last of his chakra into the thread." He collapsed backward from the canopy, saying, "He damaged some of my organs, but I can still move." He looked down to see Tenten grinning and glaring up at him, saying, "Ninja art. Sogu. Get Tsuryoshi." She pointed both of her crossbows at the falling Kitamaru and fired bolts with explosive tips at him. Each bolt struck him in addition to adding elements like wind, fire, and lightning. The member of Sound 4 was obviously in pain. Neji then appeared from behind, saying, "This is the end." Kitamaru flipped through the air before landing on his back, and Tenten looked at him in relief. "Neji," Kitamaru said, weakly rising to his feet, "How? That hit should have killed you instantly. How are you still alive, damn it?" Neji said with a weakening voice, "I knew that I couldn't dodge it, I was too injured and too low on chakra. So I was prepared to take it, plus I know my own weaknesses better than you. The Byakugan does have a blind spot, but if I knew where you were aiming it, I could concentrate my chakra into that spot, and then it wouldn't be so difficult to dodge it by a few centimeters. Even though I would be fatally injured, I would at least avoid an instant kill shot." Kitamaru exhaled deeply, "So you took the hit, but either way, you were going to die." "You could only do so much," Neji laughed. "You are the strongest foe that I ever faced. There was a reason why I couldn't afford to lose. Because the strongest one that I have faced told me this, because you are not a loser like me." Tenten ran to Neji's side and said, "Hold on, Neji." She held his head in her lap and Kitamaru chuckled feebly, saying, "You are going to die soon anyway, so it doesn't matter." Neji grinned and turned to face the dying Sound 4 member, saying, "I can't die so easily, I am the heir of all the skills of the Hyuga clan." HMPH, bluff all you want, Not even your friend can save you, plus you can't stop the tides anymore. Sasuke. Sama has become a part of the sound by his own choice, engulfing himself within the dark. The member exclaimed. Tenten responded, no, you are wrong. There is one person who can save Sasuke Uchiha from himself, and that person is Naruto Namikaze, a member of the Hidden Leaf and his teammate. Ha, Uchiha. Sama belonged to Orochimaru. Sama now, no one can save him. Kidomaru was shocked by the conviction in Tenten and Neji's voices when they interrupted, he can. He coughed up blood and rolled onto his side, saying, damn, I have been this close to death since Kimonero, fucking damn it. Tenten cried out in alarm, Neji, hold on, just a bit longer. Neji grinned up at Tenten, I am glad that you are here, Tenten. Despite the way that I have acted towards you and my team, you have never left my side, thank you. He passed away with that final thought as Neji also started coughing up blood. Tenten responded, you are welcome, Neji. Now how about you keep those eyes of yours focused on me until help arrives. The Hyuga nodded softly, that would be very nice, I think I would enjoy the view immensely. Naruto and Kiba's nose twitched as he turned to face his friends, saying, they're close. Shikamaru responded, okay, we have two more enemies. The joined duo ninja and the long-range genjutsu user. If we cooperate, we will be able to get Sasuke, defeat the bad guys, and be home for dinner. Tayuya responded, forgot that, we have to worry about Lord Orochimaru, we have only accomplished a third of the plan in half a day. Sakin, meanwhile, looked over his shoulder at the remaining Sound 4 and said, it is nearing dusk, looks like they have their hands full. Sakin nodded silently, yeah, you are right, at this rate, I am not even sure if we will be able to make it at all on time. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was screaming in pain at one of the different bases in Sound, his arms tearing in different places as the water poured over him. Sasuke. Where is Sasuke? The traitorous medical ninja then responded with concern, Orochimaru. Sama, we have plenty of bodies prepared for you, besides you could also use me. Kabuto thought silently, we ran out of time, this is his limit. It has to be Sasuke. Do you know how long that I have waited? Orochimaru screamed in agony once more, and Kabuto quickly turned around and said, I will gather the best of the best, and deal with the salvage of Sasuke. The doctor argued loudly, saying, but this is an emergency. The Sandame's curse is far stronger than we expected, if you don't transfer to another body soon, it is possible that you might lose everything. As he released the prisoners into a single arena, he asked himself, I wonder if I should use Kimimaro? And smiled as he said into a microphone, everyone, please listen closely, in order for you to be released from this prison, you must survive by killing everyone in this room. The one that is left standing will be given safe passage. He later strode into the medical room and opened the door to reveal a body lying there. The body spoke to the medical traitor, saying, I wasn't called again, Kabuto. Sensei, I am. But Kabuto interrupted, saying, your job is to take care of your body, your duties to Orochimaru. Sama are over, Kimimaro. You are no longer part of the Sound 5. The two were silent for a while before Kimimaro said, I still, once more. We have already found your successor. He also possesses a seal of equal power to your cursed Earth Seal of Power, the Cursed Seal of Heaven. Plus he has a Kekai Genkai as well. I wonder which one of you was stronger, you or him. As Kimimaro's heart rate increased, he started to twitch. Kabuto looked at him calmly and said, what is wrong? Don't excite yourself too much now. The enigmatic Sound member continued to stand up and asked, how long do I have? You really shouldn't talk anymore, said Kabuto. I have just recently realized that everyone has been given life for a reason, everyone has something important to accomplish. The quest to discover what that truly is the only freedom that God have given us. The physician responded coldly, I understand what you want to say, Orochimaru. Sama is in terrible pain and this situation has gone way past critical, but the matter now is what can you do now? You have lost your ability to be a container and we now have a new one on the way. Well, that in itself is late as well. He watched as Orochimaru assumed control of the remaining prisoner's body after noticing that the battles were over on the screen. Kimimaro decided to speak at this point as properly, I know that I have lost my chance in the metapsychosis, in fact, it is very hard to discover that my purpose now that I have lost everything. However, I finally understand that although he may not be me, I will bring the new container here even if it costs me my life. This is how I will show my thanks to Orochimaru and repay him for my uselessness. Kabuto. Sama. I am going to retrieve Orochimaru. Sama's next vessel. With that, the Kagaya hurried out the door without noticing Kabuto's cunning grin. Kimonero tore off the seal and unhooked himself from the various machines, keeping the disease at bay as well as himself alive. Well, I couldn't have pulled that off better than before, the boy with the glasses grinned, pushing up his glasses. We will lose Kimonero, but we will definitely gain Sasuke in our ranks. A small sacrifice to get the king as it is in chess. Now, Konoha, your move.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.